Hello, everybody. Welcome to a special weekend showcase here. My name is Conception. We're going to be showcasing some really interesting stuff today. So, if you were not aware, a couple weeks back, GDQ had a notable presence at PAX East in Boston. And what we were able to do is we had a little speedrun stage. Basically, we would have speedruns every day that were selected ahead of time to people who are attending PAX East in person that they got to perform in front of a live audience. And then we also had a few other speedrun adjacent things, such as a challenge gauntlet where people would do a little mini speedruns of like one levels of certain classic games. And we also had things like panels and just had the ability to talk to a lot of speedrunners who came by the speedrunning stage and things like that. And unfortunately, we didn't have internet at the time, so we weren't able to stream that live to you on the channel, but we were able to record all of the speedruns in advance. So we wanted to take this time to be able to showcase those runs to you now. Now, you'll see on the screen here that there are times listed. Do not worry. Those are the times that they happened live in Boston. Do not worry about those times. They're not accurate at all. Obviously, we're starting past 10:30 a.m. Eastern time anyway, so hopefully that makes sense. But basically, we'll be going in order, taking the first 2 days today worth of runs from PAX East, and then tomorrow we will do the second 2 days of PAX East runs. We're going to be getting started with the first run here shortly. Just going to go over one or two quick announcements so you are aware of some information. Now, SGDQ 2023 is indeed coming up May 28th through June 4th in Minneapolis, Minnesota. If you're interested in attending the event, registration is now open until May 3rd. So feel free to go on over to gamesdonequick.com for some more information. And if you're somebody who was waiting on the games list to decide if you were going to attend or not, well, I have wonderful news for you. The SGDQ 2023 games list is out now. You can go on over to gamesdonequick.com or use !SGDQ in chat for more information. The schedule is going to be released next week on April 11th. So if you're looking for that, keep an eye out next week. But without further ado, I think it's time to jump into our special presentation of our PAX East speedruns. And we had a really excellent opener here. And this is going to be Resogun veteran category. And it was run by Asuka. So please enjoy. And we'll catch you after that run to get set up for the next one.
All right, hello friends. Welcome to GDQ. I'm Asuka424, and we're going to be playing some Resogun on veteran difficulty. Basically, it's going to be me panicking for about 25 to 30 minutes. I'll go from like no conversation to probably random noises. It's going to be very fun. But we are ready to go. Everyone good? All right. Start? Okay. We could do a quick timer in 3, 2, 1, go. Yay! All right, so Resogun. This is a game that some people have played, and they don't know that they played it, or they don't remember the game, until they see the game and go, oh, hey, I know those. This came out in 2013. It's by Housemarque. They've made a few arcade-style games. They've done Nex Machina, which Piptune did in GDQ many years past. They've done Resogun, which is, well, surprisingly no one this game. And then for those that have a PS5, they might know a game called Returnal. Yeah, it's made by the same devs. And actually, there's a little Easter egg in Returnal, where if you look on Slave's ship, there's this little tiny green human. That's the one I'm carrying right now. So it's a little homage to the games of old they made. Let's see here. So, this is a standard issue shoot 'em up, or we like to call them shmups because we shorthand things. Basically, I go fly around and try to shoot things very quickly. Usually when you see shoot 'em ups, you see what's called bullet hells. Expired. Which are, you'll see a lot of like stuff. This one doesn't really fall into a bullet hell from a traditional shmup. Words are hard. But if you ever play the game Defender, guess what? This looks very similar to Defender because it's an homage to it. Right now, I'm using a gun called the Phobos shotgun. It's the only gun you really use in the speedrun of this game. it starts off really tiny sniper rifle, and then over time it turns into this massive like sniper rifle shotgun hybrid thing. It's really cool. Plus it's really nice at helping me get really close to enemies. And do that. That's my main weapon. You also can use a few other things throughout the game. Like what I'm going to use right now is called Overdrive. It's a giant Kamehameha laser face. It clears a good amount of the map. Usually on either side of me, there's not really a good use for it per se. Only in very specific spots. There's also a bomb, which is the strongest weapon in the game, and it's like a massive map clear. And I use it. It's actually what makes this a legit speedrun, because you can optimize the bombs to kill certain things, make things just a lot faster. But you only get limited bombs, which is unfortunate, but I guess we can't have too much fun. All right. Right now, we are just kind of clearing the map, getting to the first boss. Each level has 3 phases, and you can kind of see the... Oops, I should not have dropped that off in time. Oh well. You can see actually at the bottom of the screen, there's this blue bar that's slowly filling up. That's the level bar. So you can kind of see like how much progress you've made. Eventually, when we get to the boss, that progress bar turns into the boss health bar, so that you can see how much progress you've made on the boss by getting rid of the bar that you filled up. It makes perfect sense. But this first boss is pretty easy. It's what I like to call Shrek. It's a giant like disc of sorts, but it's got a lot of layers, and I have to shoot through the layers to get to the core. But at this point, we're just doing some ad clear, nothing like terrifying. Those are the last ads I need to get rid of. You can tell you're in the boss phase because the sky changes color and all that good stuff. And you can see in the distance, there's our boss. So we're hanging tight here. We have to break these outer panels. There's 1, 2. I'm going to try to boost through this one and not get the boost I want. I'm going to take my time right here because I missed the cycle. Alright. Boost through the core, and boss is done. So now you get to do one of those, like, fly away or walk away without looking at the explosions. You kind of feel cool. As most you can. Alright. Alright. This second level is kind of similar to the first one. They add a few more enemies that could shoot at you, but the interesting thing about this particular level is the boss itself. Previously, the way I had the bombs routed, it made the boss super easy, super snore fast, not difficult. Well, I found out a better optimization for the boss, and yeah, that turned that snooze fest into a very terrifying boss, all for the sake of speed. Great fun. We're just going to get through this first phase right here. You can see some shooting enemies. What I'm doing right there is a boost, so yeah, I get iframes, I get to go super fast, and then anything that I hit when I'm boosting takes damage, and I get a little explosion at the end. That just does a little more damage. This right here, that is the bomb. So yeah, it completely clears the map. It just makes sense really fast. You can kind of tell if I have boost or if I have overdrive based on like the giant ring around my character, my ship. The upper half tells me if I have boost. You'll see that filling up and depleting all the time. The bottom half tells me if I have overdrive, so it's a slightly different color. Also, if you look at the dead center of my ship, there's this little tiny circle. That's the core voxel. Voxel's a fancy way of saying words again. Fancy way of saying a 3D pixel. That is the one thing I can't let anything touch. If I do, I die, and death is bad. It doesn't cause the game over right away, but it makes things a little spooky and scary later on. Alright, got rid of that, got the bomb. Those enemies I just killed are keepers, and those specific ones are sequence keepers. Basically, if they're glowing green, I can unlock human and get their power up. The ones that are green and then red, I have to kill them in a certain order. Otherwise, I don't get that power up. And that one's kind of important in Veteran just because it's an extra life, and the more lives, the better. So now, let's avoid the gunfire. We're heading to that very scary boss. All right, Storm Ruler. Starts off the same as the first raid, or the first level boss, where I'm just killing panels. And then, let's see, we're gonna go to the right. I'm holding on to this human so I can get the power up, which is a shield, much later in the boss fight, because it's gonna help me stay alive. Right now I'm just getting really close to the boss, trying not to get shot because I don't want to lose that human. It makes the next strategy a lot more difficult. What's also cool about this boss is its hitbox is very misleading, and it's actually a lot smaller than you think. And now we are going to play Do Not Scorch the Booty. Alright. So I've got my shield. My shield gives me essentially a free hit, so I can take one shot as I get really close here, try to avoid these rockets. But that's fine. Whew. So yeah, basically, if it's green, I can shoot it and do damage to it. If it's red, I can't. And for that particular phase, if I don't do it fast enough, it rotates again, so I can't do damage to it, and I have to go through the whole phase again. It slows things down. It's not the point of a speedrun. But we did, so it's okay. Now we get to go to like one of my favorite phases, because there's this really cool ebb and flow that you'll see. But it also has this the scariest bomb, because the bomb is blocked by sequence keepers. If I mess up the sequence, I will lose the bomb. And I want to set us up the bomb. So I'll be a little quiet here. But let's not get hit. Alright. Yeah, this is where you start to see a lot of things on the map at once. You get used to it. It's just resident things. No, don't take my humans. Meanie. Alright. Where are you? There you are. Perfect. Now I still have to rescue the human. Alright. Now I can breathe a little bit. So, nope, don't go. They took my human. Sad day. Alright. This particular level, it pretty much uses the principle that we're just going to spawn everything on the back side of the map, which seems kind of mean, but you can actually see the whole map. If you look, you can see the snakes back there. And that's where a lot of enemies spawn. So to optimize this level, you just have to kind of always keep in mind that there are things spawning way on the other side, and try to like time your path so you can get those enemies. Yep, there we go. So those gold enemies you saw, they don't start off gold. They start off calm and happy, and then if I don't kill them fast enough, they do what those enemies just did, and they enrage. They become a lot faster. They do stuff like that. We're fine. And they just become very mean. So we're gonna take care of that, get that done. In Veteran, you'll see a lot of enemies enraging very quickly, just because it's the technically, officially second hardest difficulty. And I say that with a little bit of an asterisk by it, because there's actually a hidden difficulty in this. So after Veteran, there's Master, and then if you are able to 1 CC or 1 crit clear, Master, you get your stab at Hero difficulty. That's where it gets really, really fun. Everything just is so fast, and it shoots like everything shoots at you. And if you die, nope, you have to do master again to get your chance at hero. It gets pretty wild. At that point, though, it's very much not marathon safe, and I would prefer to keep things marathon safe and cozy. Whoop. There we go. Though speaking of cozy, let's talk about what's not cozy. This boss. This boss is probably the bane of my existence, and I'm gonna do it probably without talking. Demon Cube, or as I like to call him, Heck Cube, it's completely random. You'll see these gray voxels like protecting it. I need to avoid them, and what makes it so RNG is those gray voxels will literally go wherever they want. I need to hit the red voxels to do damage, and you'll see how not necessarily easy this is. I am trying to protect this human so I can get its power up for the boss. And we were able to do that. And you're in a decent spot. There we go. So welcome to Demon Cube.
Shields lost. Multiplier up.
Not when I wanted to use that overdrive, but here we are. So what's nice about dying is you actually get iframes, and those will get used. It lasts about 5 seconds, so I can do a little bit of extra damage safely. So that death right there, that's fine. It means I just have to be a little bit more careful on the fourth boss, because with Resogun, 1 RNG boss is not enough. You need 2. So we go from a cube to a giant orb. Good fun. But this particular, there we go. This next boss, it works the same way, except it likes to bounce around and just avoid your gunfire. So that's kind of where the RNG is there. It's whether or not you're actually hitting what you want to hit. Let me get these keepers so I can get my extra life. There we go. All right, these spiders, or the mega spooters, I call them, they're like the bane of my existence because they are massive, they're bulky, they shoot so many bullets at you. As soon as they are raged, they get like ultra powerful. And it's easily the most terrifying enraged enemy in the game. But this particular level pretty much plays the game of how much can we put on the screen and not kill you? So you'll see in Phase 3 that there's so much on the screen. And actually the bomb we used on the Stage 2 boss is actually rerouted here. And we actually used 2 bombs in the third phase of this level because of how much is on screen. It's redonkulous. All right. All right. Let's see here. The humans, I should say, the ones that we're rescuing to get like perks and whatnot, they have like specific, actually, yeah. They have specific perks, so I know exactly which humans I need to save, which ones can go up to a farm upstate. I'm sorry. For all humans, though, everybody needs a save. All humans is just another category you can do. There we go. Ah, yes, an angry mega spooter. As you can see in this level, a lot more things are going to enrage just because there's so much and I can only get so many things at once. No, that mega, okay, you're still alive, cool. I'm sorry I didn't shoot you fast enough, buddy. No. Also, the lasers, I have a very hate-hate relationship to them. Because they have endpoints, and if you shoot the endpoint, the laser like proceeds to shoot forward, and I'm usually like sitting right where the laser goes. It's like, oh, I really didn't have to die there. I swear. And yeah, I'm dead. Oops. Again, just Resogun things. It's fine. Where am I? There we go. So So we're on phase 3, and this is the point where you're going to see 2 bombs in fairly rapid succession. There we go. We have to wait for the spooters to spawn. And now it's literally playing survive. That's it. Because a lot of things are going to now come at me at once. And I just have to kind of like make a big enough space where I can move around and not cry. Waiting right there. Perfect. All right, so now Doom Sphere. This heckin' buddy. Hi. So what's also RNG are those rockets. I never know when they're going to come out, where they're going to come out, and what direction they're going to go. Case in point. That's fine. I get close. Use a boost, use overdrive for a little bit of free damage, kill the boss, and we're fine. So in most games, like, the game gets harder as you go. People would say, okay, stage 5, last stage, or last level, hardest one. I tend to differ. I tend to disagree. I actually think the last level, level 4, was really hard. This one I'm just straight up vibing on. And that's just because the music. Housemarque, they make fantastic arcade games, but they also make fantastic music. I love it to death. Like, this is literally like a hype workout song for me. Oh, I missed that power up. There we go. But here, this one's just going to be a lot of gunfire everywhere and a lot of like very fast enemies when they enrage. Alright. And it's just pretty much following the 5 principles of dodgeball, dodge, dive, dip, duck, and dodge. Because eventually, things are going to encroach on my personal space, and there's nothing I can do about it. Case in point. So you notice when it says phase complete, everything slows down a slight bit, which is awesome. It gives me a little bit of time to do some free damage, which I very much use in this level to my advantage. Oh, let's not land on the thing trying to kill me. That makes things awkward. This particular level, these big enemies right there, they're actually faster than me. I cannot outrun them. So it's either I have to shoot them dead or I have to boost through them. Otherwise, I'm dead. But at this point, we can do a little bit of talking about, hi friend, case in point. A little bit about the boss here, Serpentinus. It's a pretty chill boss. It's actually very easy. It has very specific phases that are really fun. They're very telegraphed. Oh, I hate those enemies. But I'm gonna get a little quiet because I don't get extra lives until phase 3, and I want to make sure we don't once, or we do once CC this. All right. Oh, I see you, buddy. That's rude. That's very heckin' rude.
Complete.
All right. Okay, we got the bomb. We have everything we need there. This is the worst time for my glasses to fog up. That's fine. This is fine, TM. We'll get through this. Use a little bit of the overdrive to do a bit of extra damage. Now I have to take care of these keepers because they're going to give me one of the 2 extra lives. I would prefer to get both of them, but this one's the easiest to get to. As long as I pay attention to things trying to kill me and avoid them. That's terrifying. That was a little scary.
Human in danger. Multiplier up. Human lost.
All right.
Detected. Human lost.
All right, I see that last one.
Multiplier up. Multiplier up.
Okay, you're right there.
Multiplier up. Extra.
Woo! Of course.
Multiplier up. Multiplier up. Multiplier up.
No! All right, so we get to see level 5 again. Rude. I was just shy of the bomb too. That's fine.
Save the last humans.
So, same verse, second verse, same as the first.
Multiplier up. Keepers detected.
There we go. Now I have a little bit more wiggle room because I have actually extra bombs, which is great. 2 lives, no big deal. But yeah, this is one of those games that's like really fun to play casually, and it's very hard to like truly master. But it's one of those like super rewarding games if you can pull it off. I love it. There's a reason I've played it for way too long. But yeah, with Serpentines we can talk about it since yeah we're gonna be here for a couple more minutes. It is a giant Twizzlers pull and peel, and I'm probably gonna date myself by saying that. It's one of those like black licorice pull and peels. It's like this weird like gray color, but
Complete.
I said it starts trying to eat your face, which is not fun, rude. It'll then try to like split up and hit the map vertically. When that doesn't work, it goes to my favorite phase, or it reforms. It just opens up its mouth, try to like shoot you and stuff. But afterwards, it starts like puncturing the wall or the ground, which is really cool to see. But the cool thing about that one, 'cause it's actually considered like the scariest phase, it's actually the easiest because everything with Resogun like plays off of a single like panel or like a single plane of existence. So although it's 3D, it's still technically fairly 2D. Ooh, getting close. Yeah, I'm not going to survive that. So there'll be these red holes on the ground that those are actually the things that are going to puncture you and try to hurt you. Oh, there we go. So that's what you have to avoid. That's it. Everything else is pretty straightforward and easy. But after that, it reforms and it's like, oh heck, this isn't working. Fine. And it'll do this like last gasp. At that point, you just, okay, so you're shooting me at the front, you're shooting me at the back. You're not shooting me from the side. Cool. You just go to the side and end its day. It's a sad panda, we're all good. All right. Now let's end this properly.
Shields lost.
That's fine. Today I learned I have a shield. Cool.
Multiplier up.
Actually, since I have the extra bomb, I'm gonna use it right there, because I can. Alright. So now this one I can play slightly more aggressively on, because I have that extra life to work with. But what kind of made the last one really annoying and why I had to get super quiet was the last extra life is guarded by the sequence keepers. There we go. And I messed up the sequence of the last one. It's like, oh heck, that's no fun. But yeah, now we're doing a lot better off. Oh, yep. I messed up the sequence again. This is fine. Alright, where are you? Boost a little bit. So, when it comes to boost, I actually prefer to use very short boosts if possible, and that's because it takes some time for the boost to refill. So the longer I let the boost go, which is cool and fast, and I get to travel more of the map, the longer it takes for me to get the boost back. So if I can't get back right away, that could be a problem. It's like when I was trying to get to survive previously, I had my eye on the boost gauge to know when it was safe for me to like move around and when I was kind of just making do with what I had. All right. Yeah, this is the part we were at before, which unfortunate because as soon as I get to this part, a few more things spawn. I do this, and that's how close we were to the final boss. This is Serpentinus. It's a giant bone field. You can't convince me otherwise. So yeah, this one's pretty straightforward. He does a little like boost, try to eat me. Doesn't work. At this point, he telegraphs everything he does. I kind of have to move out of the way so it doesn't try to eat me. Okay, it's reforming right there. So now it's going to spawn at some random spot. It decides to spawn way back there, which is rude. Alright. I'm going to avoid some gunfire. And now we get to my favorite one, the puncture phase. Again, just avoid the red circles. That's it. It looks really cool, and I love this part. But he'll keep doing this until he goes to the last gasp. So again, shoots from the front, shoots from the back, shoots me in the front. And then I just say, okay, that's nice. I shoot from the side. And at this point, I look over and I say, time. So yeah, that is Resogun. I'm veteran difficulty. Every single congrats stage or like text at the end is something different. Rookie is congrats, you finished simulation. Experience says we found a planet called Earth and we're gonna go check it out. Here it says, yeah, you're pretty cool. GG. So with that, I hope everyone enjoys their PAX East. Thanks for coming out in the morning. Shout out to the non-morning peoples who love their coffee and caffeine. I'm one of those too. And yeah, enjoy. Enjoy Konceptions run of Bugsnax. It's fantastic, and you're going to love it. So, bye.
All right. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that fantastic run by Asuka. She is just such a wonderful, delightful human being, and that run was actually quite incredible. I had not seen it prior to me watching that live too much, and yeah, those little shmups are very, very fun. But before we get started with our next run, we're going to take a quick little break here. So feel free to stretch, feel free to get a snack, and we will see you here in just a few moments with our next. All right, welcome back, everyone, to our special presentation of our speedruns from our PAX East showcase a couple weeks back in Boston. Hope everyone enjoyed the Resogun run. Truly incredible. As I mentioned, Asuka is one of the all-time greats, so thank you to everyone who has watched so far. So, yeah, we are going to keep rolling right along here. Just want to remind everyone, though, of course, that your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick Hotfix. So please consider subscribing if you are enjoying the daily speed running content, such as this showcase. We appreciate it. But for now, I think it's time we get set up for the next run. Just want to remind everyone as well, the times listed on the screen currently are not accurate to what our showcase is for today. These are the times that the runs were featured live at the event. So feel free to ignore those times. We're rolling along at our own pace here. But yeah, so we're going to get started with our next run here. So this next run, personally, I quite enjoyed it. One of my favorite games of all time. This runner is somebody that I'm a big fan of. I've been wanting to work with for a long time, and I was really, really happy to see this run at GDQ at PAX East. It was really, really cool. I, of course, am joking. It is a run by myself. This is going to be Bugsnax, all bosses base game, and I suggest you stick around through it because this run has a little bit of a surprise ending. So if you haven't seen it yet, you'll get to see it there. But yeah, please enjoy Bugsnax All Bosses base game by yours truly. Whoa, welcome. Hey everybody out there. How's it going? Yeah, it's nice to see a little bit of an audience here for Bugsnax, which is undoubtedly the game of the year of 2020. If you think otherwise, that's okay, but that's what I think, so we're gonna be rolling here. My name is Konception. I'm gonna be taking you all through the all bosses base game category of this. Base game is mentioned here because we also have a boss that we could have fought in the DLC, but we're not gonna be worrying about that for this run. I think we're just gonna get started. Time is a little strange here, so I'm going to, instead of a 3, 2, 1 go, I'm gonna kind of give you a ready, go, because it comes in on the load of the cutscene. So here we go. Ready? Go. All right, yeah, woo. All right, well, welcome to Air Bugsnax. This is your Captain Konception speaking, and we're going to be taking you through on a lovely flying ship here through Snacktooth Island. By the way, this run starts off immediately with a skip that saves about 3 minutes by going through and around, rather, one of the major cutscenes in the game. So we're gonna walk on some of these trees and rocks and then walk on nothing, as it turns out. Head on over here, hop up, around, and voila, I just saved myself about 3 minutes in a cutscene. That's Philbo. We say hi, Philbo, and bye, Philbo. We're not gonna worry about what he's up to because we're gonna jump on these rocks. Oh no, we're going to retry that. Hop back on the rocks. Take 2, you didn't see the first time. That's what we were supposed to do. And all of a sudden we're in our next area. So that whole section probably saves about 5-6 minutes in terms of the quests and stuff that we could skip. Unfortunately, we're chilling up here in Garden Grove now. No matter what we do, we could get out of bounds. We could be jumping on trees and rocks all over the place. There's nothing I can do here to make it so I can accelerate this section beyond just doing the quests that are mentioned of me here. However, we do have a really cool little exploit that I'm going to try to see if we can get here. It's a bit of a tight cycle, but let's see if we can do it. First, I'm going to grab some ketchup and sling it like you do. Grab some more ketchup. We're going to hit this tree and that shishka bug from far away. I'm going to put this trap here specifically. There's no bug here. Let's see. Nope, didn't get it, but that's fine. Basically, we were trying to capture a Bugsnax through the ground there, but you don't want to waste too much time trying it, or else you get thrown off the entire cycle here, which we really don't want to do. So first, we're going to throw down that sauce there to get a Frighter to come down from the ceiling while we catch this bunger. I'm going to throw another trap because he's going to get scared. See if he will get reattracted to it. I might have put it too far away. Yeah, we're going to sneak it forward a little bit. Hit it with some more ketchup, and then he's going to be really interested now, because what does a fry love more than ketchup? Not much, right? Boom. Okay, so, and then one last Bugsnax we need to catch here. I'm going to be a little sneaky about it. We have to get a second shishka bug. We're going to have to come back and get it later. That is totally fine. All right, so first, we got Wambus here. Wambus is our little farmer character. He wants quite a bit of food. No worries, we're gonna hook him up with that. So we're gonna ignore that shishka bug. For some reason, if you catch a shishka bug before you start the quest, the one you caught respawns. So I'm just gonna catch the one I already caught. And then head back over to Wambus, and we're pretty much clear through this section. The rest of it is going to be, it's going to be more of like a tutorial section. We learn about our journal, we meet another character. Not really too much tech here. We're going to feed him the bunger, which, by the way, is my favorite Bugsnax. Shout outs to bungers, and if you're hungry like I am, I think there's going to be some cheeseburgers somewhere behind me, so feel free to enjoy some food later on. I know I certainly will be. Worth noting, I am playing on the PS5 version of this game. You can play this on any any version of the game that you'd like. All of the tricks work on the Switch. They all work on the Xbox. They work on the PC versions. They're all the same. The main difference that makes PC ever so slightly more optimal is the fact that we can remove loads when we do it for the leaderboard, and the fact that we can bind mashing to the text, the mouse wheel on the mouse, which makes it way better than me having to just mash through all of this with my own thumb. But, you know, we do what we do.
See, you'll have.
All right. A little bit of a sloppy area, but that is all good because we're about to break this game wide open after this next section. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Bugsnax, Bugsnax is a game where you play as a journalist who is here on assignment to figure out what this island is, the island of Snacktooth, figure out what the deal with Bugsnax are, which are these cute little adorable creatures that are food and bugs at the same time, and then figure out what all of these people are doing here, kind of learn their story by interviewing them and doing their side quests and stuff like that. It's a really charming, endearing game, has a lot of lovely LGBTQIA2+ representation in this game if you were unfamiliar with that. So I highly suggest checking it out from a casual standpoint. And then, if you're interested in speedrunning it after that, I obviously would encourage that. And it's very accessible, so we'll be able to hook you up with some resources here. All of that to say, I just interviewed Philbo because that's part of my job, but now it's time to go out of bounds, I think. So the game wants us to head into this area, Simmering Springs, but I'm going to ignore that entirely. Head on over here. Jump across the river, and all of a sudden I'm hitting a loading zone for a completely different area. This area is called Scorched Gorge, and ideally we won't be here for very long because we're going to do yet another out of bounds to get us even further past the game. If I had to put a percentage marker on how far through the story we're at, we're probably like 20 or 30% here. While he's running over, I'm going to snag some sauce. That's very important.
Hello, the name's friend. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
All right, and Cromdo's going to hook us up with a very valuable tool in our speedrunning arsenal here, which is the lunch pad. It's a launch pad, but it's a lunch pad because everything is food-based here. And I'm going to do a trick. First try, let's go. And basically, the launch pad is a very interesting trick, interesting tool because it launches things, and it tends to launch things the full arc if they're really light. Like a Bugsnax is very light in weight. However, if I stand on it, it's very heavy, and the trajectory gets cut in half. But we can manipulate the trap a little bit by basically triggering it the second that we run off of it, so that it gives us the full length of the launch without having to worry about it, the weight distribution, which is very valuable. We're now in, this is, Sizzling Sands is what it's called, which is about 70% through the game, believe it or not. But it isn't just as simple as we're going to be doing all of the main quests. This is the all bosses category, which means that we need to do some side quests in order to make it so that all of the boss fights are available to us. So I'm going to be doing some things that are a little bit out of order. I wouldn't necessarily do in an any percent run or a no major skips run, for example, but we still need to do them in order to make it so that we can fulfill the all bosses requirements. So first I'm going to launch. I don't know why he went up straight up in the air like that, trying to ruin my route here. Get over here. Come on. Come on. Yeah, this is a loaded sweet potato, by the way. Again, if you're hungry, I'm sorry, because there's a lot of delicious, delectable-looking food over here, so. Come on, buddy. All right, here we go. Launch him so that he breaks that ground, which is important. And then I need to catch the Buffalocus, which is that flying chicken. There we go. So I'm going to actually break that trap. Throw some sauce on the ground here, like this. He's going to get attracted to that sauce, and I'm going to launch him that direction, like that. Bye. Ooh, not quite, but I think this soda is going to bail me out here. Maybe. Yes, cool. We need to extinguish him so we can catch him, and the Buffalocus is going to be a key piece of a side quest that we're going to be doing after we break through this area. But first, we're going to jump down here. We're going to grab some chocolate sauce, because one of the quests in this area that we need to accomplish is leading this black raspy through the maze, and black raspies love chocolate. Of course they do. While we're leading it, through, I'm going to purposely stun and capture a couple of these Bugsnax. They're not technically necessary, but we have a side quest later on that looks specifically for a Bugsnax that's characteristics are aggressive and meaty. First, honestly, same. And then second, we have a lot of different Bugsnax that we could use that for, but these are Bugsnax that are directly in our way, preventing us from doing a specific quest. So might as well simultaneously get them out of the way while also utilizing them for the quest that we will need them to later. Got a little bit of good luck there. Black Raspy loves to get stuck on a bush that's in that area. He's going to use this one instead. That's okay. He'll come out eventually. All right, come on out. And then we're going to launch him up. That's part of the quest. Don't worry. No Bugsnax were harmed in the making of the speedrun. Grab some cheese sauce, and we should be good with all the quests that we need to do in this area now. Basically, the general way this game works is that all of these grumpuses, which are what these furry humanoid creatures are called. Oh, don't do this to me, please. Thank you. Okay. They're all spread out in all these various biomes of the game. We need them to return back in order to progress the story. We don't need to progress the story in a natural way in this category, but we need to progress it somewhat because not all of the side quests will unlock if we don't progress the story at least a little bit. So we're going to utilize a shortcut there to get on over to Boiling Bay, which is a new area that we have yet to see in the game. We're going to start right away with a tight cycle to try and capture this Noodler. Noodler loves cheese, so we're going, but Noodler is also on fire, so we have to figure out a way to extinguish the Noodler. Luckily, there's this Popsicle who gets very angry and extinguishes it for us. So we're going to do that. Now, we have a lot of RNG in this segment, so let's see how lucky we can get. So I'm going to throw a trap here. There is a red banopper, as you can see, flying through the air there. I need it to basically run into my tripwire at some point, would be really preferential. But I also need a Kokomite there, so I'm going to light that on fire while I'm waiting. Fortunately, it looks like Kokomite ruined my trap, so I'm going to have to reset up that trap. That's a bit of a bummer, but that's okay. We'll have to get him on the next one. We're going to get a catch, a Kokomite, or attempt to. Come here, come here, come here. There you are. Wow, absolute chaos. All right. There we go. Ooh. I only need one of them, but that's fine. Then we're going to set up this trap again. Please give me my red banopper. See, it's a bit RNG related because this red banopper hops between 3 trees. I stick the trap specifically between 2 trees, like that. But we're finally able to get it, and I'm going to light myself on fire for good measure because it makes me run a little bit faster. Cool. Now we're going to utilize all these snacks that we just caught. Wow, please leave me alone. Okay. We're going to utilize all these snacks that we caught for our good friend Floofty here.
Excellent. It is not
in order to progress the story just enough so that we can really break it wide open, get all the side quests that we need to do, and then just basically blast through all the bosses as fast as we can. All right, so we got to turn every limb into a coconut there, and then a nice mixture of all of them on the last quest here. So, no, coconut, we're good. Shout out to the Agnos there, I really like that. It's styling. Okay, last thing we need to do in this area is we actually need to grab a little quest item that's a bit out of the way, but it's necessary for progressing a side quest line later. So we're going to grab it, and then we're actually going to warp on out of here. We do have fast travel in this game, so I actually do need to basically head right back to the main area, Snacksburg, but the game gets very confused when you go out of bounds. So right now my game's going to freeze for a few seconds, and basically this is the game freaking out, being like, all right, you're way farther than you're supposed to be, you didn't do any of these quests, we're going to bail you out and save this so that you're where you're supposed to be. But then we can, as soon as we get that big loading screen, the game is now caught up to where we are. So that's pretty good. Now, like I said, we are a journalist, so we need to be interviewing people to figure out their story. Basically, we don't need to interview everybody here, but we need to interview all of the key people that give us certain clues so that we can progress the story far enough, and then also 1 or 2 extra people because we will need to. Where's the one I'm missing? Why did you leave town? There we go. 1 or 2 extra people because that will be important for a side quest. Wambus is not one of the side quests we need to do, but we do need this specific clue, so we gotta get that done. Gotta hand on over to our buddy Gramble here on the right. Gramble with that nice little hat. I affectionately refer to Gramble as kind of the Bugsnax vegan. Okay, so the reason why I call him that is everyone here eats Bugsnax as like their main source of food, and Gramble's not really about that life. Gramble is more about like being friends with the Bugsnax and making a Bugsnax sanctuary, and I think that's really cool. Gramble's probably one of my favorite characters. We're gonna now interview Snorpy, and Snorpy is a scientist, kind of like an engineer of sorts, who also thinks the Grumpinati, which is like this game's version of the Illuminati, is following him. So a little paranoid, but you know, ain't we all? All right, so a couple more interviews here. Unfortunately, this is a mash fest for my hands. So this is the segment I always dread a little bit because it requires way more mashing than any other part of the game. But we're getting through it just fine. We're gonna do one more interview here with Triffany. Triffany is Wambus's wife. She's an archaeologist, and she is lovingly Midwestern. So if there's anybody out there from the Midwest states, you'll recognize her accent pretty easily.
It's a man.
She's going to give us a diary that we now have a key to that has another clue in it, which is why it's important that we do this now.
Oh, you betcha.
And then I did say one more interview with Triffany, but I totally lied because we have one other interview that happens right after this, but that is to start a side quest. So at least we're going to be progressing towards a boss fight here pretty soon. All right. All right, so we're gonna head here. Cromdo, by the way, the red one on the left, he's like the used car salesman of Grumpus's here. He's kind of a scammer, kind of a con artist type, so not super favorable, but you know, we love him anyway.
Yeah.
All right, so Cromdo is one of the side quest lines that we need to do in order to unlock one of our first boss fights, which is going to be the Mothsa Supreme. You might be able to tell what kind of food the Mothsa Supreme is based off of just in the name, but I'm not going to give it away until we get to the fight, so I think that's going to be way more fun. All right, he's going to have another quest for us available right away, and that has to do with the Buffalocust we caught, so it all comes full circle. All right. After this quest, actually, we have a little swaggy trick. It doesn't save really much time at all, but if I ever nail it in a run, I feel good about myself, and I think that's equally important. All right, so here's a swaggy jump. Basically, at the top of this house, there's a map I need to grab off a table. I could just walk up the stairs like a normal person, but instead I'm going to try and jump and get it. Nope, I failed. So I'm going to walk of shame it and then get it like a normal person. Oh, well, I tried. If it saves time, it's like half a second, if it saves any time at all. All right, so now we're gonna make a strategic warp over here to Flavor Falls. I mentioned before, we need aggressive meaty Bugsnax for a specific quest, and we also need a snack called Sandipede for a specific quest, and fun fact, they also classify as aggressive and meaty. So we're gonna be capturing a few of these, and then we're gonna bounce. We're gonna get right back out. Sandipede being a sub sandwich that breaks apart into four pieces, you know, you'll have to see it. But we only need 3 for this. Mandatory cutscene here that we can get by. And then we need to talk to the fan favorite over here, Chanlo. Chanlo, our beloved, is the himbo of the group. A jock with a heart of gold. In a relationship with Snorpy, the engineer we talked to earlier. So you love to see it. Who did I miss? There we go. Why did you leave town? There we go. Perfect. So we got that interview done, and we're now finally done with interviews for a while, I promise. We do have 1 or 2 more in the run, but that is definitely one of the slower segments of this run. We're going to wake up Cromdo, and Cromdo's going to be like, time to go fight. And here comes boss fight number 1. By the way, because there's a little bit of downtime before the boss fight actually starts here. I mentioned up at the top, all bosses base game, so we're fighting all the bosses that are within the base game, not counting the DLC. There are 4 bosses that we need to fight to make this category achievable. Matsu Supreme, this is the first one. Mama Melon, Mega Maki, and then finally Daddy Cake Legs. And I didn't name it, but it's an interesting name to be sure. We'll cross the Daddy Cake Legs bridge when we get to it. But for the Matsu Supreme fight is a little bit RNG. There's not a ton we can do to speed up cycles here, but we're going to do something right near the beginning that's a little bit strange. It seems like it would be way slower, but it's an average faster. Basically, we're going to have a switch that comes out of the center of the ground here that's about to come up. And we need to explode it to trigger the boss fight. So we get access to another bug snack called the Bombino, which is a pizza roll. And that's also explosive. And basically, we need to use these pizza rolls to fling at the boss, for lack of a better term. And the problem is they start out on fire by default. So a lot of times you have to find a way to extinguish them and then use them as ammo. This one that they gave us for free does not have to be extinguished, obviously, but all the other ones that pop up do. So instead of hoping the Matsu Supreme, which is a giant moth pizza, as you can tell, instead of waiting for Matsu Supreme to try to extinguish these, I'm actually going to grab the very original one all the way back here and use that one. And that seems counterintuitive because it seems really slow, but I promise you, on average, it's faster. If I get really lucky, it's slower, but on average, it is definitely faster. We're going to throw it on the trap here and then launch it. Kaboom. And then we cut the pizza. And we're going to do that a total of 3 times. I'm going to wait for this one, boom, grab it, and I'm gonna head on over to the next one. Now, I could chance it and try to fling one right now, but odds are it will move midair like that, so I'm glad I didn't fling it because that would have been a waste of time. But for this next phase, it'll go down right away, so that's pretty good. Cut him again. All right, which one's gonna be faster? Probably this one. Now, last phase is a bit more complicated. Because it's not as simple as me flinging a pizza roll with the trap I have in the middle anymore. Unfortunately, I need to instead use this giant middle cyclone and hope that it hits him like that, which was pretty good RNG, and then I can cut him down for the last phase. Voila, we got just a regular old slice of pizza. That's boss fight 1 down. All right. As part of the requirement, we always have to feed them to somebody, so we have to get it out. And then we're gonna not warp directly back to Snacksburg. We're gonna take one pit stop in Scorch Gorge here, because there's a bug snack that comes out only at night that we need to grab. Whenever we trigger this boss fight with Matsu Supreme that we just did, it always makes it dark by default. So we just wait for that as opposed to sleeping and resetting the clock manually because it's faster. Simple as that. So that's one fight down. We're gonna go back to our friend Chandlo, our beloved, who is the second boss fight that we're going to be gearing up for. Unfortunately, Chandlo has a mini game as a part of his quest line that is very difficult for me for some reason. I always struggle with it, so we'll see just how lucky we get. But first, we got to feed him some aggressive meaty bug snacks. So we use those 2 enchiritos from before, and then 1 of the centipedes we caught. Here's the mini game. Basically, we need to drop these weights on him as he runs by him, but for some reason I have the worst timing in the world and I can never do this effectively, but I'm trying my best, I promise. I'm always so bad at this, please. All right, that's 1. We need to do this 5 times. It gets easier the more weights are on because he starts slowing down, so that's easier at least.
That's heavy, bro. More weight.
All right, I'm gonna take the slower path and walk around the building because our boy Philbo over there has a dialogue sequence that I don't want to trigger right this second. So Here we are, though. We're actually going to head on over to our second boss fight, which is with Mama Melon. I'll let you see who Mama Melon is here in a second. But one interesting fact here. So I'm going to head up here. We have to wait for Chandlo to walk all the way around. He can't take the shortcuts like we are. So instead, I'm going to go out of bounds, kind of for fun. But also, there at least used to be a way where we could speed up this fight slightly by starting the boss fight where he's one hit down already. I have never really been able to pull it off because it's kind of difficult, and it depends on how this spike that I'm about to drop from the ground works. So it's a little easier said than done. Basically, we drop the spike, and we want to head on over to Mama Melon, who, as you might have guessed, is a giant watermelon. Push the spike in hopes that we hit Mama Melon, but the spikes never like move well. As you can see, it's very difficult. And then I think they might have also patched it because it seems like there's like an invisible wall here that I can't really get through. But it's okay. It doesn't really lose us any time, so it's not a big deal.
There it is.
Chandlo here.
This wasn't kidding. That snack is huge.
Yep, sure is
All right,
huge.
big boss.
Now,
Here comes the Chandlo
Mama Melon is a
Trail.
watermelon, as we can see, but the first part of that name is Mama, and she is a fierce, fierce, protective mama. So how we end up defeating her is the babies come out, we trap them, she charges, we drop a spike on her head, though that looked like it missed, so I don't think that's gonna count. That's okay though. We're gonna rinse repeat the section over here. So we're gonna wait for that to drop. Cool. Head on over. That one hit. That's what that's supposed to look like. So there you go. It can be a little finicky sometimes because the quickest thing we could do in this fight is to have it so that we just use all of the spires that are right next to each other, so like we go around in a circle. However, that makes it so that Mama Melon has really weird angles, and sometimes she'll come in at an angle where the spike won't hit her. So as opposed to that, I'm taking a little bit more of a safe way, which is to go to the pillars across from each other. Overall, a little bit slower, but it's definitely more consistent. We intentionally run into Mama Melon there to trigger the last phase where Chandlo is going to grab one of the babies, and it's the same thing. He's going to rush Chandlo, we drop a spike, end of story. That's boss fight 2 done.
Thanks. One.
All right, so we're going to feed that, and we're going to head on out.
Ice bro.
Cool. We're going to warp back to Snacksburg, and we're going to make basically almost the entirety of the progress of our third boss fight that we're going to start here, which is Mega Maki. The way that we're going to do that is we're going to have one more interview. I know, it's a little slow, but that's okay. And then we're going to get rid of the rest of the Bugsnax we have in here. Actually, I'm going to trigger this now, too. We're going to have to hit this at some point anyway, so we're going to trigger it now because it's right next to where Wiggle is.
I know. So keep.
All right, cool. And then, yeah, we're gonna give Wiggle an interview here. Wiggle is a very interesting character. She is a famous musician that has a one-hit wonder in this world. So she's out here trying to like have inspiration strike for whatever her next song is gonna be. And she's having some difficulties that we're gonna try and help her out with.
Go and see for yourself. Now.
All right, so first, we're not only we're going to do the interview with her, but we're also going to do some of the quests as well. So first, she wants 2 centipedes, so we're going to feed her the other 2 that we have. That quest is now done.
I could, so in 2 weeks, needless to.
And she's going to have another one where she wants, you might have guessed it, a white cheapoof. And what do we already have? It's like I planned this.
I don't know. I know.
All right, so from here, we actually have to do a little walking, not so much fast traveling, because we're going into an area that we haven't done yet. This area is unlocked now because we went out of bounds and progressed the story past it, but we haven't been in this area yet. Sugar Pine Woods, and we're not going to be here for long because we're actually heading to the area even further past it, which is called Frosted Peak. Frosted Peak is basically what is intended to be the very last biome you access in this game, for the base game at least. And we don't need to do a ton there, but we do need to, again, progress the story long enough so that we can get all of the side quests that we need to get the boss fights ready. So, first thing we're going to do, because it's dark, we're going to grab this Mount Sody, Mountain Dew, soda, Bugsnax, adorable. We're going to need that here in just a second. And then we're going to go meet our friend Eggabell, who is a doctor, but also like kind of an Indiana Jones-like character in a way. So kind of cool. Actually, Indiana Jones is also a doctor, so yeah, just Indiana Jones. But she's like a medical doctor, you know what I'm saying. All right. So basically, she's going to have 3 totems that we need to input a proper Bugsnax in to unlock this door. The Mount Sody is one of them, and I'm going to grab the other 2 right now. We have a frozen Bugsnax and a flaming Bugsnax right here. I'm actually going to throw this trap here, aim it at the frozen Bugsnax, launch, papa. They extinguish each other. And there we go. Now we're out. That is a Stoodler and a Chili Nilly, if you're wondering, a flying ice cream sandwich, and a pot of stew.
Okay.
Sounds like a nice meal to me.
Well, there's some. I've almost.
All right.
Oh my.
So yeah, she requires a lot of items,
So good.
which is what we just achieved here. So there we go. And the 3 totems that we needed to, the bug statues rather, that we needed to fill in to progress the story just far enough.
Okay, no. The more I can't.
She covers the other 3, which is nice of her. Actually, I'm waiting for that. And I'm going to reload the save here. Reloading the save puts you at the entrance to the area that you last used. And the reason why I'm doing that is I need 1 Bugsnax here, and reloading the save puts it in a much more favorable position than where it would have been if I had just ran and caught it myself. We need the Scoopy Banoopy, a giant banana split. We're going to need that. Scooby Banoopy is actually what we call a compound Bugsnax. It breaks apart into smaller Bugsnax after that timer that it has on its body goes down. But instead of waiting for that, we're going to take the whole thing, because we could use a piece or the whole thing, and catching the whole thing is faster. So we're going to catch the whole thing there. We're going to go talk to our friend Snorpy down here, but unfortunately, this is the wrapping up of Chandler's quest line there, so it's going to automatically black screen me to my own little house, and then I have to go right back over there and talk to them again. So a little bit of a bummer, but you know, it is what it is. Gonna head upstairs. There we are. Wake them up. They're all asleep right now, and they all have this waking up animation that it vary in length. And luckily enough for us, Snorpy I think is the fastest wake up animation, so it's always usually worth doing it. All right, so we have this mini game where we now need to light a bunch of these flares. You're meant to use a specific tool for that. I missed, didn't I? Nope, okay. I'm gonna relight myself on fire. You're meant to use the tripwire for it. But if you light yourself on fire and then just run into them, that also works. So we do that for the first 3. And then the last 4, unfortunately, it's just faster to do it the way that is intended. So we're going to be doing that. We actually don't want to walk too far forward here, because Chandler has a dialogue that he wants to share with us, but we really don't want to hear it. So we're going to not walk too far forward. 1 more here, and then we are golden. Cool. And then that is that mini game done.
Excellent. Yes, you let me pull out.
Snorpy is the quest line that we're going to do for our 4th and final boss, but that's going to come a little bit later. We're just preempting that a little bit. We're going to again walk around the house to avoid that cutscene, and then go talk to our good friend Wiggle again. Now you might be wondering, why did I go back out and then back in to talk to Wiggle when I could have just done it all at once? For some reason, there are some quests that will not activate until you leave an area and come back into it, or it triggers some kind of loading zone of some sort. And this quest that gets me over to the boss fight would not trigger unless I had left and came back. So I decided to leave, do some stuff I would need to do anyway, and then come back. And now this quest is ready for us to go. You're about to see the full sheer power that Wiggle brings in terms of her musical talent. I can tell you that the voice actor who plays Wiggle probably did not get paid enough, because they went so hard.
Another empty venue.
You're going to see it here in just a second.
If you're out there, you won't be able to resist my siren song.
Here it comes.
Oh, please. Ancient Bugsnax, can you hear me? Will you show yourself if you hear how much I need you? Will you show yourself if you hear my cry? I need you. I got to have you. Oh, in my mouth.
Unfortunate phrasing on the end, but that song was really good.
Universal language, darling.
Imagine being a voice actress and then just going this hard.
My mouth is your destination, and wiggle. Here's your destiny.
All of this, by the way, is a song that summons our third boss fight, which is the Mega Maki. Again, you might have been able to glean from the name what it is. It's a giant sushi serpent. So, interesting fight Mega Maki brings here. First, it stays on the ground, which is nice for us. So I'm going to throw that tripwire there, and I'm also going to scan its head. This gives me the trajectory that it plans on taking, which is going to make planning out my traps a little bit easier. It explodes, and then we got to capture all these little pieces. All right, cool. So now it's gearing up for phase 2. Phase 2, it starts going through the air, which is definitely different. I'm gonna put a trap right here. Nope, never mind. I'm not gonna put it there because it ruined my life. I'm gonna try and put a trap here. Nope, not gonna get it in time because it ruined my life. All right, so we're going to wait until some of these more fortunate pillars come up. This is a pretty good one actually right here. We're gonna throw it right here. Yeah, unfortunately, if you don't act just quick enough, it will start throwing. And forgive me, I'm not a sushi eater because I'm not big on seafood. Those orange egg ball things, you know what I'm talking about? It starts throwing those, right? So those pillars get destroyed by those. We don't want to stand anywhere next to where you want to throw your trap or else it will ruin the pillars. It flew over it? Unreasonable. Okay, so we're going to instead set it up on this side, hopefully. Actually, there's no pillars over here, so I can't set it up on this side. Nope, that's not gonna work. It's really trolling me. Okay. Let's try this again. Yes, okay, this is favorable. Let's see. That should be fine. Don't ruin my pillars, don't ruin my trap, don't ruin my trap, don't ruin my trap. Yay, there we go. No, get back here. All right, one more phase and then we're out. I'm gonna try and set up on this one in hopes that I can set up fast enough and then just get so that it doesn't ruin my trap. No, 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 no. Yes. Yes, we're good. Whew. So again, not standing anywhere near where my trap is because I don't want it to be ruined. Okay. One. And of course I'm out of inventory space now, so we have to make room for all these mini sushi rolls. You're over here hitting your own babies. What are you doing? Weirdly favorable because also the Mega Maki ended right next to Wiggle, so there we go. Boss 3 down. Little sloppy, unfortunately, but boss 3 is indeed down. All right, cool. Whoops, wrong one. We're going to warp back to Snacksburg. We're going to, unfortunately, do a story-intended, basically, cutscene that is not really skippable. We have to do it to progress the story far enough so that Snorpy's last side quest will trigger. So we're going to talk to our friend Philbo here. I affectionately refer to this part as the walking simulator because he gives us an automatic warp to Frosted Peak, which is good because that's where the last boss is as well. But lose the ability to run here for a second. We just have to slow walk
Agabel, it's
as
so
they
good
head
to
on over
see
to this
you.
door that's
I
near the
can't
bottom
believe
where
you've been
we
up here all
we
this
met with
time.
Agabel before.
You're
So
different.
I will say,
That's right.
since we have a moment here
You
as
knew
well,
he's gone.
I talked a little
Yeah,
bit
he
about
really
how
came out of
accessible
your
this game
shell,
is as a
huh?
speedrun, and since we are at a live event here where
so
we're on the
why you
speedrun
want my
stage,
help?
I'd be remiss
I would
to
ask
not
Chandler.
mention our speedrunning
got
resources
Snorpy
for
to
this
worry
game.
about.
So if you
Besides,
like
you've been
Bugsnax, you
following
happen to
Liz
play
around
it
for
casually,
years.
and you wanted to extend that gameplay experience, I suggest y'all come over to speedrun.com/Bugsnax. That will
Since I
get you
need
set up
free
with our
grubs,
Discord
you might as
server
well be one of
invite,
them.
as well as a number of resources that you could use to run really any of the categories. Any percent is really, really short. It's like 15 minutes.
We need to stand here.
So
here,
15 to
and
20
here.
minutes roughly, and that's at the world record level. So it's very, very fast. We also
This is
have,
it.
100% categories
Ready?
where we catch all the bug snacks, all bosses. This is a really cool category that features a blend of glitches as well as cool boss fights that you might not see normally. Come on over. We'll help you out. Friendliest group of speedrunners, out there. So feel free to come and check us out.
She got. Don't be.
And that was just about the perfect amount of time to distract you from the fact that we were walking slowly. So
Thank you.
we're now going to be able to warp back to Snacksburg, go talk to Snorpy, and get on with the last boss fight of the run. All right, so heading back up here. Wake up, please wake up, thank you.
I'm afraid, but the good news, the bad news, be on your turn.
For some reason, this is like the only boss fight that doesn't warp you automatically. I don't really know why, but we luckily have fast travel, so that makes this exponentially easier. Now, this boss is called Daddy Cake Legs, and it's not as questionable sounding of a name as you might think. Daddy Cake Legs is a giant cake that is modeled after a daddy long leg spider. So it has really long legs and stuff like that. It's also the only boss fight that's very exploitable, so we'll see if I'm able to do that. I'm going to try it first, and then I'll mention what it is that I'm doing. Oof, okay, close. So all three phases of the Daddy Cake Legs fight that we're going to be doing here are exploitable. Basically, the general idea is that Daddy Cake Legs has a candle on each side of its body. You need to light that candle on fire in order to progress through the phases. The intention of that is to use your tripwire and use a bunch of pillars and stationary stuff in order to make that a reality. Instead, I like lighting myself on fire and then running into the candles myself. I was able to get one again, but not the full set there. That's okay. We'll be able to just really quickly do that. Just making sure he's running down. Yep, all right, so that's phase 2. And phase 3 is the easiest, but I'm gonna jinx myself, so I'm gonna knock on some wood here. Phase 3 is the easiest in the way that instead of having 2 candles, phase 3 only has 1 candle on the top of its head. So it's a little bit easier to light yourself on fire, stay on top of its head, and then light that wick. The last time I said it's really easy, though, I failed it. So let's see how it goes. I think I'm gonna fail it, y'all. I think I'm gonna fail it. I failed it. All right, that's fine. I'm never saying that's easy again. That's an 0 for 2 on me now. I'm gonna scan it just to be safe, but I think that's good. There we go. Still a pretty quick fight. All right, where is Snorpy? Where is he? Oh, there he is. All right, that's the last boss fight of the run, done. However, it would not be a true speedrun if we didn't also finish the game, right? So let's go finish the game, shall we? So we're meant to unlock this door through natural means by utilizing clues and blah, blah, blah. We don't got time for that. So I'm gonna launch myself up here and open this tripwire, place it just so, and clip through the door. Exponentially faster than the rest of the quest. We are now about 98% through the story. So we have a section here that's called the Undersnacks. Now, I always bring this up every time I do a run of Bugsnax of any kind. When this game first came out in 2020, it was featured on IGN's Devs React to Speedrun series, which, if you're unfamiliar, it's basically the developers of a specific game will watch back a speedrun of it and comment over it. They did it. This game was pretty exploitable right out of the gate. So they did one in November 2020, and they alluded to at some point in this Undersnacks area, there is another skip that we haven't found. Okay. That was November 2020, and we still haven't found it. What we have discovered is that everything around this whole section, like outside of the walls and outside of the ceiling and stuff like that, is a giant loading zone. So if we could find a way so that we could break through the wall or the ceiling or something, then great, because then we would just be automatically in the loading zone that we need to be in. However, what makes that difficult is the fact that we cannot run and we have no access to our tools. So I can't launch myself, I can't run into a wall repeatedly, I can't do anything like that. I'm just at the whim of walking slowly or just kind of walking up against the wall, I guess. And surprise, none of that works. So if you're a glitch hunter out there or somebody who likes finding tricks out of bounds and skips like that, might I suggest Bugsnax as your next challenge, because I would love to save a free 2 minutes here.
No.
This is the last interview, quote unquote, that we do in the game as well, by the way. It's also just a little bit of a match fest. And then after the actually, one little trick that is a weird exploit that you can do here. As this cutscene finishes, if you mash the action/talk button, which is different depending on what console you play on, it'll trigger a dialogue with Eggabell here. And for some reason, if you trigger that dialogue, the section speeds up loading by like 2 or 3 seconds. I don't know why. I don't know why it works that way, but it sure does work that way. All right. And now what we are in the section of the game that we in the community affectionately refer to as the Gauntlet, similar to the speedrunning Gauntlet over here to my right, except a little bit different. Basically, we're going to have a series of 6 mini challenges that utilize all the tools that we definitely unlocked the right way, the tools that we use in the game. A little late on that jump, that's fine. Instead of them being the traps that we unlocked to and got familiar with throughout the whole game, it's a little different in the way that these traps are no longer set to capture Bugsnax or trap them. They're intended to defeat them. And I won't really go into why if you haven't played this game casually. I highly suggest you do, because it's a really good story and with a really, really cool bunch of characters. So definitely check it out. But yeah, we are setting our phasers from stun to kill now, if you get my meaning. Now, the Gauntlet is very interesting because there are a lot of areas here that we can actually go out of bounds, but none of them are important because no loading zone will activate until you complete the mini game before it. So that's a little unfortunate, which means we're going to have to play all of these mini challenges. Not the end of the world, though. We have exploits for a vast majority of them, such as this one, which is we destroy all the Strabbies as fast as we can and preemptively jump during the cutscene, so we're right next to the second one here. Now, this one has our snack grappler that we're using to grab stuff from a distance the whole game. This one, instead of the grappler, it now has a boxing glove at the end of it, so we're out here doing fisticuffs. It means for us to take these Bugsnax on head-on, but if you come at the side, you can defeat them all in one punch. You can call me One Punch Man, that's fine. Then we're gonna very quickly step into a loading area, which, oh, I missed that one, that's fine. There we go. That triggers those areas. Then we're gonna get behind these and hit these Bugsnax forward. The reason why we're doing that is because, there we go, because what you're meant to do is you're supposed to like just stare at them where they come out of that door and then hit them backwards. That's a praying pit contest, which is again another compound Bugsnax, a Bugsnax that explodes into smaller ones. And instead of doing that, we hit them backwards towards Sheldon and Floofty, because if they do that and then they explode, then Sheldon and Floofty are actually able to help us out with defeating those by eating them. So that makes that section exponentially faster by, I would say, a solid 20 to 30 seconds at least. This minigame, unfortunately, there's nothing we could do to speed up. The spawns of the Bugsnax at the top of this mountain thing are all on a timer, so even if I miss defeating them, it wouldn't do anything. But As I always say, pressing buttons is more fun than not pressing buttons. So I'm going to press the buttons. But yeah, the only thing that I could do to possibly slow this section down is taking as long as possible on the last phase, the last round of Bugsnax that spawns. But I'm not going to do that, so don't worry. I'm out here trying to speedrun, not, you know, the opposite of speedrun.
Don't trip!
All right, so here's the last phase here. I'm going to set up the trap, wait for them to turn around, launch, and then I'm actually going to take a running jump back towards this like bush in hopes that I get trapped in those wood here. Not quite, that's fine though. Basically, I'm trying to trap myself in those 2 pieces of wood there so that I'm infinitely closer to the next challenge during the cutscene. Now this next section, barrels, it requires a little bit of focus from me, so don't mind if I go a little quiet here, and then I'll kind of explain what it is that we're doing afterwards. It requires kind of precise, not only timing, but location, where I'm putting this pointer. All right, a few more waves here.
Here, take this. Another one.
All right, 2 more waves. Yeah, 2 more waves. 3 more waves? 2 more waves. We'll find out. Now 2 more waves. Last wave. This is the only wave we can't defeat with 1 barrel. But we can defeat it with 2 if we get good timing. Oh, perfect. Whew. That's a relief. Okay, so let me explain exactly what happens there. So that mini game is actually not hard to do casually. As you can see, we launch barrels at Bugsnax. The launch pad has an automatic seeking to it. However, it's infinitely slower to launch 1 barrel to defeat 1 Bugsnax as it is to launch 1 barrel and defeat the whole wave of Bugsnax. So we very carefully will place our pointer on a specific location and then launch the barrels at specific times so that all of the Bugsnax within the wave are crammed together and the barrel defeats them all at once due to the splash damage. The only wave we can't do that on is the last wave because it has 5 Bugsnax. They never get close enough together, all 5, to be able to defeat in 1 barrel. But if we time it very carefully, we can get the middle 3 and then let the last 2 converge on each other in the middle and get that exact perfect fight that we just got. So I'm glad that went so well. This mini game is very simple, which is just we have a spiky rolly ball. All of the spawns for these Bugsnax are set, so I know where they're going to be. I don't have to worry about it. Nothing really to do to exploit this, unfortunately. Last bit here. Here we go. All right. And then we are on our last gauntlet challenge here, which uses our sauce slinger, that slingshot that shoots sauce. We're just going to have access to a sauce that's not in the game normally, which is called the special sauce.
It's no use, Randy.
And
Must have learned a few things since
this
you're
section is very slightly exploitable, not fully, but basically what happens is the special sauce is so powerful that it makes the Bugsnax run into each other and they explode. We're going to be very careful with where we place sauces so that we put it so that the Bugsnax don't have the least amount of distance possible to travel.
Just a matter of life and death.
Also,
is
for
all.
some reason, this is the only dialogue in the gauntlet section that you can't skip. I don't really know why, but you can't skip it. So we're gonna put in that sauce there specifically, and I'm gonna preempt some sauce right there. Stand to the side here. This happens sometimes where they get bugged inside of each other like this. Come on, there we go. Yeah, nothing you can really do to avoid that. Sometimes they just kind of spawn collectively on top of each other. Unwritten rule in Bugsnax speedrunning, though, your run doesn't count unless you hit Wambus with some sauce like that. I don't know. I'm only the mod of the leaderboard. I don't make the rules. Anyways, so we are just about done with the speedrun, believe it or not. Time is coming up probably in about a minute or so. We just have this little cutscene that gets us off the island and a couple more cutscenes at the end. in order to keep things expedited and moving, I'm going to use this opportunity to kind of start doing my outros and stuff now. If you enjoyed this run, my name is Konception. I occasionally stream on my channel, twitch.tv/Konception. If you like Bugsnax runs or other quirky runs or Pokemon games and stuff like that. If you're somebody who, like me, whose favorite block of a mainline GDQ event happens to be the awful or the silly block, boy, do I have the show for you on the GDQ Hotfix, which is called Awfully Silly. That's every other Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And basically we feature the worst games you can think of, the silliest games you can think of, all of those awful movie tie-ins or show tie-ins that you might have grew up with, things of that nature, all right within a 3-hour primetime slot. So come on by and check that out sometime. Another unwritten rule of Bugsnax speedrunning, by the way, is that you have to hit Philbo with the shell at the end. Again, I don't make the rules, I'm just the moderator.
All right.
Yeah, I intentionally took that dialogue a little slower here. You can actually ruin your entire run right there by saying, no, I think we should go back, and then you have to do the entire gauntlet section again. We don't want to do that. All right, time is coming up, by the way.
Don't worry, you're fine. This awesome.
And time. Pardon me for 1 second while I go on speedrun.com because I think, y'all, we just got a new world record. I'm just gonna check that real quick because I'm not entirely sure. Yes, previous world record was 54:25. We now have 54:05. Yes. So you all witnessed Bugsnax speedrunning history. I hope you're happy. It's really not that big of a deal. I'm just kidding. But yes, as I said, my name is Konception. Feel free to check me out, and feel free to come on by speedrun.com/Bugsnax if you're interested in learning this game, or come check out Awfully Silly every other Monday on the GDQ Twitch channel as a part of that hotfix content that we do every week between events. My name is Konception. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you all around on the floor. All right. Well, if you were not tired of that same voice going for close to an hour, here's that same voice again telling you, I hope you enjoyed that run of Bugsnax by myself. I had a blast running it. It was really cool to be able to play this run on stage in front of a live audience and feel that energy. It was really, really cool. So I hope that came through in the presentation here. Before we get started on our next run here, we're going to take another quick little break here, so feel free to get up, stretch, get some snacks, bug or otherwise, and we will see you back here in just a few short moments with more PAX East. All right, welcome back to our special presentation of GDQ at PAX East. Essentially, if you are just joining us, we are showcasing some speedruns that we were able to feature live at PAX East in Boston. Unfortunately, we weren't able to stream there. We did not have internet access, but we were able to record them, and now we are showcasing them here in all of their glory. We started off with Resogun by Asuka, and followed that up immediately by Bugsnax by yours truly, and we're going to keep rolling along here in just 1 second. I wanted to remind everybody as well that if you happen to be watching this on YouTube at some point in the future, be sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, feel free to come on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in looking at our live content. That's going to start weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. The next run that was on the stage as a part of our PAX East presentation here was a very excellent and really well done run of Zelda Link's Awakening, 100% RBO. So we're going to get that started, and yeah, please enjoy this excellent Zelda Link's Awakening.
Hello. My name is Suzuki. We're going to be playing through The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, which starts with a nice wall of text. So we're going to just get started here. 3, 2, 1, go! If you're only familiar with this game for the Switch remake, that's actually the third version of Link's Awakening. But we're not playing on the second one either. which is Link's Awakening DX for the Game Boy Color. This is the original 1.0 Japanese release of the original Game Boy version, which is going to give us the most options for tips and tricks and glitches and all kinds of stuff that we can do. The first of which being, let's see, let me get through the trees here. There we go. Our screen, hello shield button, there we go. Our screen warts, we're gonna get right to the edge of the screen. And if you open the map menu, whoops, just as you're moving from one room to the other, you'll change rooms, but Link won't move, hopefully. He might move a little bit, and that can sometimes be a problem. Like you see right there, I'm not at the edge of the screen. So I'll have to head back down to the beach because I've actually got to get that last screen warp, unfortunately. Down, Link. Come on, buddy. Come on. Buddy, I'm not going to walk down there. You're going to have to... There you go. Like we've done it before. Alright. Like we haven't done before then. How about that? Alright. There we go. Whew. Alright, well that's the first one. I really had to go back down there. There's not really a workaround for that. But you'll notice sometimes with these screen warps, see their Link didn't move, which is good because sometimes I want to screen warp to go through some sort of a barrier, a wall, a cliff, something like that. And if Link moves, he's not going to be close enough to the edge of the screen to keep moving forward. That's what happened on the beach. But the trick itself's not frame perfect. It doesn't always matter whether or not my timing's super good or not. And while I was talking about that, actually went into the kennel world here with the doghouse glitch, and we're going to see it again in a little bit, so don't worry too much about it if you missed it. But that particular trip's going to let me get to the back half of Dungeon 1. And now I can jump. I have so much more maneuverability now. Get right there. Hop up here. Yeah, super easy. We're gonna see a lot of these tricks over and over and over again. I don't have too many things in the toolkit, but we can use them in so many different ways. But we'll talk about both of those again here in just a couple minutes. That's our first secret seashell of the run. There are 26 secret seashells, and this being a 100% run, we're going to grab 20 of them. The other 6 will just kind of disappear. They'll turn into rupees, I believe, in most cases. And since there's no more seashells, that's 100%. But that also means if I forget one, like can't find it in my notes, I just forget something like that, I've got some extras that won't cost me too much time. But hopefully we're just not going to forget anything. That's the plan. There we go. So super jumping, which is what I just did in Dungeon 1. You can show it off again here. To see if I could get over here, I could jump off the top of this cliff, but there's something in the way. So instead I'm going to get at the bottom of it, jump, and if you jump and slash with the right timing, the game lets you jump off the top of the cliff anyway. And since I'm in a slightly different position, that puts me right on the edge of the screen. And you'll see as we go through, for a Game Boy game, this is a very long, very big game. There's 8 dungeons, there's 9 in the Game Boy Color version, and there's all kinds of caves and secrets. There's so much to do, even in the original Game Boy release. And in order to fit everything in, all of the rooms are not actually stored together the way you think they might. Basically, it's got like 4 big boxes of 50-piece, 100-piece puzzles. And when you enter a dungeon, the game's gonna go through all the boxes, find the pieces that it needs, and build you a coherent, logical dungeon. But if you go out of bounds, you have no idea what's actually gonna be on the other side of those walls. And especially if you go out of bounds in the overworld, in the caves, or in screens like this, you can really move around the map very, very quickly. Oops, there we go. Now I'm gonna do that doghouse glitch again. I'm gonna get right behind that doghouse, clip right in here. And instead of walking in the front, we're gonna walk behind the front door and go into it from the wrong side. Like walking out of your house before you walked into your house. That's the only way to make any kind of sense of it. And this time, since I didn't fight any enemies beforehand, it sends me right to basically the entrance of Dungeon 2. I'm just gonna work right here. Now see, the link moved a little bit. Yeah, and it's gonna put me through the door, unfortunately. Yeah, come on. There we go. You get one more, that'd be great. There we go. There's Pegasus boots. So now I can run fast. Oop. Now I entered Dungeon 2, so as far as the game's concerned, whoops, right now I'm in Dungeon 2. And I have to go through the staircase, so the game will pull me back into Dungeon 3. Because if I miss this screen warp, I do not want to, I'll go back to Dungeon 2. I grabbed the ocarina, okay. And the fun thing about this particular trip is all these empty rooms look exactly the same. So I don't know if I'm actually getting a screen warp or not. If I eventually end up where I want to end up, then I know things are, there we go, worked out okay. So all of that gives us what we got. Power bracelet, so we can pick up every object. I can run, I can jump, I can dig stuff up. And now I've got flippers. So I can go pretty much anywhere in the game I want to. We're actually going to start with Dungeon 8. And if you see that little, I can't even scroll up to it. I got that one map tile unlocked in the top left corner. That's what that screen warp way back at the start of the game did, is it unlocked this warp zone right by Dungeon 8. Get out of here. Aha. Usually that bird gets me on my way back. Screw warp here. I'm gonna screw one more time in. All right, good. So we got all that. That's not what I wanted, but the mini boss is not in my way. So I'll take that. So that's Turtle Rock halfway done. We got the magic rod. I don't have to go do all of that puzzling to go get that. I want to go right back where we started. Screen warp right here. Walking on all these tiles that are just there for decoration. You're not meant to really get there vanilla in any way. They're just there to fill out the screen, but they're very convenient for speedrunning purposes. Grab this magic round. And we're going to super jump here. Because I could get up to the top, but I want the extra space from being at the bottom. Get away from me. Fun thing about doing a dungeon, get away from me. Dungeon 8 first is this boss is gonna one-hit me. Deals 4 hearts of damage. Oh, really? Yeah, okay. Sure. Just die back under with 1 hit point. That's fine. Give me that. Alright, 1 dungeon done. We've got a lot of item collecting to do before we head to Dungeon 7. And we'll see a little bit more of the next dungeon. We really just got in and out very quickly in Turtle Rock. Jump. Now for super jumps, I usually use like the sword or the magic rod, but you can use the bow too. And that hallway is just a little bit too wide. I've got to do the 4 funny looking jumps there, or I can't get out of bounds. There's our secrets to shell in Dungeon 1. Like I said, that's Dungeon 1. This room's Dungeon 1. This room's not Dungeon Run. This one's, that room's near the Armo Shrine. Now we just save and clip back to here. And I don't have the clip. Let's try that again. Here we go. All right, and this is our first visit with the Mad Batter. When I mash through these text boxes, the screen's gonna flicker quite a bit. So you may wanna look away for about 1.5 to 2 minutes. I'll let you know when we're done here. The Mad Batter, if you're not familiar with them, gets very upset if you wake them up from their deep slumber. And as punishment, he curses you. It makes you carry way more ammo than you could before. Jump. There you go. So the first one, we got a lot more magic powder. Then we're going to upgrade our bombs and our arrows. And again, the 3 rooms, since of course they're related, the developers put them right next to each other in game data. But if I were to go out of any of these exits, they're really nowhere near each other. One of them's basically on the, I think the southernmost, the bottom row of map tiles, I think. One of them is the one where we went to way up on top, and then one of them's in the forest near where you start the game. Oi. Alright, we're done with the Mad Batter for now. So no more flicking quite like that for a little bit. Right back out the stairs. Oops. Now we entered this cave. Where are we? Top of the map? Yeah, you can see we're on that second highest row on the world map. Come on. That bat is out for me today. Here we go. There's a Dungeon 7 key. And just to show what all of that screen warping skipped, it skips this room, which is actually a skip for this room where you stay in bounds for your inbound speedrunning categories. Where you kind of just hover and keep jumping on the air using, you think the hook shot, I think you can use the mushroom in this version as well, but I haven't run that category in a long time. There's our good friend Luigi Mario, the green brother. they're taking care of chickens. One of a few cameos in this game. Princess Peach is also hanging out somewhere in the game. And we'll see Wart from Super Mario 2 here after Dungeon 4. Let's see, where are we now? We're on the very top part of the map. This room, this cave's on the very bottom part of the map. So we just jumped over the entire world map. But it still thinks I'm on that first room because I haven't actually left the cave and re-entered it. And now we're back on the far left part of the map. So just 3 completely different sections of the map in a couple of rooms there. Whoop, whoop. There's my bracelet. And only for these tiles, you can grab that top right corner. Is some sort of a glitch, something got left in the code there. And we're going to save our friend Taryn, who may or may not look like Mario. I didn't really pick up on it as a kid, but he is referred to as Mario in a couple of things I've read. But it went right over my head as a kid. Head back into town. Give me that screen reward. Thank you. So we've got to learn all 3 songs that you can play on the ocarina in this game. It's not the first time that you had an instrument you could play in the series, but it is the first time that the songs really tied into the story in kind of a meaningful way. It's also very important in the speedrun that you don't mash B here. You gotta mash A, or you're gonna cancel the text box and do all this over again. It'd be very, very sad. There we go. We're done running around for now. We can head back on our way to Dungeon 7. Go out of bounds in this cave, because right next door is staircase 2, Dungeon 7. Just like that. There it is. Nope. Ooh, You can unlock that from the side. I missed it. It's okay. There's a Goomba and an anti-Kirby is what those are called. But it's trying to do the same thing. It's trying to eat me, and I don't think it takes my powers at this time, but it'll definitely deal a ton of damage. Flip that switch is gonna let us skip everything we would need to do to get that shield. Flip the switch again, just so I can get up here. What you're meant to do is grab that big metal ball and knock down 4 of those pillars. But we don't got time for that today either. I told you we'd see Dungeon 7. I didn't tell you we were going to do Dungeon 7. So what you're meant to be here, see here, is a 2D platforming section where you're on top of a tower to fight this boss. Since we screen warped in, we missed the loading trigger for the sprite, so that's why the tower looks the way it does. And since we're not in 2D platforming mode, ooh, that's close. I can walk on the skybox, making this fight very, very easy. hop down here because the door doesn't work when it looks like that. Oh, look what I've done. Oh, look what I did. Hold on. Hang on. Oh, look what I did. I get to do that again. You can't walk on lanterns. I can't glitch my way out of that one, unfortunately. I think I need to flip the switch. Maybe not, but we're gonna. Nope, that's okay. That'll do. There we go. First try. We got two things to pick up on our way to Dungeon 6, but one of them is not the Dungeon 6 key. It's going to be the very last thing we get, actually. But we don't need it to actually get in. We're going to find another way in besides the front door. Now that last room with the heart container, that one's pretty easy to find, I think. You're gonna end up in a room where all you can do is dive under the water. You're probably going to explore it until you find something. This next heart container, or piece of heart, I have no idea how you're meant to find it unless you're just checking every tile in the game. So if you're missing exactly one thing, I can almost guarantee you it's this. At this screen, on this screen, right there. That's alright. It's nice if I can get a couple extra screen warps while I'm swimming, because swimming's a little bit slower. But the timing's also very different because your movement speed's different, your acceleration's different, everything's just a little bit off. So I'm not gonna fuss about it too much. Thank you. Alright, so now we're in Dungeon 6. That's a chest that's in Dungeon 6. This is a secret staircase that takes you to the raft minigame to get that seashell. And now I can save and quit till the start of Dungeon 6. Yeah, I told you, we're not gonna need a key. We generally don't use the front door, except for Dungeon 7. Oh, I guess in Dungeon 5 we do too. Oh. There we go. Put a level 2 bracelet. So now I could pick up those big statues in the middle, because now I'm, my power bracelet's gone even further beyond, but we don't have time for that either. We're just gonna screen warp over it. To the right. To the right. All right. One. Oh, I'm not gonna get 3 now. Nah, that's okay. You can usually get 3 hits in before the fight even starts. But that second one, that just, I guess I didn't mash. I don't know how I didn't mash good there, but it just didn't drop in time. That's okay. There we go. Easy peasy. 6 5s. Let's see. Ooh, so, especially if you're familiar with 3D Zelda speedruns, you're probably expecting some sort of a glitch or a trick involving bombs. And you use bombs a lot in your inbounds categories, but for this category, this is the only time we're going to see the glitch. But bombs can replace pretty much everything in Link's Awakening. The ocarina is completely optional, because anytime you need to play music, you can just blow things up instead. Because that's definitely way more fun, I suppose. Anytime you need to trigger a cutscene and do any kind of side quest, you can trigger the cutscene with bombs. Including, like, if you gotta go wake up the walrus, you don't need to bring your friend over for that. You can just use bombs for that. You can use it to get into the Windfish Egg. You can use it to open up Turtle Rock. You can use it for a lot of different things. We're going to use it to go fishing. Oop. As soon as I dig up this seashell. Oopsies. There we go. So, there's a cutscene in this room where you trade away your fishing hook and then get the next catch, which happens to be the mermaid's necklace. And instead of going to get the fishing hook, we're just going to drop some bombs there into what is a bottomless pit. The game treats it as a bottomless pit. And by dropping 2 bombs in a 4-frame window, which is real easy to do, you can just mash it there on the bottomless pit. We skip all but the last 3 or 4 items in the trading sequence in this game. Because there, I've already traded away the necklace for mermaid skill. So I'm pretty much done with that side quest. So, as I was saying earlier, 100% in this game is relative. We're doing 100% of the things, we're just not doing 100% of the things to do those side quests. Oh, nice jump, there we go. And then, ooh. Drop my... Get out of my way. Alright, so, when you solve certain puzzles in this game... Whoops. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was bad. Like, say, pushing these blocks together, you get a secret item to drop. So in this room, the secret item is a small key. And if you scream over to the side, you get the hook shot instead. Because this secret item is the hook shot. And that's going to let me skip all 4 mini-boss fights in Dungeon 5, which is huge. Unfortunately, the boss is still waiting there to fight me, so we'll have to figure out some other way to skip him. I'm gonna be very sad if I don't grab this chest. 'Cause I need the money. There we go. Now, if you watch the menu, you're gonna notice it's, when I hit it, come on. Come on. That might be too much on the screen right now. You know what? Hang on. Let's get a clean room, because I think the lag was messing with me there. Seriously? There we go. See, that's how the menu was lagging when it opened up. By pausing the game, right when I shoot the fireball, the game board's gonna keep drawing fireballs on the screen until it hits the sprite limit. And if you do that right on the edge of the screen, nothing in the next room can spawn. There's just no room in the Game Boy's memory for 16 fireballs plus whatever's in the next room. So you can use that to clear out any room where the doors are locked until you defeat everything, because there's nothing there. You can also usually spawn any boss in the game. I wouldn't have to fight this boss, I wouldn't have to fight any of them, wouldn't have to fight the final boss sequence, but since it's 100%, I do need the heart container that drops. Got one more grab should do it. Come on. There we go. That is the cleanest that fight has gone for me in a long time. It's really quite simple. But even if I had like Piece of Power, Level 2 Sword, Game Genie Code, it's gonna take 8 hits to take that boss fight down. And what you have to remember to do, what I forgot, took me like a week to figure out what I was doing wrong, is you can actually just smash your sword button too fast there and only get 3 hits instead of 4, and that feels bad because that adds so much extra time to the fight that's otherwise super easy. You just want to pace your sword swinging there. There's nothing like a speedrunning trick where going too fast makes you go way, way slower. There we go. I went in the cave, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just want to be able to save and quit back to here then, rather than all the way back to Dungeon 5. See, there's the memory scale I already have. Let me turn that in. So that's going to move out of the way. Hey, now I can come down here. Totally legit. Nanto. There's our lens of truth. And now you can see the enemies are in here. And I know what you're saying. Wait, you saw them on the way in. And you're right, because the game doesn't expect you to get there by out of bounds. So it's just checking to see if you have the lens of truth or not, I think is what's going on there. Come on, get out of the water. There you go. Fun with hitboxes. So there's a mini boss in the next room, and its hitbox is active before you can see it. You can do that with bomb arrows too, but the magic rod's more... No, I say that, now that I think about it, I need bomb arrows down here, so I really should use bomb arrows up there. Now that I think about that for 5 seconds. Where's the bracelet? Yep, I have 14 seashells, so I haven't missed any yet. We should be good to go. Now, I know we just got the hook shot. It's a cool item. It's really nice to have, but we're done with it. So I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna hit the screen warp, and I'm gonna get rid of it. Trade it away to this NPC that you can only see if you have the lens of truth, and that's gonna finish up our trading sequence. That's ooh, nice double. 3, 4. Now for our next trip into the kennel world, I need to defeat 6 enemies. I don't think I explained this earlier in the run, but this glitchy mess we're about to see does actually have something resembling logic to it. Because even though none of it visually makes sense, the fact that I can walk on these tiles and come over here, that only happens if I've defeated 6 enemies first. Otherwise, this is usually, usually it's just a solid tile. Sometimes it's a water tile that teleports you somewhere else entirely. That doesn't do any good either. And even if I could get here, the staircase probably doesn't work unless I've defeated 6 enemies. We're done with Dungeon 4, by the way. Easy peasy. Because remember, we were here earlier, right? I already got the flippers. That was one of the first things I got. So those are the only 2 rooms we see on this trip to Dungeon 4. The boss room and the instrument room. Oops, I want to show something off here if I can. Let's see if I get it. Probably not. Nah, that's okay. If I can slash my sword during this cutscene, you can actually kind of wiggle your way to the entrance, saving you 20 pixels of movement. Which is a lot in a Game Boy game. The screen resolution is not that high. Alright, that's song 2, which I'm sure has a name of some sort. When it's not the Windfish Mambo. Oops. I think this is the one thing about speedrunning is, especially if you end up just playing the Japanese version of the game because the text is faster, you might forget story details along the way. You played the game a ton and you don't know anything about it because everything's in Japanese and you can't read it. Like, I picked up the Switch remake and had a lot of fun with it because it was the first time in, I don't know how many years I actually just played the game. There you go. Basic 8 directional movement. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna get her. I'm just gonna bomb arrow it. There we go. And so that leaves 1 piece of heart. Let me just keep an eye on it. After 1 piece of heart, I'd be missing 3 hearts, and I got 3 dungeons left. Yeah, so we're good on those. We're also going to do the signpost maze next, but we're going to skip the maze part of it, go right to the end, as you might imagine. That's our Dungeon 3 key. We skipped another side quest there too. Normally you're meant to go. All right. There you go. You're meant to go to, I think it's Camelot Castle. 5 days, 5 golden leaves, and then you can do a different maze to get your Dungeon 3 key. But that's right, the key looked like one of the golden leaves, is I skipped the side quest. But you can see in my inventory, I've got my slime key over there. And this is going to be another screen where the flashing is very intense. So I'll give everybody a second here. Because as soon as I go on to this next screen, this focus is going to be pretty bad for about a minute. But there's our good buddy Wart from Super Mario Bros. 2. About a quarter of him. And we get to see his face for half the time. And he still gets to sing. His 2 little frog buddies don't look too good either. But don't worry about it. We're going to see the rest of Wart in Dungeon 2. It'll be totally fine. That's our last song for the ocarina. You wanted that screen whip? That's okay. I wanted that one too, to be honest. We're good on seashells. I didn't forget anything today. Unlike when I was practicing during Bugsnax and I forgot to go to the shop at all. That was cool. Didn't do any shopping at all. 1, 2. I'm gonna assume I got it, but if I fall into an empty room, nah, we're good. So you're definitely not meant to be able to shoot fireballs on this boss. That makes the first phase very easy. You still need a sword in order to split them apart, though. And then eyeballs, as you might imagine, are weak to fire. Boom, 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 boom. So if you're very familiar with the Game Boy version of this game, you've noticed every time I've gone to the Kenner World, the glitchy area that we're in is actually supposed to be Dungeon 2. Can I get this? There we go. It's a glitchy version of Dungeon 2, which is where we're headed to next. So we're actually going to see what that place actually looks like for a couple of screens. But first I do need to grab my last 2 seashells and upgrade my sword. Oops. Inventory. Left link. And I stress level 2 sword because the manual, I want to say Nintendo Power and the Player's Guide, none of them call it the Master Sword because we're not in Hyrule. We're on Colin Isle. Totally different place. The owl that I keep using the Fire Rider glitch to skip That's also a different owl. I'm gonna skip him one more time here. There we go. You can see I'm counting to 6 again. So we got one more trip to the Kennel World here. It's important you let the sprite disappear all the way, or it doesn't count. Especially if you're using the fire rod, you've got to let the sprite finish disappearing. See, this is all Dungeon 2. This room's Dungeon 2. These next couple of rooms are all Dungeon 2 too. Give me the screen warp. Okay, now I'll just run through. So I'm gonna take these stairs. Now we're actually in Dungeon 2. And we're done staying in bounds in Dungeon 2. If you screen warp in a 2D platforming section, game has no idea what to do with itself. So now I'm swimming. I'm gonna actually not swim in the middle because I hit a brand new glitch earlier. I'm gonna swim back up here. And I told you we're gonna see Ward again. There he is. See? Told you there was a little bit more to him than that. If I come over here and touch the wall, everything freezes. That's really cool. I need the bracelet too while I'm over here manuing. There we go. Now, fun trick with this bottle. If you throw it out of bounds, it breaks instantly. And if you're wherever the game thinks you are now, everything's out of bounds. There's no inbounds. There's our heart container. I'm gonna swim over here. There we go. I really don't know what the game's doing there. I wish I knew where the game thought you were. Because all the graphics load in fine. That's usually the first thing that goes wrong. Is it doesn't know what sprites to load in. That part went fine. It's just everything else doesn't make any sense anymore. Oh, look at that. Okay. I was stuck in the wall. I'm gonna let the owl, show up here. That's fine. So next is Dungeon 1, right? First dungeon of the game. It's right next to Maid Village. It's also right underneath Maid Village. How are we doing on time? You know what? Looks like we're doing okay on time. So we'll let that scene play out. Hey! There's our friend the Flying Rooster. We're gonna have him hang out with us for the till the end of the game. Got it. Got the one hit. Nice. So that's the Dungeon 1 boss done. But the instrument room's not up there because we're out of bounds. So the dungeon's not built properly. If I actually go up a room there, I get nice and soft locked super good. So we're gonna come. All right. No. Okay. I don't know what that was. I've done that while using the fire rod trick to get in the room. I've never had to do it just walking into the room. Because I was just going to fight him. Because I was worried about that happening. Okay. Twice. Okay. Twice in one run. Never seen it before. Just get it twice in run. Sure. I think I'm gonna have to use the fire rod here. It's gonna keep doing that. There we go. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. So we're done. We got all the instruments. Went from the end of the game to the start of the game. All that's left now is I'll pick up 2 more items, and then I'm done with 100%. And then go to the windfish egg. Hold up. Wait. Nope, don't want to talk to the owl, because that's actually a long one. If I wanted to do that, I'd never been able to do it. I'm just gonna walk out this time. I'll just run, even. Just so I don't run the risk of doing that again. Everything's terrible. It's okay. The game's telling me it's time to go do Dungeon 2. That's what that cutscene's about. Supposed to go find Bow Wow and then use Bow Wow to go to Dungeon 2, but we already did all that. So this is the last dungeon of the game, is this house. It's a very nice house. There's not too many houses in this game that are 2 screens wide, so that's pretty neat. Oh, look at our flying rooster friend. He turned back into a skeleton. I gotta pick up the Dungeon 6 key, so we're gonna go back out of bounds here. I can just run it out from here. Whoop. Ow. All right, we're done with 100%. Now all we're gonna do is run the credits. And we're gonna skip to the end of the windfish egg. Swing up here, swing up here. Grab my bombs to see if we get this. Yeah, we did. So by dropping X number of bombs there, as you come in, you skip the boss monologue. Problem is this skip, I'm not that good at, but I probably got 1 hit in there. I don't know what that trick's called. I'm just gonna call it the wiggle. If you hit that dot with the sword just right, and you just wiggle, just left and right on the D-pad, it'll start taking damage. And then this is we've seen this in plenty of Zelda games. First 2 hits are free. I can reflect those every time they deal damage. Now it is 50% chance. It's a coin flip if I can actually reflect this magic or not. 50%. You gonna be nice to me today? Hey! 4 for 4. We take those around here. And a spin slash there. It's gonna stun lock that boss. Easy. All done there. Level 2 sword and boots makes quick work of this. And that takes, 1 hit from anything. I can't believe I mistimed that. That's gonna leave us the last phase here against Deathel. 16 arrows to the eyeball. When the eyeball opens, he'll take it out. Oh, my rooster. I didn't screen warp in. I don't have my rooster friend. Oh, no. That's okay. If you screen warp into this boss fight, rather than take the drop like I did, you can actually fly around on a rooster. Wow, and one-shot this boss with the boomerang. Can you, can your hitbox, work for a minute? Thank you. And then time's gonna be when the screen fades to white, when I hug the wall here, and when the text box appears. Move up and to the right, and frame perfect move it to the ladder, and that's time. I meant to bring our rooster friend there. Because one of the hidden tricks you can do, and it has very little usage in a vanilla run, but it works so well in the final boss, is you throw the boomerang and you fly around on your rooster, and the boomerang can't return to you, so you just hover over to the boss until it's dead. I'm sorry I didn't get to show it off. But otherwise, that's it for Link's Awakening. I think it's Spyro next, correct? So stay tuned for Spyro.
All right, welcome to everyone who just tuned in for the end of that wonderful Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening run. That was incredible. I hope you enjoyed it. We have one more run that is going to be for the end of what that was the Thursday schedule of that day, which is going to be Spyro the Dragon 120%. But before we get to that, we're going to take one quick little break so everyone can get a chance to stretch and get some food and everything like that. And we'll see you. All right, welcome back to our presentation of our PAX East speedruns from just a few weeks ago. You'll see here on the screen now, there are a list of runs that we were showcasing on what was the Thursday of that event. Do not worry, these times are not accurate. Those were times for the event in person, not for right now, so do not fret. You are not behind or anything like that. No worries. So far, we've gotten through Resogun, Bugsnax, and The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, all incredible runs. We had one more run that was left from the Thursday, which was one of my personal favorite games of all time, which is Spyro the Dragon 120% run by Debian Chan. So we're going to get started with that run in just one moment. Going to go over one quick announcement here, which is, of course, that if you are interested and are enjoying this PAX East content, good news is we have some more for you tomorrow. We're essentially going to be running Thursday and Friday's runs today, and then we're going to be doing Saturday and Sunday's runs tomorrow. So that will be starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, and make sure you tune in if you're enjoying this. But without further ado, let us check out the excellent presentation of Spyro the Dragon 120% by Debian Chan.
Oh, sweet.
All right. Can we get some love for Spyro in the audience here? Nice. Very nice. All right. So I'm Debian Sean, and to my left here is my buddy Praise Big Dog. We're going to be running the 120%, that's the full completion Spyro run today. So I'll give you a countdown here, right? All right. 3, 2, 1, let's go. So the 120 run is full completion, as I said. We'll be collecting 14,000 treasure, 80 frozen dragons and crystal, and a dozen eggs. I only realized it was a dozen a little while ago. I've been running this game for a while, and I didn't get that joke. But we're going to be collecting our first dragon here. His name is Nestor. He's the only unskippable dragon.
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro. Free 10 dragons.
He's actually kind of boring.
Then find the balloonist. He'll transport you to the next room.
Anyway, Praise, you want to tell me about what I'm about to do here?
Yeah, so right after we grab Nestor, we're going to get a couple gems here and enter into a level that's actually a bit of a secret. It's something that much later in the game, a different dragon, if you ever listen to their dialogue, he'd tell you, hey, what about those stones in the artisan's homeworld? And if you hop on all of them, you see this wall drops and you get to Sunny Flight. That's our first flight level in the game, and there's one in each homeworld, and they work a little bit differently than the rest of the levels in the game. Essentially, the gimmick's right there in the name. It's a flight level, and Spyro can free fly through this. He's going to want to collect all the objectives in the level before that timer in the top right drops to 0. For speedrunners, that timer's not really much of a concern. Instead, there are intricate movements like the subtle camera manipulation that's going on here to sort of fix where these planes are so you can get a more direct route from one to the next. And mechanics like the fact that flying lower in the level actually makes you fly faster for some reason.
So we're going to collect these planes here. Get this one guy who's a little bit out of cycle, but... and then continue on here. So these flight levels are a little different, as Praise just said. These are the only levels you can free fly on, and so the movement is a little bit different. I just got this controller, in fact, just yesterday. I'm used to playing on a PlayStation controller, and usually that doesn't matter. But for a PlayStation 1 controller, like this one, sorry, I gotta focus here. You get very slightly different movement on corners, like dropping from top to the bottom to the right in flight levels. So it's a little bit different than I'm used to.
And just like that, we're done with our first level. So now the game kind of begins in earnest, where we see a lot of what's going to happen for the rest of the run. Well, hopefully not that, but we see a lot of what's going to happen for the rest of the run. You're going to see flaming and charging, jumping around, and freeing dragons.
We get to skip them now, though. Nestor's the only one we had to listen to. That's why we talked over him.
So our little friend that we're missing here is a buddy called Sparks, and you might have noticed that he disappeared as we took damage. He's essentially our health meter as well as our gem collection tool. If you don't have Sparks, you have to touch the gems manually, but when we recover him, you'll see that he can grab those for us. There he is.
You know, I love this level, Dark Hollow. It's such a vibe.
Oh, it's really good. It's got one of my favorite rooms in the game as well.
Coming up right here, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's something about a circular room that's lit kind of purple. Very cool. So you'll notice we've got a key there that we've grabbed. Shortly we'll use that to unlock a sort of new kind of chest, a key chest. Much later in the game, we're going to see that the key isn't always necessary in order to get these key chests open. But early on, they keep things simple. You definitely got to grab that key. And once you approach this chest having the key, first sends us some gems for you.
Later on, we're going to take a little bit of a page out of Lockpicking Lawyer, and not take some of the keys to get those chests open. So one thing you're going to see is a lot of these gems here scattered about on the ground, but we also need to defeat some of these enemies to get the gems. So this guy, you see he drops a gem. Those guys drop some gems. So when we complete this game, and we do the 14,000 treasure we need to get, we need to defeat basically every single enemy And they all have different characteristics. So a lot of this game is knowing about where all the loose gems are, how all the enemies drop their gems in very specific ways, and how best to route it. So although we'll be collecting 14,000 treasure, we need to know a lot more than just where 14,000 gems are. But we're going to try to make it look easy here.
I mean, one of the interesting things about this run is just that. It's like mostly knowledge and movement based. There's not sort of major glitches going on. It's just do the game quickly.
So we're entering the boss level for Artisans,
Yeah,
huh?
to that end, we're already at the boss level for the first homeworld. That's Toasty. It's
Some of the routing is kind of fun here. So we have a few more levels we have to get through. Bosses in Spyro 1 are a little bit... They're not like video game bosses. We have to flame someone 3 times and then, well, we beat him. If you played this game as a kid, you may remember this level. This level is a very difficult level casually. Even as a speedrunner, it's a bit difficult. See, I made a little mistake there, maybe you saw. Made a little mistake there. Let's go back, pick up that red. But the boss itself, not that hard. It's only this part at the beginning, which we're basically through now.
Yeah. So this dragon here that we're freeing would tell us that Toasty is one of Nasty Nork's most devious henchmen, I believe. And you take a look at him and you can see sort of why. That guy's a little spooky. But cruise through, give him 2 flames, and you find out it's actually just a sheep on stilts. Somehow pulling the rank of most devious in Nasty Nork's army.
And just like that, we beat the boss. There we go.
Quick and easy.
All right, coming out here, we're actually going to go into, I think, you know, I'm sorry everyone, this is probably the most boring level in the run. I don't know, there's not much going on here. It's supposed to be the first level you enter, and we route it 4th, but however, it is a very fun level. It's sunny, it's bright, it's saturated.
The music is really bumping. And it's a good showcase of sort of just exactly that movement that we were talking about. You're just going to be sort of using every bit of the sort of intended mechanics in not exactly an intended way. For instance, that somersault you just saw usually happens if Spyro is sort of up on something, climbing something he's not supposed to. It's just a mechanic to make him drop back down, but we use it actually to gain more height and get up here where we're not supposed to be yet. Coming up, we're going to see a new type of enemy. That's going to be our first egg thief. That guy on the distance there.
He's taunting us. We can dispatch him pretty easily.
Yeah.
That guy runs around the top of this level here. If you ever played this game casually, you probably remember chasing him around. But we can get him pretty easily. In fact, all of these egg thieves we can get pretty easily.
So, with regards to the egg thieves, and just something you'll see throughout the run in general, is just Debbie putting on display an intimate knowledge of how Spyro's flame works. Essentially, when you use your flame as Spyro, you get a cone of damage in front of you that stays in front of you for the length of his flame. So if you're moving, it moves with you. You can then sort of do your flame before you even get to an enemy, charge towards them, and push your flame out. For a lot of these thieves, we're going to use that strategy and get them before they can even take 1 or 2 steps away.
All of this goes to show that the movement and actually all the mechanics in Spyro are very simple. And what I'm doing here is chaining them together really almost frame perfectly. We have like 1 or 2 frames that we can do some of these techniques on, get our positioning right, and the run is just an hour and 45 minutes of that. That allow us to just stretch out our movement just a little bit, and in the end save, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes from the run, from like a basic casual run.
Well, I mean, some of us take a little longer to do it casually. This was another one of my favorite rooms. Again, circular room, lots of gems, very cool.
Now we're gonna dive down here to this well. Nice hidden dragon. Another key here. Just like that.
So one thing you'll notice.
There we go.
One thing you'll notice is Debian here is using the menuing to exit the levels. That's just honestly quicker in most cases. If you route the levels such that you get the gems as quickly as possible, you can just exit the level via menu instead of using the whirlwind at the end of the level. That'll be important because by the end, and with regards to Toasty, we have these dragon heads that contain levels. For those, you actually need to enter whirlwinds in order to get them to open.
This is actually a very fun category that's maybe a little bit newer. It's starting to show its age now, but called Vortex, where you enter the all levels cheat code and you just ignore all the collectibles. So it's like the opposite of what I'm doing here. And you go in every single level and you run from the start straight to the end. It's a very interesting category. There are a lot of tricks. I just forgot. Nope. Okay. I was too excited about Vortex.
Yeah.
Now let's go in Town Square. Yeah, Vortex is a very cool category. There are a lot of tricks. There are a lot of very flashy things going on. And it takes a lot of skill, very precise movement to go through.
Yeah, that's one where you're more likely to look at it and have a real sort of fundamental disconnect as to why suddenly Spyro is on the other side of the map or through a wall or something.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I remember correctly, this level is supposed to be a glide tutorial kind of level, right?
Mm-hmm. You want to tell me about gliding?
Yeah, so essentially, Spyro has he has the ability to jump. And then when he jumps, if you press jump again, he'll start to glide. There's a lot of intricate mechanics with regards to momentum conservation that get larger jumps and allow you to glide further. Very well done.
I don't think you've ever seen that backup.
Yeah, I have not seen that. But on the whole, gliding sort of does what it says on the tin. You jump and you glide. There are things we can do, and for those in the audience, maybe if you listen real close, you'll be able to hear Debbie sort of getting a single frame of charging in there, getting that in the mix. That adds to the momentum, gets your glide just a little bit further, and allows you to make some of these jumps that are a little more precarious with relative ease.
We're going to be making use of that throughout the run. In fact, most glides I do are that charge glide that Reyes was just talking about there. There are like maybe one or two where you just do a standard glide. It really opens up a lot of platforming possibilities. And there we go.
So now we're done with this homeworld just about, right?
Mm-hmm. We have 20 more gems to collect. And we get to go to the balloonist. The balloonist Marco, he's going to take us to the next homeworld. We just got to charge a little through here. There are 2 guys we left live. Okay, they're gone. And now we just got to pick up these free gems here. There we are. And there we go, we got Marco. He's super excited that we've been freeing dragons, and he takes us to the next homeworld.
14 minutes in, and we're done with the first homeworld already.
Nice.
Thank you. So
I
now,
love the music in this homeworld.
So now if I say bless you, will you explain what that means?
So, we're gonna free this dragon. I want you to listen to the sound this enemy here makes when I kill him. Doesn't that sound like someone violently sneezing?
It does to me, now that you've mentioned it, and I'll never unhear it.
A friend of the channel, Gladbags, pointed it out to me, and I can't unhear it either.
All right. Night Flight, that's our second flight level, and I think one of the cooler ones. It's also sort of casually the first one you would find, and thus the easiest one. What I mean by that is that every objective you have to collect here, the rings, the lighthouses, the chests, they're all stationary. Debbie, you want to tell us what that means?
If I screw up here, it's completely my fault. You know, we say that, but I did have some controller issues once.
That is true. Hence the new controller. But most typically, on a level like this, what you get is speedrunners knowing that Spyro's flame is a cone and trying to touch these objectives with just the very edge of that cone. And they get sometimes a little overzealous, turn too hard, or start making that line a little too tight, and don't actually touch the objective they're aiming for. That's really where the errors would come on this sort of a level. But for the most part, it's a pretty clean flight, pretty fun one too.
Has good music too.
Yeah, right? I mean, the music in the whole of the game is pretty dang good. I would imagine somebody relatively well-renowned contributed to that, right?
I think it was the drummer to the Police. His name was Stuart Copeland. He, after getting out of a band with Sting, he started writing some video game music and some movie music, and Spyro the Dragon was one of them.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. So there you'll notice we got that egg piece before he even took a single step. Pretty brutal.
There we go. I was gonna make that.
That was clean.
That jump is deceptively tight. Deceptively tight. So something that you may see me doing, sort of glancing at a part of the screen here, when I see a gem count, because we have to collect 14,000 treasure, we need to collect every single gem, and if we miss one, it's bad. So I have some gem counts memorized throughout the levels, between levels, and it's good to have that, because if you've missed a gem and you get to the end of the game and you don't realize it, well, we don't get to enter it's a bit of a spoiler, but the final level in the game. We'll talk about that in a bit. Dragons already. Quarter of the way through.
That's pretty quick. Oh man.
I love that movement.
Yeah. That leap of faith though is can be pretty daunting. I know casually it took me about a whole day to figure out where the intended route was there.
This game has the very 90s platformer vibes of you just gotta figure it out.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't tell you.
Nice. So,
all right, so coming up,
yeah, please.
Coming up here, we're going to do, this level's a little dry, dry canyon. So we're going to do a little bit of a cool movement here that's going to reroute some of the level and really save 30 seconds. It's called spin jumps. I'm about to do that right here. Let's take away some of these enemies here. And then you'll see me spin and jump. That's a pretty good name for the technique. I'm not supposed to be able to make that jump. It's a very 90s platformer sort of thing to have something that looks like you should be able to make it, that you're not able to make casually, and then to have a speedrunner be able to do it.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the benefit of understanding the movement in the game and of being a speedrunner is that you get to sort of circumvent that 90s platformer idea of, all right, well, just double back when you're at a higher elevation, or, now that you can do this thing, why don't you circle back and get all the stuff that you missed? Well, for speedrunners, especially for Spyro speedrunners, you're eking out every little, pixel, every little frame that you can from the movement exactly as it was, put in the game, to begin with. and you end up not having to double back at all. You find that, oh, sorry, developer, that was actually totally within my reach.
Ooh, a little sound glitch. Sometimes that happens.
Whoa.
It's cool, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now, on to one of my favorite levels, Clifftown.
Yeah. Now, Clifftown's a real highlight for the whole double back when you're at a higher level and glide down to that platform you couldn't quite reach. Except that, again, we're just going to go ahead and reach all those platforms.
Like that one. You're not supposed to know about these gems at the beginning here. It's a little bit tricky to do that. But make it look easy, right?
Yeah, act like you weren't sweating profusely. Jumping that chasm, getting up here to get these gems, all things you're not really intended to do, but apparently it's allowed.
A lot about it is just about eking out that momentum. So one thing you'll see me doing here is hopping quite a bit. And if I am in the air and I charge, that sparks me that. If I'm in the air and I charge, then I get basically full momentum immediately. Ooh,
whoa.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Okay.
I think we got
Thank
through
you,
that.
ma'am. Can I have another?
As I was saying though, if you charge from in the air, you get basically full momentum, whereas if you start from a standstill and charge, it takes about 2 seconds to get up to full momentum. And so I do these single frame jumps and then charge to get full momentum a lot more easily.
This is your favorite part of the run, right?
It is, yeah.
Just put the controller down, take a little stretch,
and back at it.
Right back in.
That's the time you get to look at chat in the speedrun.
Now these birds, they've got weird hitboxes, right?
They do.
They kind of, it's the kind of thing where they clip through the bottom of where the model actually looks to be. And so you can kind of just charge under them, past them, or if they're still sitting on the post, you can charge the post.
Just like that.
And you'll get that gem homing in.
That guy's Marco. He has a Brooklyn accent.
Ah yes, the Brooklyn Dragon, Marco.
And so you saw me go all the way up to the highest point in the level. In fact, that's what Marco was telling us, that we were at the highest point in the level. But now we're back at the bottom, collecting these last 10 gems there. And we're out.
Just like
Usually that level would require a lot of backtracking, but with the speedrun route, it's actually pretty easy, pretty quick.
Yeah, you made it look easy. I bet I could do that.
I think you could. Anyone can be a speedrunner.
Yeah. That anyone could. Oh boy, I think we're about to enter another boss level, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm a little scared.
I don't think you have to be. This is a very friendly and fashionable kind of boss.
Yeah.
And he's a doctor, so you can trust him.
Oh yeah, right. Probably has a PhD.
Now, I mentioned Dr. Shemp as a fashionable boss. He's got some interesting clothing going on, especially for what appears to be a bit of a desert level. He's, in fact, got something of a fan following, I guess.
At least some
and you count yourself amongst them, right?
I might be exclusively that. A lot of speedrunners think this level is boring. It's kind of short. I really like it though. Because look at this boss. Alright, we have to free Tron though. He's gonna warn us about the boss. Don't worry about him. Look at this boss go. Look at this boss though.
Look at this guy.
Look at that fashion. He's wearing metal sandals.
Metal sandals. Honestly, we love the metal sandals, but his shades also.
Oh, that's true.
I really quite like the shades. The metal apron I could take or leave though.
And here we go.
Boom. Another boss done.
Alright, we gotta clean out one more level here.
Ah, yes. It's my favorite level in the second homeworld.
It's a little bit of a weird one, right? I don't quite get why they would put an icy level in like a desert-themed homeworld, right?
Well, I'll have you know.
Okay.
Being a desert is not about being hot. I believe the developers of this game were giving a little nod to the fact that Antarctica is actually the world's largest desert, because it's actually precipitation, or lack thereof, that decides whether a given environment or biome is a desert or not. I think it's a neat little concept to have a whole desert and arid kind of homeworld. And you just throw in an icy one, just like, hey, by the way, it's not about the heat. It's about the humidity.
See, Spyro is an educational game.
Yeah, 90s edutainment.
This is also a pretty cool level anyway, the platforming.
Well, I
it
was gonna
feels
say,
very big.
The other thing I really like about this level is that you kind of do it backwards if all goes well. And so you get to see this aspect of the dragon collection that we haven't yet mentioned. It's the fact that every time Spyro collects a dragon, he walks to a certain spot relative to that dragon in order to have that cutscene, which we skip, but Spyro still moves to that spot anyway. And because he's walking to that spot, it's slower than the charging we're doing as sort of our more or less default movement. So we want to get as close to touching that dragon, near to the spot where Spyro would walk for his little cutscene, his little chit-chat. That means there's a sort of optimal side on which to free that dragon. And because you're doing this level backwards, and freeing the dragons typically is just sort of the in front of it is the place where you'd want to collect that dragon, you end up having to dodge around the dragon and do some rolls, and interesting sort of dragon collection geometry goes on here.
Green gem. You'll see me do that right here, approach him from the left like that, because this is where he walks, it's the closest thing. We'll get that gem later. And so, as Prez was saying, we're going to go through this level backwards now. So here, look at where I touched this dragon. We're approaching him from the exact wrong side, so we have to do this. Luckily, that puts us further on where we want to go. So we're saving about half a second there, maybe? Like I jumped through that gem, didn't it?
Most interesting red gems of the game. Actually, a lot of the gems in the game. Oh, very well collected.
Thank you.
That gem typically is kind of a pain to collect when you're going backwards because it's just tucked so closely underneath that platform. And Sparks actually only looks for gems sort of on the level with where you're standing or where you're charging. So unless you physically touch that gem, you'd have to land and sort of wait for Sparks to see it or land close enough to it. And now, some cleanup, right?
Yep. 3 more enemies, 2 more spring chests, and 1 more balloonist. These guys are actually a little bit of RNG here. They were not in the best position, but that's all right.
Very sturdy 10th there.
Right. And this is Gosnold.
What a name. What a guy.
And he's taking us out of the second homeworld, so that's it done.
Boom. Now, Magic Crafters. There's a fun homeworld. It's where things start to sort of ramp up for the game. You've got a little bit more, a little bit more dynamic enemies. They start to manipulate the terrain and such. You know, moving platforms or, well, mostly moving platforms. I guess they make things into ramps rather than stairs. But additionally, you see Spyro get some power-ups here.
So we've basically exhausted the normal mechanics of this game now, so we need to have some gimmicks. We'll see those, actually not in the next level, I think, but in the level afterwards.
In this, ooh.
Not sure if I got that gem. We'll see.
I'm not sure you did.
We did.
Oh, you did. There's that memorized gem count. So here in Alpine Ridge, we're going to see some of those gimmicks of this homeworld start to come out, where enemies are going to just be moving the terrain around and making life difficult for Debbie. And I get to just talk about it.
And I get to do it.
Now, a lot of the enemies that do things like manipulate the terrain or, you know, if they just sort of attack on a preset pattern, usually that occurs on some kind of cycle. And what Debbie's going to be doing, though I don't ask him to say it out loud as he does the processing, is keeping an eye out in corners of the level and seeing like, ah, yes, this enemy here is attacking that other enemy who is over here. That means I'm at this place in the cycle. So some enemies I know about later must be in this place in their cycle. And based on where the enemies are and what it is they're doing, what the optimal path is, you know, the quickest for speedrunning, is going to change. Pretty neat to have an in-depth knowledge of sort of what literally everyone in the level is doing. Some might call it nosy. Debbie calls it strats.
It's a portion of my brain that I'm never getting back.
Gray matter that you've permanently committed.
Starting to get a little tired here.
Yeah, I mean, there's like several places in the run where you kind of hit a bit of a wall, right? You kind of...
Literally sometimes.
Yeah, you've seen what there is to see. You kind of just feel like, oh, there's so much of this game. A whole 120% of it.
Wow, that guy ran away. He had places to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You kind of, I mean, it's not actually uncommon to forget the round. Yeah. Just collect some gems and give up.
Where am I supposed to go?
Oh, no.
Oh, there.
Right. So that's one of those things where they, I don't know, forgot. Because why would you put collision there? Why would you fly into that wall in the first place? But lucky for us, there isn't collision there. You can fly into that wall. You end up right in front of that thief who's so startled he runs right towards you. Give him a quick flame and you've got an egg there.
Oof.
Yeah.
That position is pretty precise. Sorry, we get to try again. We had an extra life, so I figured something like that would happen. There we go.
Good little showcase of the 2 ways to interact with fireworks chests.
True.
Or, well, 2 of the ways to interact with fireworks chests. You can flame them, in which case they become sort of unbreakable until they've sort of burnt their fuse and they explode and the gem flies out. Or you can just charge them, in which case you take a damage and the gem homes right to you. And now we get to see a supercharge. Well, a supercharge ramp, which is that ramp, and this is a supercharge. Not exactly the way intended, but maybe more useful than the way intended. See, that was a key chest also, and it turns out you can break it with a supercharge rather than getting a key. I don't know that lockpicking lawyer ever necessarily supercharges, but we definitely didn't use a key.
Yeah. The key to that chest is in a kind of awkward place, really at the end of the homeworld. So it's a bit hard to get to.
Oh gosh. Now High Caves, very fun level, but got these nightmare fuel enemies and some pretty complex movement going on here.
I don't think the developers wanted you to charge through there just like we did. I think they wanted to make the spiders more difficult.
Yeah.
That you couldn't do it, but we can do it.
Well, they went for the psychological aspect of difficulty of just like looking at them as a kid will sort of ruin you for a while.
Yeah. Spyro is a psychological horror game.
If you think about it.
Tried to be fancy.
He almost got away.
Yeah, right.
So now, the bit of movement you're about to do, I believe it's called bike caves?
Yes.
And essentially, what you're doing is you're using this supercharge and the momentum you get from it to ramp up some of the geometry in these caves. Oh, incredible. Well done.
Thank you.
And just sort of cruise past a bunch of obstacles and enemies, collecting them as though they were nothing.
Ooh. Just an input there.
Now you've got another power-up here, a super flame. Basically just makes Spyro's flame more or less able to crack whatever.
So usually, I don't think we explained this. There are 2 types of enemies in this game. There are ones that are small, and you can charge them or flame them. There are actually 3 types. There are big ones, which you can only flame, and there are ones that are metal that you can only charge. Unfortunately, spiders are the elusive 4th type, where they're both metal and big, so you can neither flame nor charge them. So we need one of these power-ups to kill them.
Makes sense to me.
Cycle. Okay. And just closing out the level here, we have one more dragon to collect. His name is Cedric.
So we're about to see something that's happened a couple times, which is a clever use of what's called a fan chest. We've already been interacting with these. Those are the things where you flame it 3 times and it sort of explodes out, gives you a gem. But it also has this propeller bit that flies off and becomes a projectile. So if you're flaming the fan chest opposite to an enemy, that projectile will actually home and get that enemy. So we're going to be able to see sort of that happen right here with an egg thief. Bonk. You get a free egg.
Often in the run, you don't really see that, so I did take a little pause there so we could watch it, because it's kind of fun.
Sorry, timer.
All right, out of High Caves into probably my favorite level in the game. Probably.
I thought Sunny Flight was your favorite level.
It's not. It's not. Don't even joke. Into Wizard Peak.
Yeah, I could see why this would be your favorite.
Right. So not only is the music from the Amanda Show, Stuart Copeland also did that music, so he just reused the song, I guess. I don't know. But also, I have a history with this level.
Yeah, I think you do, right? You've spent your 10,000 hours playing this level in particular.
Mm-hmm. So before I started speedrunning this game, I'd been watching a lot of speedruns. I played this game casually, and this a particular speedrun strat that we're coming up on in just a little bit, called a supercharged turnaround. And I thought, like, as a casual player, I've seen enough speedruns, I can do this. I couldn't do it. I spent like 4 hours doing it, and had to look up tutorials, and that hooked me. That hooked me on the speed game.
But that's sort of that's one of those things about speedrunning, right? Even though it took you 4 hours, you got the trick. And now you can do it fairly casually, right?
Hopefully.
Let me not count your dragons before they hatch. From your dozen eggs that you're collecting throughout this one. So that's not how you do it.
There we go, this is how you do it. That's not how you do it either. You're gonna see this for 4 hours, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Settle in.
There we go.
Nice.
So you're supposed to backtrack to get that guy, but by using this supercharge, turning around very precisely and using the wall as a ramp, you can get up there. And it only takes 3 tries.
Yep, that's standard. 3 tries every time. No one here to tell you different.
All right, we took a little death here that warped us back to the last dragon we freed, which conveniently is at the top of the supercharge. Ooh. Gonna do this. Okay. Get enough supercharge momentum by jumping on it in just a certain way that gets us just barely there. You're supposed to chain supercharge to get there, but we can do it with just one.
Yeah, much later on we'll see a whole lot more supercharge abuse going on. Essentially, the game lets you add a supercharge on top of a supercharge, but if you have the sort of right geometry and the right approach to it, you can have enough momentum that just one supercharge will give you the distance and height that you need to get a lot of what was intended to be out of the way. I believe that's our last egg, right?
Yeah, that's number 12. We don't have any more eggs. We're not even halfway through the run. Maybe we're halfway through the run, I don't know. I don't run this game.
1 of 3 objectives done anyway.
There we go.
Now Lucas, is he the guy?
He's the guy.
He tells us about Sunny Flight, doesn't he?
Unfortunately, that was the first level we went in, so we get to skip him.
Yeah, that's the reason why we skip him.
Yeah, every other dragon we skip for other reasons, but Lucas, we already know what he's going to tell us.
Speaking of skipping dragons.
Oh yeah, let's see if we get this. You want to explain what I'm...
Yeah, with some likelihood, we're going to be able to... Nice. We're not going to have to listen to or even see Boldar sort of release there, that dragon's Boldar. That's called Boldar Skip. Essentially, what's happening is you get your camera stuck on some of the geometry such that it can't pass through the portal and thus triggers the level load. In that time, while the camera's catching up, Spyro goes ahead and touches Boldar's platform, prompting the game to say, Boldar's been released. Unfortunately, for Boldar, the camera then gets into the level, Crystal Flight, and we don't even have to see him sort of rumble and see Spyro shake to the particular spot on the floor. If you miss, of course, getting Boldar Skip, you fly out of this level, touch Boldar, and then he tries to tell you about the level you've just completed. So it's a little bit of like insult to injury.
Okay, so I missed that thing over there. Let's do this. took the line just slightly too tight. So we have like a dead moment here in the run. There we go.
Nice.
But we're going to see us fly out of this portal. There was a dragon there. There isn't a dragon
Now
here
there's
anymore.
just a pedestal, yeah.
And he's gone.
Consider him skipped.
Now, the first boss level that we're routing at the end of the level, the homeworld.
Blowhard. Blowhard as a boss is a little annoying, and also, what Blowhard is like a tornado wearing a hat.
Yeah.
He's like a beak with a tornado for legs. Blowhard's something or other. And one of the things you might have seen Debbie do with other bosses, and you'll see him do it with a couple of the bosses to follow, is that these bosses do what's called a gem fountain when you defeat them. It's just when a single point on the map is spawning gems. And if you as Spyro roll over that spot, the gems will just sort of automatically home in on you. Sparks will say, oh, I got this. Grab them all. With Blowhard, however, because is on a tornado, the gem fountain is not actually on the ground, and as we said, Sparks can't fully comprehend height and depth. So you get just one of Blowhard's gems that will refuse to home on you, and that's just every speedrunner's worst concept. RNG. It's fully random where that gem will go, and while it's not a ton of time, it is possible you sort of burn a half a second because the gem just flew to the other side of the platform.
Those cycles are quite annoying. I'm a little surprised the death I took wasn't on cycles. Back here for hard.
There he is.
Because I have had plenty of deaths to those cycles.
Yeah.
So I'm taking a little bit conservative here, but just like this, we get rid of Blowhard.
Oh yeah, you'll see. There it is.
One RNG gem. There we go.
Ooh. I always forget this is one of the levels where you actually use the whirlwind.
It's one of the few levels that's faster. And here we go. Tuco the balloonist. He wants us to collect dragon eggs. So along the way, each of these balloonists are trying to get us to collect something. And we collect everything, so we satisfy them, I guess. But Tuco asked us to collect 5 dragon eggs of the 12 that we did collect. He's a little bit strange, a little bit unique. Sorry, I'm thinking of cycles here.
When you don't have the 5 dragon eggs that Tuco wants you to collect, he will offer to actually take you to a level that has a dragon egg that you have not yet collected. And that's actually done at random, I believe. Mm-hmm. It's an aspect of the game that is used again in Vortex, just to make routing that much quicker. You're done with Wizard Peak, you go to Tuco, and he takes you somewhere else.
So this is Terrace Village. Do a few bunks there for good measure. So the gimmick of this level is all these levels are swamp themed, but these Norks, these enemies, have discovered the power of electricity.
You'll see
it's a little bit steampunk.
Yeah, you'll see that they're sort of zapping at you and even electrifying platforms in front of you. Those, of course, happen on a cycle, which, based on sort of how quickly you do the first third of the level, I guess, you'll be on a particular cycle for, what the fastest possible completion for that level is. And there are some things you can sort of do here or there to lose time, but also to sort of cheat your way closer to the edge of those cycles, right? We'll see in a little bit, there's some corner of these things where, similar to not having collision on that wall earlier, there's no damage being delivered, even though there's electricity going on.
We'll see that just a second here.
Now we could have a lengthy discussion about perhaps the capacitance of these parallel plates and the discharge with which the developers intended that the plate operate and what material it's made of. Or we could just say, yeah, they probably just forgot that you might stand there while it's lit up. Very. So that entire stretch was the sort of thing where if you had fallen behind, one of those guys would have just shocked the ground and cost you a bit of time and a bit of health.
Oh, I could have made that. That cycle was pretty tight, but... That's alright, we were in a bad place in the cycle anyway, so use that time wisely. And just like that, out of Terrace Village. All right, Praise, what's our next level?
I don't. Our next level is Wild Flight, isn't it? It's I think it's one of the more peaceful flights, in spite of everything, in spite of sort of it being called wild. You just got some guys going for like peaceful boat rides. You got like a good little like plane stuff going on.
Yeah.
But it's
We're
tough.
just about to mess up their day, right?
We just show up and ruin their day. I mean, but again, with the nice saturated deep blues and the bright green of these electrified arches.
The lovely loud music.
Seems like everyone's having a good day. Well, so Spyro shows up.
I'm having a good day. This might actually be the shortest flight. And we're out.
I was just thinking that. I was like, this one goes pretty quickly.
Doesn't it?
But now we're entering a notoriously difficult level. Probably one of the hardest ones in the game. Oh, before then we rescue one of the best dragons, though.
I'm gonna let him play out. We'll let the timer run.
Spyro, it's great to see you, but I've got to go.
So this guy's name is Cletus, and he's, that's a little bit of lore there. It may seem like he's just randomly saying that. Actually, he might be, I don't know.
No, it's lore.
Cletus is going to appear again. Be on the lookout for Cletus. Cletus 2. He's going to have a different voice.
But yeah, now we enter Misty Bog, and things really sort of turn up in severity, especially for speedrunners. Those plant-like creatures, unclear what they are, they're really punishing for speedrunners because the animation, and hopefully you won't see it, but the animation for them damaging you is that they actually sort of chew you up and really savor, and it burns a good, like, 2-3 seconds. Just
7 seconds.
There it is. 7 seconds of just being hit. They really rub it in. And on the other hand, you have these swordsmen and the frogs that you saw earlier, which is just very quick triggered as far as Spyro enemies go. They are sort of ready to do battle. And at the end of this level, there's a room very notorious room that's chock full of enemies. And I mean, really full. And it wouldn't actually be all that difficult, except for the fact that all those enemies' placement is based on cycles which overlap and just don't play nicely. So when you get there, you just kind of have to deal with it as it comes.
So it's not quite RNG, but it certainly feels like it. It's very hard to control.
But as a nice reprieve, they give you this sort of this little run of enemies. Well, they actually put a couple in, but the way we route it, we get the one big one and the one sort of slightly smaller one. It makes you feel pretty cool, doesn't it?
Yes, I feel very cool right now. Yeah, we're about to see this little run of enemies here. It's very satisfying, casually and in the speed run. Jump up on these little logs here, and then look at all these guys right in a line.
Now that's just Henchman 101.
Right?
Stand in a line.
They learned their kindergarten lessons.
Yeah.
All right, so
Oh.
this coming up here is the hardest room in the game, I think.
Just about.
In the hardest level of the game? Wow. Not only that, there are only 2 fodders in the game, and we just got them. We enter this level already having 1 hit of damage, so.
I don't think we explicitly mentioned, but fodder, by the way, are these small enemies that don't attack you. They are also governed by RNG. Oh, almost hitless. But they're also governed by RNG, and when you defeat a fodder, you have bad time. When you defeat a fodder, though, Sparks will regain 1 health point. If you don't have a Sparks, Sparks will come back as green. If you do have Sparks, the fodder turns into a butterfly, which Sparks then sort of chases around and regains 1 health, going from green to blue or blue to gold. Of course, in the time that Sparks is chasing that fodder, Sparks is not collecting gems for you. So it can be kind of tricky if you've taken damage you don't mean to, and you want to grab a fodder and you're speedrunning. You got to keep in mind sort of, all right, am I going to come on a little run of gems here that's going to be difficult to collect manually? And for Debbie, the answer is always no. All right, so Treetops. Treetops is that level where supercharges just go bananas.
Literally.
The intended sort of idea seems to be that thief you saw at the beginning, you chase him down, ignoring all of this that we've gotten, and all of this which might have stomped you. And if you get stomped, you don't see where that thief went. But what that thief is doing right now is just running across the map, chaining supercharges to gather more and more momentum, and ultimately getting to an area that's casually pretty inaccessible. When you sort of know how the game works, when you can really say you've mastered supercharges, it's laughably trivial to get to this faraway island. It's on the left here, but first we're going to go ahead and do another death abuse. We collected that dragon, and there's some stuff out of the way we want to grab here. At which point, after grabbing it, we take a death and warp back to that dragon, the most recent one we've collected.
I want this life. 6 lives? That's more than I thought I needed. We'll make use of them. Okay, look at this. If you ever played this game as a kid, that just blew your mind.
It's just
You're
that
not supposed
simple.
to be able to do it.
It's just that simple.
It just makes sense.
The intended strategy, again, is to circle the entire map, chaining supercharges, zigzagging left and right, going up one of the supercharges backwards, and then ultimately come at that platform sort of perpendicularly to what we just did. But of course, you can also just use the one supercharge. It's kind of ridiculous.
It's kind of easy. Now, I know of at least 5 more ways to get there that are not the casual way as well.
Every speedrunner way, and again, there are like 6 or 7 of them, is actually easier than the intended strat. So there's your advertisement for like trying to get into speedrunning. This level gets easier actually.
I think casually, this is probably one of the hardest levels. As a speedrunner, it's whatever. We're going to do one more supercharge trick here on our last supercharge. I'm going to see if I can pull it off. It's called Stone Knot, named after a runner named Stone Knot.
It's similar to what we've seen done with other supercharges already, where we sort of use the fact that we've got this supercharge and that we've got geometry that looks a lot like a ramp to, bad luck.
Bonk on that chest. Here, we gotta show it. We gotta do that.
But we get the idea, so I'll stop explaining. We'll just watch. US Open rules, everyone shh.
Actually,
Oh,
sorry.
fair enough.
Do a safety backup.
Yeah.
Usually you only take one supercharge there. I had a little bit of an unlucky movement there where I bonked on a chest I was trying to destroy. Usually that doesn't happen. Unfortunately, it's a marathon run. What can you do, right? But we're out of treetops. We have one more level. One more level in the homeworld. We have more than one level in the run, but...
And this is the boss level.
Another one where we routed at the end.
I would say that this is the most video game boss in Spyro 1.
I agree.
And I will list all the reasons. Not really.
This essay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have, of course, your standard fare minions at the beginning, right? But you also have the minions within the boss fight that are being used as ammunition to throw at you. And that's a very video game boss thing. It's like, let me throw my underlings at you. I fight last. But additionally, Metalhead has a different sort of damage-taking mechanism than the other bosses, which just require a number of flames. Metalhead has these pylons that we're going to see, and in, again, very standard video game boss fare, the pylons are temporarily vulnerable and temporarily you get hurt if you touch them. I guess dangerous is the word for that. And beyond that, he's got all sorts of interesting stuff going on in his level, where he's got a waterfall behind which he's hidden a secret stash of gems. Now, if gems hidden behind a waterfall isn't like video game boss 101, I don't know what is. And of course, naturally, things happen on a cycle for him.
So it's crazy that we're doing this blind here.
Yeah, you've never gotten this far in the game before. This is going really well.
Okay, we're starting Metalhead here. We'll try to narrate it. This is a radio show now.
So we're getting, some of these pylons, we took a bit of damage, but we still are on a pretty healthy cycle. And just like that, pylon's damaged, Metalhead runs away. Metalhead actually has a second phase. Again, another pretty unusual thing for a Spyro 1 boss, but a pretty cool thing to do just as a video game boss in general.
That was the waterfall there.
Yep. Gems behind waterfall. Oh, and it looks like a fairly clean cycle as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Boom. Just like that. We hardly got to see him throw any of his minions at you.
Okay, so I did a practice run last night, and I missed 12 gems. And I'm hoping I didn't miss any today. So we're going to take it a little slow, make sure we have 500 gems when we exit out of here. So I'll be menuing a little bit slower than you might even see.
There we go. All 500. Lean in, guys. Yet another guy we can see get hit by a propeller there from one of the fan chests. And yet again, we're going to go collect a key. There's no supercharges to take advantage of here.
Oh, we missed the key.
Now we're gonna collect the key.
There we go. Okay, I think I got that green. We'll see in just a second here. Yeah, we did. Okay.
So there's an interesting gem about to come up. It's a red gem that's just close enough to this balloonist that if you don't land on it, you don't actually get it. You'd have to exit out of the dialogue and wait for him to reset, sort of walk back and everything. It's a good, like, 2-3 seconds again.
And it's the most shameful 2 seconds in the run.
If you burn that time to not having landed precisely on it.
All right, so we're in our final, I guess actually not final homeworld. It feels like the final homeworld.
Our penultimate homeworld.
Good work.
Thank you. I have a linguistics buddy.
Oh, you know someone who does linguistics?
Yeah, I know a guy who deals in words. So the main gimmick for this homeworld is these fools, and that's just what they're called. I'm not disparaging them. I'll do that later. They're sort of a mechanism for manipulating the enemies as well as the terrain. No, just the enemies, I think. Essentially, when the fools run around hootin' and hollerin', things behave in one manner. When you hit them, they turn into either a lantern or a clock or something, and behave in a different manner. Now this level is quite a significant level with regards to super flames. It's the only time where we have an eternal super flame.
Oh, we missed it.
Where we have an eternal super flame, and that's just going to be one where if we get to a particular fairy that's actually somewhat hidden in the level, that fairy will give us a special kiss, which lets the super flame last the whole level. Usually we'd have to do something like this, where we run back and forth, collecting the flames and damaging the enemies within range of it, and then go back and get another kiss. But with the way we route this now, we essentially just do yet another supercharged turnaround and get to a part of the level that's otherwise difficult to access. Oh, wow.
Ye of little faith.
I thought that one was also a it always takes 3 tries kind of thing. For
It
everyone.
often is. It often always takes 2 tries.
Yeah. So, hidden behind all these suits of armor, which are animating, so you're actually racing past them. This wizard here is animating them. You free this fairy, who will give you that special smooch.
Now this lasts until, well, either we exit level or we die. One of those is the good option, one of those is the bad option. I'll leave you to decide which.
Yeah. It's a pretty high risk thing, because if you get far enough into the level, there's really no good reroute insofar as saving time goes. You either end up far enough away from this fairy in this area that it just doesn't make sense to come back and get it, in which case, you know, that would be, there's your time saved, you wasted it going to get that fairy again. Or you have to do it as intended, do the level as intended, and sort of go back and forth between the other fairies sort of hanging out within the level. So really you want to just make sure that you're very careful with your sparks, very careful with not taking damage where you don't need to, and definitely careful not to fall off the level or anything like that.
That dragon there was the point of no return. So now it's, you know, we lose 2 minutes if we die here. So we're gonna play it. We're gonna play risky. We're gonna play risky.
Oh boy.
I missed that. I bounced off it.
And now that we have that super flame, we've cleared the far end of the level, we circle back and clear out all the stuff that we ran past at the beginning. again, one of those levels where the fastest route is actually to just blitz to the end and do it backwards. Now, you'd think just following the obvious gems would get you something, but turns out the game devs intentionally did that not the wisest path. Nice.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Very clear.
Not beautiful. Good enough.
Acceptable.
It wasn't just good, it was good enough. We're taking a quick death here that warps us back to the beginning of the homeworld.
Because we haven't freed any dragons in this homeworld.
Hit you. Yes, sorry. Now we go into Dark Passage, probably the most forgettable homeworld on this. Yeah.
We were talking about this recently, which is rare because people don't usually talk about Dark Passage. It's just, it's a fairly straightforward level. There's not too much to say about it. You have, like I said, those fools holding the lanterns. When they are damaged, they sort of drop the lantern, which lights things up and makes the enemies smaller and defeatable, for the most part. And other than that, it's just a bit of a winding course in, you know, some somewhat fun movement, right? Yeah, I'd say quantum mechanics is fun movement.
Yeah. I'm on a little bit of a weird cycle here.
Yeah.
Oops.
Slightly less satisfying of an enemy run when it's the sound of whimpering dogs that comes out.
I've never thought about. Next dog we see, look at their tails though.
Oh, right.
They're very strange.
Bizarre, very long, spindly kind of tail.
Just like it. I think the turtles are cute though, but the dogs, the tail just creeps me out. Don't worry, we're almost to this level. As you can tell by our commentary, it's just
a long one.
Not really much interesting going on here. Some of these cycles are pretty tight. So you side, like lost just a handful of frames charging against that pole. I'm missing 2 gems also, that's not fun. But some of the cycles are very tight, and that was just enough for the turtle to hit me. Oop.
Just giving him a chance.
Yeah, right.
Oh, are these Arxos?
Let's see where we're missing 2 gems here, so we gotta find where those are. I have an idea. but this might be wrong. This is the perils of doing a 100% route. Okay, wasn't that one? There it is. One of the things that you learn as a completionist runner is where every single gem is, and what their values are, what colors they are, what they taste like.
And eventually, you even learn to get all of them.
I feel like I'm being subtweeted.
Oh boy. Another cannon.
Don't like cannons.
They're just so slow and unwieldy.
Yeah, right.
Nice.
There's something that can happen there. Occasionally, it's not fully known what causes it, called cannon glitch. You see, I had to shoot those big guys with a cannon to make them small, and then I could go up the stairs. Sometimes one of them just doesn't become small, no matter how many times you shoot it, no matter what you do, and you have to take a death. Luckily, there's a dragon right there, so that we can go right back pretty quickly, but it's still annoying when you're on a good pace.
This is our final flight level, isn't it?
It is.
At least our final standard flight level.
We do have a deluxe flight level coming up. This one's a little bit interesting, though. The first part are completely stationary, and the second part is cycle-based. So we want to be doing this stationary part very tightly, which we just missed the cycle on there.
We just loosened it up a little bit.
And you can tell based on where that train is. So I didn't lose all that much time, but it was just enough not to make that cycle. So I have to compensate and get these guys in a slightly different order. It's not really going to cost us any time, but it's just a slightly different cycle, something you have to worry about.
Nice.
So we can't fly anymore. That's a shame. I guess we could go back and do another flight level again if you want. It's unconventional in a speed run, but...
We could also go forward and eventually find ourselves in a different kind of flight level. Ah, Lofty Castle. Level of 1,000 routes, huh?
Let's see what route I picked today.
Lofty Castle is one of those levels where it's just so large and sprawling, and there's quite a lot going on, and a good amount to say about it, actually. Where a number of different routes have been sort of timed out and practiced by speedrunners. It's been found that they come out to roughly the same timing. So there's a number of ways that you'll see speedrunners complete this route, or complete this level. In almost in varied enough ways that you could say each runner more or less has their own sort of favorite route, and that's really what it comes down to. Some of the routes are just so difficult and have tricks that people are not comfortable with, and so they just don't do that route. They do one that's timed out, again, to be like within a second, but they find it easier. Another interesting thing about this level, right, is the gems. So you'll see here this fan chest, the only one in the game where you get a red gem out of it. There's this idea that this level happens late enough in the game and it's large enough with gems sort of placed all over the world that the developers of the game had to actually sort of retool some of the gem placements or gem values. And so you get this anomaly of, hey, here's our only our only fan chest with a red gem in it, here's, you know, collections of gems that are on the ground, and for this late in the game, usually those are higher value gems. But for this level, you've just got a real plethora of red gems. In fact, within the Spyro speedrunning community, there's a bit of a...
Bad damage there.
Within the Spyro speedrunning community, there's a bit of a fandom for the one red spring chest that happens in the game that we'll see later on in this level.
That jump is very scary. So this is a loading zone there. So I have to be very careful about how long I hold my charge for on that charge glide. Because otherwise it would just look like I dive off a cliff. And I swear I'm not diving off a cliff. The input was eaten. Also, I need to get these guys. Just another one of those problems of a very large level, very sprawling level.
Man, imagine that. Just 10 dragons left.
Really?
As far as I know.
Because 69 is the first dragon in the level.
Ooh.
Just gonna wait on this cycle here.
That run of fairies and enemies is tougher than it looks to get sort of all of them in the first go.
I think I was on cycle, but you know, just be a little bit careful. Huh? We get to avoid this supercharge. It's not any faster. Ooh, there we are.
Trauma.
Just cause a little bit of cranial trauma, right?
There it is.
There it is.
Famous red spring chest.
And there we go, out of Lofty, thankfully. Not one of my favorite levels. But this one coming up is one of my favorite levels. Another Nightmare Fuel. It's actually a boss level here.
Oh, goodness.
We get to free Latif. For some reason, this dragon, all the way in the end of the homeworld, is the one that tells you about the homeworld. Like, hi, welcome to Dream River, Spyro.
I guess they expected you would just run afraid into this corner and find it there. But yeah, now we're heading towards our boss, our final level in this homeworld, and it is our penultimate homeworld, and we're confronting Jacques. Jacques is another one of those bosses that is not, it's not quite easy to say what Jacques is.
He's a jack-in-the-box, isn't he?
Have you seen a jack-in-the-box that looks like that?
Well, I've seen one a few thousand times when I've run this game.
Actually, I guess it is easy to say what he is. He's horrifying. Oh. Ooh, nice. Well, here he comes.
I think we're doing good on time. I'm gonna let this dragon play out here.
Any advice before this battle?
Advice? A wise dragon once told me, aim high in life, but watch out for flying boxes.
Huh?
There's one.
Wise advice. So yeah, that's Jacques. That thing.
We've done 2 of our flames of the 3 flames we need to defeat him, though, so... He doesn't last that long.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, the enemies in this level are a little bit scary, aren't they? A little bit terrifying, a little bit uncanny valley.
It's just a little, yeah, it's just uncomfortable.
Usually you route that dragon after the boss fight, but because he's talking about the boss fight, I wanted to route him in the beginning. Loses like a half a second or something. And we're listening to the dragon cutscene anyway. Let's half second. Sure, back here.
I guess us being done with the boss here, this is all just cleanup before we head to leave this homeworld, huh?
Yeah. And what's after this homeworld? The final boss homeworld. Exciting. All right, clean up these 15 gems. We have to clean up another 15 gems afterward, as Praise Big Dog recently found out. You've been learning some gem counts, haven't you?
Yeah. When it ends at an 8-5, you're good here.
Yeah. Get these 3-5 gems, 3 blue gems. Go up to Amos, and go to Nasty's world. All right, so this is a bit of a gauntlet, right?
Yeah. It's the final homeworld. And as I mentioned earlier, you'll see that all the levels are hidden behind dragon heads, except that first one, which means you have to enter the whirlwind at the end of the level in order to get to the following level, at least usually. It is possible, and it's happened, I think, a couple times to Debbie, where you just sort of, you're zooming through and you kind of forget that, and you just go, all right, I've got everything, and you menu out, and then the next world won't open for you. You've got to double back and do that cove all over again.
So we're going to try not to do that today.
Yeah, that's one of the things we won't be demonstrating today, hopefully.
All right, Praise. Give me a random number between 1 and 10.
3.
Okay. So there are 2 dragons. I only want to listen to one because of the time, but so we're going to listen to Cletus rather than Tomas. All right, one more time. Got chest there. We've seen Latif, haven't we?
I think we have.
Yeah.
I think there's lore behind that even.
So, the lore in this is that the dragons that we've freed don't trust Spyro, this little dragon here. Oh wait, I shouldn't be explaining lore right now. I have a trick I need to do.
So the lore behind this is that the dragons that we've freed don't trust Spyro. This little purple guy, even though he's the one freeing them, they don't think he's actually ready to take on Nasty Nork. So they go ahead and do it themselves and actually get recrystallized again. And so we find them a second time later in the run. One of the ones we'll be listening to is simultaneously one of Debbie's favorites, and also a fairly important dragon for the run. He's one of the ones we're going to use a death abuse to get back to more than once. And that's, I think, unique. I think usually we only death abuse once, but the route for the next level requires that we death abuse twice to the same dragon, and that's going to be Cletus.
We've seen Tomas as well. Yeah. It seems like this lore checks out. Yeah. It seems like they knew what they were doing when they made the game.
One of the things that doesn't quite add up though is that the dragons, the second time you see them, have a different voice actor.
Yeah.
So we can only infer that some part of the crystallization process messes with your vocal cords.
Should I or shouldn't?
Get the key.
So let's see if we can pull this off. There's a little bit of movement I can use here to avoid this key. Nope. Oh, we got it.
Wow, last frame again.
Yeah, right?
Essentially just the death of that first guy can sort of prompt the TNT barrel in the second guy's hand to explode, which gets you that key chest without necessarily needing key.
Oh, press triangle. Try that one more time. I was so happy we had the right gem count. There we go.
We hop in the whirlwind at the end of the level to be sure that the next level opens for us.
All right, this is the penultimate level before the final boss, which isn't the final level, weirdly enough, but
still significant.
Twilight Harbor. This is a cool level. This is a cool level. Not only does it have my favorite dragon, Cletus, but it also cool color scheme. These
the enemies are hardcore.
Yeah.
So some people in the crowd might know there's a remaster, sort of a reinvention of the original 3 Spyro games for the PlayStation 1 called the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Now, aside from the fact that the game engine for that was entirely rebuilt from the ground up to be as similar to this as they could get it, but distinct enough that it has its own sort of speedrunning categories and whatnot. There's also some major differences with regards to graphics. Of course, they remastered it. They made it just so very full of polygons, and it's incredibly beautiful to look at.
So many polygons.
But these enemies here no longer have their guns and grenades that fire bullets and things of that sort. Well, I guess those are firing Doritos, aren't they?
Yeah.
But they have these what appear to be paint guns that are firing some purple slime at you. It's a little disappointing, honestly.
I think it's a Splatoon reference.
And here's Cletus.
Be on the lookout for Nort Commandos, Spyro.
They better be on the lookout for me.
Just a little fun banter there, but we're gonna jump back to Cletus 2 different times here. So we're gonna make sure we have enough lives. Good. Use this supercharge. Jump up here. Get all this stuff. Get these 15 gems here. Dive off into the water. Take a death, and we'll be back at Cletus, where we can go back up the supercharge one more time, jump down, get our nice full momentum here, collect 6 gems, and then collect this strong chest. And oh look, this water looks good.
Wonderful day for a swim.
Back to Cletus. Oh my, we're Sparksless.
Luckily, the end of the level is really easy.
Yeah, right. Oop.
Okay.
Got him. There we go. So, there is a category of this game that I like even more than the full completion category. So this is called 120, this category I'm playing. Actually, make a rat here. There we go. called 120. It's full
120%,
completion. And my favorite category is actually Sparksless 120. So you enter a Game Shark code, which permanently removes sparks. So any damage you take is a death. You have to touch all the gems manually, and it adds about 10 minutes to the run, but the movement is just so much fun. It's so different.
So here's Nasty Nork. He's our final big bad, but ironically enough, actually only takes 2 flames to defeat. He's kind of the weakest boss in the game. He also hides behind a couple of, I guess, key thieves? Well, who's to say that they stole them? Just some dudes.
Some dudes cosplaying as thieves.
Yeah, exactly. Once we sort of clean this up, we chase him down and try to gather all the, it's not trivial to gather all the gems that are sort of in the path that he's running, and reach him in an effort to flame him, all in one pass. That would be called one cycling north.
I think we got it.
Quite possibly. It's a real test of movement. It's pretty tight.
Yeah. All right. So this is the final boss here. This is our first hit on him, but it's not the final
level.
It is not the final level.
Yep.
And so, unfortunately, what we have to do is we have to sit here and watch unskippable credits for like a minute and a half. So we'll try to make it interesting. We'll try to point out some fun names. We'll try to talk a little bit, but that's the final boss dispatched. We have to watch the credits, and there's one final level after the credits.
In classic 90s video game fashion, your reward for winning the game is more game.
Nasty Nork?
We'll let these guys talk.
So now there's order again in the Dragon Kingdom?
Well, mostly. I've still got some treasure to pick up.
What will you do next?
I'd say the sky's the limit.
All right, so time is not done yet. Time is not done yet. We have to watch these credits. There's one final level. Now, I said the credits are unskippable. There is a way to skip them.
There's 2 ways to skip them.
There's a way to skip them. And it's a very, very precise, and famously in marathon runs, world record holders have choked on this. Runs die to this. It's called credit skip. It is probably the hardest skip in the entire series, not just the game. And it saves a minute and a half. We don't have to watch the credits. What you have to do is when Nasty is in that final little space there, he has 2 attacks. He has a melee attack where he can squash you, and a laser beam shooty shoot thing that he can shoot you with. You want to be straight on the boundary between those. You want to take a laser hit. You want to take a half a step, just get in the range of that melee. He's going to swing down. He's going to try to hit you, but you have invincibility frames. You jump up onto his chest. He lifts up his scepter again. You fly through the roof. You fly around blind around the level, duck under the level, flame him from below, and die in the lava. And then you get to skip the credits. It's easy.
Or you could watch the credits.
Or you could watch the credits. It's only a minute and a half. It is very precise. All of that digestion happens in around 3 seconds. And if you miss it, you die. You have to go through the level again. You lose 45 seconds. If you're on a good pace, run dies. All right, we're coming to the close of the credits here. I think there are just 2 more little levels to go through. In fact, this is a good time to mention as well, we're about to go into the final level called Nasty's Loot. Now that we've dispatched the final boss, we get to get his loot. It was thought that the only way to get into loot was to 100% the game. Until last week. Literally last week. Someone discovered if you can get under the level, take a few hits of damage, you can jump up into the loot dragon head before the dragon head opens. And so now there's a discussion going on about whether to split this into a different category, early loot, no early loot 120. Active things going on in the Spyro community. All right, this is our last dragon. We have a few more gems here to open up the loot head, and then we enter our final. I wanted that water there. And now we're in the final level here. So we have, I don't know, 4 more minutes left on the run.
20% more of game.
The fastest 20% you've ever seen. So, the gimmick in this level is Spyro can free fly, but only from the highest place he's jumped in.
It's an atypical flight level. That's why we don't really call it a flight level per se, even though Spyro can fly.
You've got the highest I can fly.
You've got sparks, you've got gems and stuff that you have to collect, and you've got no timer. And the game doesn't really actually explain to you that mechanic of, hey, there's a height cap on where you can fly, unless you jump and glide from a higher part of the level. You're just sort of left to your own devices. I guess they figure if you were up to the task of doing 100% of the game, you'll be up to the task of sorting out, you know, how to do this last 20%.
In our case, that's true.
Yeah.
All right. So, there's actually an audio cue here I'm going to use, so we're going to be quiet for just a second. We missed it. That's a shame. So what I'm listening for is this plane sound to go from my right headphone to my left headphone. I need to wait about 1.5 seconds, dive down and dive up, and then I can flame the plane early. We just missed it. So we're going to fly through this cave here. We're supposed to be chasing this plane, but he takes like 3-4 laps casually to get.
Yeah, the difference in speed is just so minute between Spyro and the plane that you just have to chase him around the map a bunch. So what we do essentially is reset him by going far enough away and then flying from underneath, and boom, right as he takes off, we get him. And now, after getting that enemy, we've got the full field now. That's the highest that we can get in terms of our flight height cap.
So we have about 35 seconds left in the run here. I'll try to count us down from 4 or so when we get there. We have one final room. We're going to get these fireworks, get some of these gems.
And we get one last room. It's full of fireworks chests.
Time will end when I enter the vortex I just went past on the first frame of black. So I will let you know when that's coming up here. It's going to be just a few more seconds. This is the final room. Look at all these 25 value gems. Such a dopamine hit. This is great. Collect all of these guys here. Make sure we have everything. We have everything. 14,000. 4, 3, 2, 1, time.
Spyro the Dragon, you've defeated Dynasty Gnorth, collected the dragon eggs, saved all the dragons, and recovered every bit of treasure in the Dragon Kingdom. How do you feel?
I feel fired up, Bob.
And I'm happy for the dragon world, of course. I certainly wouldn't want to spend the rest of my dragon days butting heads with Nasty Gnorc and his weird minions.
What's a minion?
Never mind. You know what they say. For every good battle, you need a good adversary. And I felt that Nasty,
look at those
in spite of
moves.
his misguided nature, was a worthy opponent. Uh-oh. Here we go again.
And now we get to play the game again. All right. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks GDQ for hosting this. Thanks PAX.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, Praise. And thank you, Ted Price, for making this game.
All right. Well, that was just an incredible run of one of my personal favorite games of all time, Spyro the Dragon. Really well done. As we mentioned, that would take us through the end of the Thursday presentation of what happened at PAX East. But after a quick break that we're about to take, we will be diving into Friday's speedruns, which includes some real doozies. So you will not want to miss it, but feel free to take a moment to stretch, hit the bathroom, get some food, collect some gems, and we'll see you on the other side. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our special presentation of GDQ at PAX East. If you're just catching us, first of all, my name is Konception. I'm your host for this weekend's coverage of what we did at PAX East. But just as a reminder what this was, a couple weeks back, PAX East happened live in Boston, and GDQ had a wonderful presence there at the speedrun stage where we got to feature many speedrunners doing a variety of different games, as well as some other speedrun adjacent things. What we are doing is, since we did not have an internet connection on the show floor, we recorded those runs, and now we are broadcasting them to you in all of their glory so you can see just all of the fun that we got to enjoy at Boston a few weeks back. Now, the times that you're seeing on your screen, do not worry. You can just completely ignore those. This is the time at which the run started at the live event, so you don't have to worry about it now, but we have taken us through Thursday's events of speedruns, and now we are on to the speedruns that happen on Friday during PAX East. As you can see here, we have TMNT Shredder's Revenge coming up next. Want to remind everyone as well that we have SGDQ 2023 right around the corner, May 28th through June 4th, and it is live in person in Minneapolis, Minnesota. If you're interested in attending the event, registration is going to be open until May 3rd. Feel free to go on over to gamesdonequick.com for some more information on that, and you can also check out the games list, which is now live. Feel free to, just as I said, go on over to gamesdonequick.com, or you can use SGDQ in chat for some more information. The schedule for that game list is going to be released next week on April 11th. But without further ado, let's hop into Friday's runs, which starts off with a real doozy. TMNT Shredder's Revenge Old School % co-op, and this is run by both General Andrews and Space Coast Gaming. You're going to want to stick around to the end of this one, I promise you.
All right. Who's ready for some pizza action today?
You know, I am. Oh, my goodness. It's going to be awesome. Oh, we got a live crowd behind us. What's up, guys? Yeah.
All right, crowd. Thanks for being here.
All right. So we're going to be doing, as you can see, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder Revenge Old School % co-op. Why don't you explain a little bit about what this is?
All right. So before we dive in, what happens is this game continues to expand, and they've added a custom feature, and the custom features, all going real quick. You can do all these different options, and the one we're going to do is old school %. So it's like any of the old Turtle games. You have to use your health to go ahead and do your supers. Now, with that, in the original aspect of this game, you have to build up a taunt bar to go ahead and do your supers. So this is going to be a little bit riskier, but much faster, and it's going to be a lot of fun and entertainment.
Oh, and hi, I'm Space Coast Gaming.
And I am General Andrews. I'll be running in as Raphael.
And I'll be Splinter.
And then we got our color commentary over here.
Spazzy McGee. I am a sci-fi content creator. And yeah, I'm just here to hang out with these guys and make jokes in between, you know?
All right.
It's going to be good stuff.
Are you ready? Let's get it.
All right. So we'll give the countdown when the game actually starts. So we'll go ahead and get into the options here. All right. In just a few more seconds, we'll give you the countdown for the timer. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
All right.
All right, so what's going on here is going to be a combination of moves that allow us to kill enemies as fast as possible. So purple soldiers have 4 health. Oops, that was a whiff. Don't worry about that.
All right.
And then super moves do 10 damage, so we can clear waves really quickly. All right, so now we got some 2 health, but very evasive foot soldiers. Look at these Game Boy Play Land guys. Huh? How great is that? All right, now you think the Foot Clan are terrible people. No, they're just normal people like us.
Yeah.
Look at this, desk jobs. Who's tired? I am. Oh my God. Take that tie off.
Yeah.
All right, this is you over here, Space. There you go.
There we go.
Up top. Perfect. Oh,
well, maybe not.
Uppercut. All right, let's use some obstacles first ourselves. All right, so these guys are working on their cooking skills, but this is our kitchen.
Which is a shame because, probably making pizza.
I wish.
Teamwork is the way.
So unfortunately, those teamwork moves, they look cool, but they're actually really weak. So anytime it happens, we're not happy.
So we're holding off on that pizza grab there.
Yep. All right, you stay safe. All right, go ahead and use the camera. Lights, camera, action. Thank you.
Guys are feeling
All right, these ones can block. So we want to get them right away. Use a super move to clear real quick. Now these ones that are walking with this stuff, they have only 2 health. Soon we're approaching the first boss.
Can't believe the Foot Clan was just interrupting this news broadcast here.
I'll let you handle these guys.
Yeah, case say stuff.
And there we go.
And let's move on. All right, here's Bebop.
Everybody's favorite warhog.
Oh, I thought he was a newscaster.
Yeah, I did too. Caught me
Dang
off
it.
guard.
And he's done.
Nice.
There we go. Everybody
Thanks,
give him a round of
guys.
applause. There we are.
Sadly, we're going to cut through the cutscenes. The art in this is amazing. Like, it's a new game with an old school feel.
Yeah, it's really mind-blowing that they've given it all the charm of the old school games.
Absolutely. Speaking of old school fields, you guys get a chance to go see Toxic Crusaders out at the out at PAX.
All right,
there we go.
There we go.
All right, I'm back. I'm
Little
back.
recovery on the controller.
I got the left side.
Okay.
There you go.
Left side's you. Perfect. Oh. I thought so. Oh, wow.
There we
Good
go.
job. I'll slam. All right, left side to you. All right, these yellow foot soldiers, they have 2 health as well. Left side. I got these trash guys. Excuse me. I messed up. All right, we're going to use this can. These are roadkill Ronnies. There's 4 and 5 health if they have a blue marker. On we move.
Nice. There we go.
And good old cars, they're not safe to be around. All right, on we move.
Very good.
These motorcycle guys are actually really tricky because they try to raise their front wheel to interrupt your attack. Now you're going to see our
there's a
first
death.
health enemy. It's all good?
It's all good, yep. Just let me come back. All right.
It's all good. Found you on the right. Perfect. And on we move. You get the top right.
Okay.
Oh no.
For that pizza grab again.
Good job. Ah, okay.
What amazes me is how those barrels are so effective on clearing out so many enemies.
Yes, they're much more effective than other titles. All right, we're moving on.
And that was another thing, is you explaining the importance of throws the other day to me in a lot of these fighting games.
Yeah, so some of the keys is you want to kill enemies as fast as possible. Left side's you. Nope, let me go.
And what's faster than just throwing them right off the screen?
Oh no.
All right.
That's okay.
Time for Rocksteady.
So the ideal thing is to bring in that special thing
Pizza?
that Rap has. Yep. But that's okay. We should have plenty of health to make this happen.
There we go.
Good.
He's down.
Bunga. There we go.
Easy peasy.
All right, here's our first auto-scroller. And if you were a kid in the 90s, you always liked the mobile vehicles you get to use. So we get to see one of those right now. So the key on these levels, even though it's an auto-scroller, you still want to kill the enemies as fast as possible to move on to the next set. I got the right side.
And this level, it has one of my favorite tracks.
Good job. Top right. Good job. I'll get the right side. All right.
What amazes me is that the enemies come in and they just have, the momentum just goes right along with the music.
Oh, weird.
Oh no, there's one little one.
All right, so for those that don't know, you can hang on the bottom here and avoid all this.
Have a little shredder dance.
Every 200 points is a one-up.
Splinter dance. Shredder dance. I'm getting everybody mixed up.
I got, oh, the next one, I got the slam. All right, so we get a little taste of this, but you can't actually do any damage. But we can hit them.
Baseball. Foul.
Oh, come on, take it out of the yard. Let's go. Ah,
Each and every one of them foul
See you
balls.
later.
Just having a troll on them.
All right, more beetles. Good job. I got this one. Oh, not this, sorry. This one. Stay safe. All right, I got this one. Oh,
It's okay. Got that one for you.
thank you.
Good stuff.
So one of the things that's interesting is when the enemies are floating in the air, you need to kill them, or otherwise they don't count to move on to the next scene. And I'll explain that more as we go on. Good job. You can also high-five your friend.
There you go.
Give them health. All right, boss time. Now we want to kill this boss on the right side of the screen, which is optimal.
We're gonna stomp you, wimps.
Really just going for a pure punish right here and just trying to take him out as quickly as possible.
If I die here, it's okay?
Yep.
There we go.
And we got him.
There we go. Let's give him a round of applause, guys.
Yep.
Easy peasy.
All right, level 4. Our first double boss fight coming up.
Moving right along here, guys.
Hey.
This ain't gonna
I'll
be a
super
walk
this.
in the park.
Oh, I lost it. Just kidding.
You will need practice.
Got it?
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Good job.
Take this.
Good job.
There we go.
I'll get the top. Let's go. I will go bottom. Good job. Got the wrong way. All right, let's go.
Let's go.
So you can throw any enemy that has 4 or less health. Those that have more, you can't throw them. So this guy, even though he was sleeping, my bad. But it is a speed run. Good move. Good job. Oh, wood.
Once again, just leaving that pizza on the top. There we go. Top of the screen there.
So to stay safe, stay on the top. Let those guys get run over. All right, now we got some arrow guys.
Oh, no, that was bad.
Oh.
All right, I got this. I got this. Just wait for it. Wait for it.
Okay.
Smart. All right.
Good recovery, guys.
Get these 3. Perfect. Good moves. All right, let's skip this. Good job. Let's go. So you don't have to wait there. Most people will, because that's what they want you to do. Oh, I missed him. And then they throw bananas at you, and it gets really infuriating.
That's great.
Even though they're cute as heck. Whoops.
I just love all the art design and then just the cute little monkey up there sleeping.
Oh, those bananas. So now these yellow Rodneys, they actually have 6 health. All right, on we move. So our first double boss fight.
Woohoo! There we go.
You're gonna get the horns, partner. Can you dig it, suckers?
We want them to stay together.
So we can get as much ground and pound in as possible.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Nice.
There it
Boss
is.
kill there.
That lined up just perfectly for you guys.
That went great.
It's always nice when they go to the bottom like that.
Doodle-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo.
You lost your input again? There we go.
You just hear it randomly go off.
Yeah, it's just been sneaky.
All right, then.
All right, back into the sewers. Well, I guess the subway. Nice job. All right, now a new footstool shoulder. These pink ones throw these really interesting set of knives that do double hits.
So slowly just trickling in the difficulty.
So the interesting thing about this is that the we have to hurry up or the train comes back, or we have to wait for the train and so we can move on. Same thing over here.
Oh yeah, they try to make that pizza nice and enticing there.
Oh, it does.
Teamwork is the way.
And go. Beautiful. Got the slam.
Cool.
I get left side.
I got right.
Now some Mousers. Who remembers these guys?
A fan favorite, that is for sure.
They only have 2 health, but they're pretty evasive.
Mm-hmm.
And hungry, it looks like. Zero PC in the hair. All right, stand right over here, right here. He's got 2 health. Perfect. All right, now we got a new enemy, the Big Mouser. They have 10 health. And they spawn more Mousers if you take too long. All right, left side is all you. Perfect, let's go. Nice damage.
Oh yeah, that's
Great
what I was going
synchronization,
for.
guys.
Let's go.
What was amazing to me is watching you two practice this in person for the first time together and just picking it up so quick how you both work together.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
Here's one of the sneakiest bosses in the game.
Oh, I hope he gives us a good padding. Stay on the ground. Oh, so close.
Oh, it was very
All
close.
right.
So now you should be able to get him.
There he is.
Good
Not
job.
bad. He was quick
All
there.
right.
All right.
Easy peasy.
Doodle-doodle-doo.
You
Oh, we're
lost
back.
it? You good? Okay. Good, good.
Mall meltdown.
All right, who doesn't want to go to the mall?
I miss Smalls.
Discipline is the key.
Out there, one. Yep. Perfect.
Okay, we got them all. Just back guy.
All right, moving on. Beautiful.
Okay.
Teamwork is the way.
We're going to see a new enemy here. Right after these guys lose their lunch. This is the spider machine, and they actually have 12 health. The most of any basic enemy.
That's crazy.
There it is. Okay.
All right, come on.
Rough guy there.
And go.
Let's go.
Yeah. Get a grip, dude.
Teamwork is the
What cracks me up is that their disguises are literally just like a hat or a tie, and just chilling out. Not inconspicuous at all.
I didn't even know there were foot controls are.
Yeah, had no idea because they were carrying those bags.
I got the bottom.
Blend
A
in
new
so well.
enemy. Yeah, watch out for this mace.
My assumption is
Top
those
of you.
are going to do quite a bit of damage as they connect.
So we'll take a death here intentionally very soon. But not just yet if we can help. Let's go.
teamwork is the way.
Good moves. All right, we're going to take an intentional death right here.
There it is.
There it is.
Nice.
That way it's faster.
And we get full health going in. Pizza. There we go.
Just make it quick, easy work.
Oh, they're gaming. Maybe I should have interrupted them.
Teamwork is the way.
And on to the boss.
There we go.
Now, this boss was only in the cartoon for about 2 episodes. And we want to get on a 1 cycle.
The light of Tempestra.
Well, now
And we did
There
it.
it is. Yeah.
That lined up perfectly.
Easy peasy.
So what's supposed to happen there for anyone casually playing is she goes into who this invincible cycle.
You're good, you're good, you're good.
Am I back? All right, cool. And what happens is she brings in Taka and Razor. So unfortunately, you didn't get to see that. But you should play the game so you can see that.
I fear something is afoot.
Now that's what I call a turtle's team up.
You need practice.
Good job. I got the right.
Okay. Nice grouping there.
This is your antenna.
I like antennas.
Left side's me. I got this.
Yeah, thank you.
I got this too. Yeah, you save yours for now. I'm taking that pizza. Okay, come on, game. Stop poking me.
There we go.
I deserve a little respect. Come on.
One of my favorite sayings from the second Turtles movie, the live action one, was "Ninja pizza, pizza that vanish without trace."
All right. So we always need an elevator section in any Turtles game, and here it is. Another super pizza.
Teamwork is the way.
Shut up and punch line.
Teamwork is the way.
Oh, too early.
Definitely in a lot of video games, the elevator scenes are always usually pretty frustrating.
Nice quick work of that.
That was good. All right, white foot shoulders. They're the toughest blockers in the game.
I just remember playing this myself and dying so much. You guys are just making it look so easy.
A little practice.
Yeah, just a
Here.
little bit. Just a little.
And that's okay. He's still on time. Look at that. That was sweet. All right, moving on. All right, we used that a little bit. I got these.
Okay.
That pizza.
Definitely want that.
All right,
Yeah.
another double size. They love to split, so we'll see if we can do it.
We're gonna stop you wimps.
I'm good. But which one's the bad? Come and get me.
Discipline is key. You need practice.
There we go.
I am one child. I need to focus my mind.
Don't worry about me.
Finish him off.
There we go.
Yeah, there it is.
Easy peasy.
All right, on to another auto-scroller and one of my favorite jams in the game.
Well, that's one way to avoid New York traffic. Let's take them down.
Good.
So same thing as the first auto-scroller. We want to clear them as quickly as possible to bring in the new batch.
If you don't get hit by a...
Good job. Use your super. All right.
Nice.
Now we'll get some pizza. This level has tons of pizza. More than we need.
Go.
Beautiful. So again, we can stay low and avoid all the missile. Little dance time.
Oh,
Come on now, have some fun. All right, more pizza. All right, I'll start with this section.
Nice. I got those two?
Yeah, smart.
Perfect.
Up top to you.
Got me. There we go.
Beautiful. So he got them before they even spawned.
That's crazy. Timing was definitely impeccable on that one.
Good cover. He's gonna do the same thing here too. And you can see it's just waiting there. It's like, wait, there's supposed to be guys. All right, more pizza and then a boss fight.
So the turtles blimp back there, what was the specific name of that? Do you remember?
That was a turtle
Turtle
blimp.
blimp, yeah.
That was just the turtle
Yeah,
blimp.
that's what they called it.
I mean, they're trying to be inconspicuous,
I remember
right?
that they had a toy for
Yeah.
that, didn't they? At one
Oh,
point?
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, this boss has a dive pattern if we don't get the first cycle, and we don't want that. It's really bad. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
That was
Woo.
excellent, guys.
Easy peasy.
All right, this level ratchets up the difficulty.
I've got the tough guy.
New foot soldier coming in. Plunger gun, obviously.
Why not?
I did miss my throw there. Huh. Okay.
They were just trying to help you unclog your toilet.
Right.
That's that.
Oh, they use their obstacle against us. There you go. Oh, what? Good job. Good job. Oh, nice. So these floorboards will do damage to you. Nice. I'll take this.
Okay.
Wait. Now. And let's go. Now we're going to see some Blackfoot soldiers, and these are the most evasive in the game.
Nice
So that's
double.
what we want to kill them as fast as possible. take this pizza. There we go.
Good.
That wasn't quite the plan. All right, we gotta pop one of these
Minigame
balloons. Oh boy. Now let's move on. All right.
I like these floorboards.
I don't like them.
You really think they do some maintenance around here?
I remember on this fight.
Yep.
I'll just super the first
You
time.
do the super. Yep, I got you.
Wow.
That's it.
There we
Nice.
go. Yeah.
Perfect run
Good
on
job.
that one.
Good job.
Yes.
Good stuff, guys.
I gotta give you.
Thank you.
I gotta give you fist bumps for that one. Because I watched you guys the first time you practiced that. Because if he gets into those sewers, it's a pain.
Few screws loose.
Right.
Awesome.
Discipline is the key. Try one of these.
All right. Okay.
Nice. Oh, that's all
I
right.
know.
You had a triple there.
Definitely a lot of obstacles you gotta be aware of.
Yeah, now that they're gonna keep on comboing. So you can be safe on the top right, or you can dodge. So now a new enemy who's got 10 health, but then spawns his hands into
Oh, we got
Mauser.
a cheater.
All right, this is you. I'll get the Mausers. You can go top. That pizza is yours. I knew it.
Teamwork is the way.
Yeah.
Good old teamwork.
Well done.
You can try to kill enemies off the screen sometimes. Top is you. Good job.
Oh yeah, the walk.
Both of us. Now let's go. I got this one.
Come and get me.
All right.
Set up and
Good screen there.
try.
Okay.
This is your guy.
You need practice. Try one of these size.
Bottom right is to you.
Discipline is the key.
Oh,
We don't have it. There we go.
all right.
So Metal here is really tricky. He tries to go into this defensive stance, and we're trying to avoid that.
Come and get me. Watch and learn. You need practice.
There it is.
Good
Nice.
job, guys.
Also clear to me now. The
Another first time kill, dude. Nice.
We should be
Sure.
friends with him. I like this guy.
Easy
High five.
peasy.
Oh, just leave me in. Yeah, that's all right. Okay.
It stopped me
Yeah.
before I could.
Just left me hanging there.
Typical rap. Just play my part.
That's right. That pizza was pretty important there.
Dinosaur stampede!
All right, more new enemies coming up.
I got top. Of course.
It's all good.
Every time.
Hit that thing at them. Let's go. I got the first one.
Great backup there.
All right, left side is you.
Okay.
All right. Up
And
top, you're
take
safe.
top. As we watch.
So there was 10 health Triceratons. We're going to see some new ones, and these are 4 health. But they have defense as shields, which is what makes them a little bit tough. I'll do this.
But I'm assuming as long as one
Got
of
him
you
for you.
bait out that attack, it makes it pretty easy.
Good job.
There we go.
All right, attack up top. That's you. Normal attack. Let's go. I got this. Let's go.
Great
Nice.
combo.
I'll get this.
Try one of these size.
I'm just going to relax up here.
Yep. Get him. He's got 2 health.
Got him.
I got this.
Have a side.
Just stay safe.
Nice
All
triple.
right. Uh-oh. Look at that warp. Let's send him back in time.
Try one of these size.
Really love the animation of this scene. Fading off into the distance.
And let's go. Time for Captain Zorak. So we want to beat him before a stampede comes through.
Oh, we got us both there.
Nice. There it is.
Good job, guys.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
It won't fly.
And we are back.
I'll get these.
Okay.
Go. Oh, one hit.
One hit. There we go.
Job. Good job. Watch out for electricity, folks.
Yes, no electricity. Oh, I thought I had them both there, but I did not.
It's all good. We're backing it up.
There you go. Good
Now we're
recovery.
going to use this. A little patience. Patience pays off sometimes, even in a speed run. Who would have thought?
I didn't think.
I try not to. I got the top. There we go. These
I got the
blades
bottom.
hurt, so don't touch them. Might not be common knowledge.
It looks pretty sharp.
Good job. Now we can see robot walkers, and these are really bad because they'll go underground if you don't do the right combo. And you have to wait for them to come back up, and they get full health.
Good shot.
Stay low, and you won't get frozen. This pizza is yours. Good job. Top is going to be you.
Okay.
Just love the foot soldiers there, just getting a nice, fresh, new
There we
coat
go.
of paint.
We're good.
Yep.
Yep.
Ooh. Don't use your supers? Yeah.
Oh, you almost had it.
Good job. All right, we're going to use this to get through here quickly. And then soon, we're going to move on to the Baxter Stockman.
Nice. All right. Let's go.
All right, he has an invulnerable phase where he goes into this huge shield and all these lasers come out, so we want to avoid that.
Wow.
What?
Even
there it is.
Yeah,
Good.
okay.
Good recovery,
Woo.
guys.
It's a pizza.
Yodi built.
Just mess with it now.
I like that it waits till like after the stage.
Yeah,
The old dome
which
has
is
seen
nice.
better days.
Oh, nice. There we go.
All right.
That was fun. All right, let's go.
All right, new enemies come on this stage. Those stone warriors. And these orange foot soldiers.
Come and get me.
Wait for the double. Oh. You get top.
Okay.
One more. This is you.
Oh, no. There we go.
Good job. These gray ones also have 10 health. This is going to be yours.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
There we go. There's pizza. Oh, there's one that got away. You. Beautiful.
There you go. Make easy work of them.
Good.
So this is a new game, so let's have another elevator.
Of course.
All right. So this is a mini boss.
Lord Frank's will shall be done.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Nice job.
There we go.
Good job.
Good mini boss.
He didn't even know it hit him.
All right. Moving on. And let's go. This is you? Just kidding. I got you.
Not me. Oh yeah, that's right. Because there
That's
we
okay.
go.
That was
works,
good.
Yeah.
All right, this next boss is going to have a little bit of that turtles on time action where you have to throw stuff into the screen. So that's just to bring him back to a vulnerable phase. He's invulnerable right now. All right, here we go.
Yeah!
Woo! That one's tough.
Easy peasy.
The lost arch enemies.
Right.
My favorite toy growing up of the action figures was actually Slash. I love the little knobby edges on his shell. Oh man.
How about a little
so
dodgeball?
sweet.
Oh.
So we can take
Oh.
damage here because there's a pizza like right after it. So we'll pretend like we don't know what we're doing. Oh man. Oh gosh. It's gonna be okay, I promise.
I was a little worried. Not gonna lie.
Sorry.
Somebody probably needed to be.
Yeah.
Oh look, there's a pizza. Yeah.
Yes, buddy.
Teamwork is the way.
Oh, that was mine.
Dog it, shake
That's
it.
okay.
All right, a new enemy, pizza monsters.
Sounds delicious to me.
Good
Whew.
double.
This is you.
Try one of these
Nice.
size. Have a shot. It's over.
All right.
And my assumption
Good
is
job.
pizza monsters taste like pizza, correct?
Probably.
Yes.
I am one tired turtle.
Just never know.
Ooh, that was unlucky.
All right, take him out. We're fine. All right.
Perhaps I
Whoopsie
need
daisy.
some assistance.
This is you.
You will need practice.
This is me. This first one will be you for the double.
Try one of these size.
Teamwork is
job.
the way.
Set up.
So all be
Punch
you.
on.
Wait for the double right here.
Let's get it. There, how about a triple? Oh, maybe not.
Intentionally die here.
Yep.
Yep, that's good.
That's good.
Range.
There we
Good
go.
job.
Nice.
Watch
Let's
out for
go.
this. A little Andy Jones action. You just start supering.
Watch and learn.
There we go. Time for Slash. So Slash, when he goes into this shell, he's invulnerable, but he's hard to do quick regardless. You should go shell. Yeah, exactly. And
Good.
bye.
There you go. Good job, guys.
Easy peasy.
All right, our last full level was the longest level of the game. And now we're going to see everything thrown out at us. Good job. Here is the first one.
Okay.
Good job. Use those. Good job. I got this. I got all of these.
Nicely done.
All right, let's go. Waiting.
Got one left.
Okay.
There we go.
Good job. All right. The cool thing is that the foot soldiers also get taken out by the spikes, so we're not the only ones. Let's go. This first guy is yours. Me. You. You again. Let's go. All right. Ooh, my favorite secondary toy. Wait for the double. Now is there time? I'll take all this. Good job. You're first.
There you go. More delicious pizza monsters.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Let's go. Fine.
Nice job.
We're getting close to the end. All right, stay
Great
top.
grab there.
Use your super. Good job. So we're taking this to the boss fight.
I am invincible.
Oh, we'll see about that.
I'll teach you something.
Good old
No
Krang.
brains and no guts, Krang. Watch and burn.
Great job.
He's
Good.
gone.
Krang. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go grab the pizza after a super or two.
You fell for my diversion.
Dang it.
Oh.
I have a surprise for you.
Every time.
I know. How does he do it?
Every time.
I trusted him. All right, let's focus on this guy.
The world is mine.
We got some good shredders in the audience.
phasing. Yes. Oh, wrong way.
There we go.
Wow.
Bye-bye, Shredder.
Great job.
I trust I have made my point. You haven't seen
Really?
the last of me.
Ah.
I heard it go off. Yep.
Go.
All right,
Nice.
final
Let's go.
level. 2 bosses to go.
All right, Lady Liberty, be nice to us.
And she has the most health in the whole game. About 160.
Jitsu strike. Have a shot. You need practice. I need to focus my mind.
Stay.
Oh my gosh, this is.
Stay there.
Nope.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
That's fine. That's fine. Still, wow, that was
good.
awesome.
A really good fight.
Yes.
She has this insta-kill laser, and that's bad news. So that was awesome. All right, final boss. Now here's an ode, again, to like Turtles in Time. It's 3 a.m., which is the first level in Turtles in Time. So here's the Kevin Nash version of Super Shredder.
I will get my revenge.
I hope not. So this is all RNG. We just have to wait it out. Oh,
he likes you.
He likes me today.
Gave you a hug.
All right. We want to see him into his dashes. Oh, this is good RNG.
Here we go.
Good.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Good, guys.
We're going to get the perfect cycle. All right, time's coming up.
Now,
Time.
There we go. Great
Great
job.
run, guys. Good. Awesome
Good job, dude.
All right.
I wanna-
Great job,
yeah,
guys.
give it
Thanks,
up to you
man.
both. Yes.
So that's Turtles, Shredder's Revenge, old school co-op.
Pretty sure that's a PB for us, too.
What was the time?
58:32.
Oh, yeah, that's a
PB.
PB.
So very good. All right. That's awesome.
Let's have this awesome track play for you. So everyone at GDQ, thank you for having us out here. We're really happy to be able to represent the Turtles community and Abe at the Dojo as well. And I hope everyone had a stellar piece at a time. And can we get one more big chant of Cowabunga in 3, 2, 1. Cowabunga!
All right, wow, what an incredible run of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Shredder's Revenge. Just a beautiful game, and I believe that was a PB as well. So an excellent showcase by both General Andrews and Space Coast Gaming. We're going to be rolling right along here in just a few moments to our last 2 runs of this evening. But before we do so, we're going to take we're going to take one more break, I should say. Not one last break, one more break where you can stretch, eat some pizza, because that sounded pretty good to me potentially. And we'll see you on the other side in just a few moments. All right, everyone, welcome back to GDQ at PAX East, which is where we are showcasing the speedrunners and the runs that were featured as a part of our PAX East 2023 presence. We were unable to stream them due to not having an internet ability there, so we recorded the runs, and now we are showcasing them for you here. And we've had some really, really fun runs so far. Resogun, Bugsnax. We just left off with some excellent TMNT Shredder's Revenge. We've had Spyro, we've had Zelda, and we figured we'd keep the train going right along with our next run. Before we get to it, of course, want to remind everybody as well, on Monday, this coming Monday, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be having, as a part of GDQ Hotfix content, we're going to be having Bargain Bin, followed immediately by Tiny Tree Fort. If you're unfamiliar with those shows, Bargain Bin is a show where that features speed runs of games that can be purchased for $20 or less. And Tiny Tree Fort is a revival series by the folks that are behind Frost Fatales and Flame Fatales, featuring runs, I believe, within the Fatales community. So definitely check those out. We appreciate it. For this next run, of course, it's a fan favorite game. People love it. People love to play it. People love to see it. And especially if it's being played by Violin, it is Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, any percent run by Violin. So please enjoy.
Hello, how's it going? I'm Violin. This is Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. This is the PC port. I'm joined by my friend Jay Hobbs.
Hello. What's going on?
This is the beginner any percent category. Don't let the difficulty fool you. This is not an easy category by any means. So,
especially not lately.
I'm also playing on the Japanese version, which is 45 seconds faster than all the other versions. So let's start in 3, 2, 1, go. Woo. So what makes this port special is that.
Yeah. So Violin just saved 3.5 minutes over every other release of this game, except I guess the Xbox.
Yeah, you can skip the opening on Xbox and PC, and the Nintendo Switch Cloud version, which no one plays.
But what version? What are you talking about? That version doesn't exist. This game has never been on a Nintendo console. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm selecting the staff and giving up the shield to get +1 MP. Beginner actually starts you off with 8 strength ups. So we don't need the extra strength from the sword because of how because of how damage scaling works in this game. Oh, there we go. Because of how damage scaling works, having an extra strength on top of the 8 strength we already have won't actually make you deal extra damage.
Yeah, a lot of the routing for the late game of this run is actually based around always staying at that damage cap and not doing things that seem like they would be they would give you more power, more strength, when they actually wouldn't.
Right.
Because there's a lot of stuff we used to do that we stopped doing because people realized that we weren't actually getting any added benefit from it. Intro section here is a lot of kind of just doing repetitive stuff.
Yeah.
There's some randomness with the way the shadows move in the various Shadows fights and the way the potion drops coming out of that box. Small things like that can end up adding up and making you lose 10 seconds or more if it goes really horribly, and they haven't been super nice to him.
Also here I'm selecting all of the top options to set up our EXP route to be the Dawn route, which basically means in the earlier levels we end up leveling up faster, and the more we level up, the slower the leveling up process is. I think I explained that correctly.
Yeah, it's weird. Don't think about it too much, just it matters what options are picked. That's pretty much the big thing.
And here's the second Shadows fight. I'm going to walk to the right here.
Yeah, it kind of stands there and waits for all of the shadows to jump towards Sora first, so that they're all grouped up. Doing these air combos, one, two swings for the air combos is actually really tough with how low to the ground the shadows are. Most people just stick with ground combos, but air combos are faster. They come out a little. Most of the swing animations come out a little bit faster, but also when you land, you can jump and start again right away, as opposed to if you did a finisher on the ground, you'd have to wait for the full animation.
Right. So right there, I used the 8 strength ups. We also have 8 defense ups and 4 AP ups, which I'm going to sell later for some gummy ship parts.
Yeah, one of the things that has actually made beginner a lot more difficult in the kind of recent years is that now we don't use the defense ups. You used to use them because it is actually very easy to die later in this run since we're not doing anything for safety really. But not it literally, I'm pretty sure not using the defense ups only saves the time it takes to use them, right? So it just saves you what, like 6 seconds or something like that?
Something like that.
Yeah. And,
very minimal time save.
It ends up making the entire like last hour and a half of this run or last hour a lot riskier, but it ends up being worth it.
Okay, so this is Destiny Islands. We have to collect a certain amount of pieces to build our raft for Kyrie. We have 2 logs, 1 rope, 1 cloth for the first day. And second day is, what, 3 fish? So, I play this game all the time, but I can't remember.
You know exactly where you need to go, but don't give a crap about what you're actually having to pick up total.
You also saw me keyblade, not keyblade, I don't have a keyblade yet, what's that? You saw me swing my weapon in the air. I do that a lot when I'm jumping just to extend my jump.
It's a shame we can't pick up the fish on day 1 because they are right there. Then taking the swimming path here is just a little bit faster than walking, which is not something we did for a long time.
Going on the bridge here loses like 1 second. There was a huge debate about that years ago.
But yeah, Destiny Islands is mostly about just taking the most direct lines you can between things, trying to find little clever ways to avoid additional jumps in spots, or especially skipping ledge grabs, unless the ledge grab is going to save you, climbing a ladder or something like that. Because the early game is just really all about saving a few frames here, a few frames there, that kind of thing, that end up adding up to seconds, because this is a 2-hour plus run in real time. And so if you can save a second on every minute or so, like, it ends up adding up a lot.
People don't know that you can actually lock onto the fish. It helps you track them a lot more easily.
Yeah.
Cool tip right there. And then to collect this mushroom, you want to like go behind it a little bit just to make it easier to pick up.
Not too much left for day 2. Just got to kind of go over and beat Riku real quick. Do you want to name the gummy ship something stupid?
Well, spoiling my surprise, Tom.
Okay. I didn't know you had something in mind already.
You can go for an early coconut on that tree there, but I don't like going for it.
All right, what are you naming it?
If I can find the... good enough.
It's
a period, I think.
PAX dot. All right. Woo, PAX dot.
I was trying to do a space and write out east. That'd be too much time lost.
I think everybody, when they played this game as a kid, remembers losing to Riku like over and over and over again. That's not going to happen here. You can actually take a few different routes and still beat Riku. And the main reason we generally would want to is to get the Pretty Stone, but I think that probably doesn't even matter anymore with the defense ups you sell, right? But yeah, Pretty Stone sells for a decent amount of money. But yeah, taking the zipline and these tree hops is the fastest way to beat Riku. The thing with this race is that you can only save so much time. If you get to the end of the race and basically when Violin jumps up onto the last platform here, if the game doesn't fade out immediately, then that means Violin saved all the time that he possibly could. So it can fade out there, but because he had to walk and wait for a little bit, that means that the game is basically waiting for Riku to get close enough to the end.
All right, now we have to go talk to Kyrie real quick and get a bottle from her to collect some water. First, I'm going to fish this rock, get this mushroom, and then I'm going to go to a specific tree right here because this has the highest drop rate for coconuts. Although this RNG is pretty bad.
So you need 2 coconuts. They have to be ripe according to the game, which looks very not ripe according to real life. But yeah, it's random how quickly they drop. and then we're pretty much done now. Like, there's 2 more things to collect, and then got to go back and talk to Kairi. But then we're basically done with the, you know, fetch quest kind of beginning intro part of the game with Destiny Islands. There's going to be another boss fight that'll still be pretty quick because of all those power-ups. And then we'll be moving on.
Yep. We have a lot of cool cutscenes coming up that we're going to skip.
Yeah, there's what, like, I think there's 7 minutes of cutscenes here if you don't skip them.
I remember watching my friend, one of my friends was speedrunning KH1 on the PS2, and during these cutscenes, he straight up lied down in his bed.
Yeah, I used to go drum. I used to go play on the drums during this part when running it on PS2 because it's so long.
Great.
But thankfully, we could skip all those. Cutscene skips in this game are actually kind of weird, and they're kind of their own skill. That's one of the things I really like about Kingdom Hearts 1 is Kingdom Hearts 2 normalizes a lot of stuff, which is really good and like practical and is very honestly nice for speedrunning. But it takes away a little bit of the kind of charm of all these weird intricacies of KH1 speedrunning, where every cutscene skip has like a different timing to it. I don't know about you, I always used like specific animations or frames or sounds as like cues for when I should try to skip. Because you want to skip the cutscene as soon as you're possibly able, but if you try to skip it too early, most of the cutscenes will just pause and not let you skip it, and then you'll lose time. So it's this really delicate balance. Going into Dark Side 2 now, though. Power-ups are still going to do a lot of work for us here. This boss is going to die pretty quickly. Violin's trying not to get caught underneath the hand because it will make it impossible to get a full combo off. Only happened like a tiny bit at the end there. And if that does happen, the important thing is just that you notice it's happening. It's not a big deal if it does and you're able to adjust and start a new air combo, but if it pushes you back to the ground and you start a ground combo, that's where you start losing time from it.
Yeah. Actually, the super crazy strat for that fight on beginner is to like
stay
under the arm on purpose. You do like one empty hit and then a full combo with the parry and over.
Wow.
But I feel like it requires a certain level of luck to get that.
Right.
And then to spawn Leon, which is the next boss fight, the game wants you to kill 5 shadows. Alternatively, you could just walk around and get all the cutscene triggers with Donald and Goofy. Okay.
You got lucky with 4 of them in one swing, and then of course the easy one decides to duck for you. Shadows are the bane of every Kingdom Hearts speedrunner's existence in literally every single Kingdom Hearts game. No matter what, even if they're not called shadows, if they're the same enemy, they're still the worst enemy in the game. But yeah, 5 shadows, enter the accessory shop, pop back out, and now you can fight Leon. You can win or lose to this fight. Losing doesn't make any sense really here because it's significantly faster on beginner to defeat him, and you get an elixir for defeating Leon, as well as bosses giving you experience in this game. Not that that experience matters too much. But elixirs are extremely helpful. Like most of the elixirs are going to be saved for the very end of the run, and you pick them up throughout the entire game. So it's like, I've always loved that routing aspect of this run.
Also, it might have looked like I was just waiting there during the cutscene, which is true, I was.
Yeah, you just can't skip it earlier than that. Now, coming up here, you're actually going to see Violin kill a few more enemies, a few soldiers here. That's because if we get just a little bit more experience, I want to say it's like 12 more experience, then it's going to cause Sora to level up at perfect timing to deal just a little bit of extra damage to the next boss fight. So yeah, those 3 soldiers, which took maybe 3 seconds or so to take out fully, are going to end up helping. Not necessarily even technically save time, but make the fight more
consistent.
More consistent, yeah. Now for an inconsistent fight. Ooh, that was a good start though. Really good start. Unfortunately, Donald decided to not kill any.
Donald and Goofy didn't do their job.
You really want the Donald and Goofy to kill 2 soldiers so you can take out the other 4, but it is what it is. And now guard armor is all about breaking the individual pieces as quickly as you can. The entire boss has kind of a shared health bar, but then also kind of doesn't. And there's certain animations it can get into where if it's in them, you can't deal any damage. Like right now, the boss is basically at 1 HP or is low enough to die very quickly right now. But dealing more damage or trying to do more swings during that hit wasn't going to do any more damage. It wasn't going to speed up the fight, at least.
And from
one
that
setting
fight,
real quick while you're talking about this next thing.
From that fight, we actually get an accessory called Brave Warrior, which gives us an extra strength. So I'm going to be putting that on in this upcoming menu. And from Goofy here, we also learned Dodge Roll, which is going to be our main form of movement for a very long time. Donald also gives us the Fire Spell, which is very, very good, especially in later parts of the run. We're also going to take an Ether from Goofy, because he starts with 1 Ether. We're going to use that during Deep Jungle. And I'm also going to change my shortcut from triangle to circle to have fire on circle.
To note, changing the shortcuts is like the customization is just completely personal preference for various runners, which means Violin was slow by doing that.
Yeah.
I gotta give you some crap, all right?
Oh, I'm also gonna put on a gun. Oh no.
Losing like spending 2 more inputs than you need to in a menu. But yeah, gummy ship editing is very weird to control. You pretty much always want to put on a gun at some point, but the reason I like to give Violin crap about that is that I've just always waited until later to put that gun on, where you save yourself like 2 inputs by doing so. It doesn't actually matter, but it's just fun to goof around about.
Also, on beginner here, you can just stay in the top right corner the whole time.
Oh, okay.
And
I always used a different cue of where to go.
Yeah.
Nice.
I love this category.
There are certain aspects about Proud Mode that are extremely cool, and one of them is not the fact that you can actually die in gummy missions. Like, it really sucks to have to pay attention. Yeah. Oh, okay, so the spot I have works on Proud, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like I line up the right edge with this, and then go up to hit L2.
L2.
I think it's L2?
Oh,
yeah.
R2.
So I put the corner of the gummy ship with the scoreboard, the bottom of the scoreboard, but I put, like, horizontally I line with English, like, or energy. That's what it is. I align with the edge of that, and vertically I align the top right corner of the cockpit with the scoreboard.
Yeah, that wall that I hit?
You take 1 hit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay. And then you could do the same spot and then move all the way left on your way back, and you take no hits.
Wow.
Yeah.
I need to try that.
These are the things we think about in the spots where we can't do anything to speed the game up. It's like, how do I
we be lazy?
How do I be the most lazy I can be?
Yeah.
All right, into Wonderland. This port allows us to save 3.5 minutes by skipping the opening cutscene, and as a trade-off, we have to watch this cutscene.
Rabbit booty.
And so we lose like 4 seconds for some reason. I don't know why we can't skip that cut. You can skip it, I think, if you don't skip the one before it or something, right? Or am I misremembering?
I don't know.
No? Okay.
I never tried not skipping something.
Fair.
Alright, so here the game wants you to collect pieces of evidence to show to the queen to trigger the crank tower fight. You only have to collect 1 piece of evidence. So we're just going to collect the first one. Hopefully not get a red menu after this wave of Heartless.
Yeah, so what Violin means by red menu is if you look in the bottom left corner, you're going to see a blue command menu, and then as Violin starts rolling, you'll see it's now red. Anytime you are in combat, or the game thinks you are in combat, your command menu goes from blue to red. In this game, you can only interact with objects that you need to examine, like chests or boxes or talking to people, when you have a blue menu as opposed to a red menu. You can't be in combat. And there's actually a lot of strategies in this run to avoid having red menu at times where the game would, otherwise you probably would have to.
And here we want to select the Soldier Heartless, which is the one that touches the ground first.
I thought it was 4.
Oh, probably. It's really hard to tell on higher frame rates because the boxes fall faster.
Yeah, you used to be able to tell on 30 FPS, but on 60 it's like a 50-50 call, basically. Yeah, Violin's gonna do this fight. This is a weird one because the Crank Tower, like, it doesn't really follow the same behavior that most bosses do, where it's like just wail on it and deal enough damage. You actually do slower combos or like kind of reset your combos on the second half of it, and that helps it break faster. It's really weird. I don't think any of us fully understand it, just kind of know how to deal with it.
Basically, whenever you see the cranks moving, it's invulnerable to dealing any damage. So you want to wait till they stop moving. And then once they're all broken, you can attack the rest as quickly as you can.
See, I've had the opposite experience. It's so weird. Another important factor of speedrunning KH1 is manipulating your camera, because the camera in KH2, and I think every KH game besides KH1, will center behind Sora with every new room you load into. But in KH1, the camera is fixed in some locations, but in most is based on where your camera was pointing when you entered a room transition. And that matters a lot, because if you want to be going as fast as possible, then when a room loads, you want to already be going in, like, holding the direction that you want to go in. Very nice job, too, by Violin there to activate that switch before causing a red menu to appear. There's a lot of spawn triggers in that room, and if you hit one of them, then you will not be able to open that hatch. But yeah, manipulating camera is very important in this run, and it happens in literally like every load transition. Now, Trickmaster is all about dealing hits at the very height of your jump here to avoid needing to jump onto the table or chair. Okay, you still got all the hits on that one. Every time Trickmaster gets knocked down, he'll take like a certain number of hits or a certain amount of damage before he'll kind of regain his confidence and stand back up. And so Violin is doing an air combo followed by 2 hits starting from the ground to get like a maximum height swing.
Yeah.
That helps just deal the most damage possible during every knockdown.
And I was also commanding Donald and Goofy to try to put in some extra damage.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't do a ton in this run.
But it's enough to save like half a second.
Exactly, yeah.
Do the strat perfectly.
Goofy will help us out a lot later. Donald will become fairly useless in this run pretty quickly.
And then for this gummy mission, you can just hold circle at the top.
Yeah. You could also do it in the middle. You could just not move.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, wait. No, you
these
can't.
walls?
Ignore me. Ignore me. That's later.
Okay.
Ignore me. I was about to give very bad advice.
I miss the PS3 days where you can just press the home button.
Yeah.
And it just keeps holding the gun.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, also the reason I took off all of the gummy parts and just put a cockpit and an engine and a gun. Armor in this game, like gummy ship armor, actually slows down your gummy ship. So the less of it you have on, the faster your base speed is. And then I don't believe your gun or your engine adds any weight.
I don't think so.
Yeah. And later you'll see me putting on more like faster engines and haste gummies that will add even more speed.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 and 3 are the only games that actually modify the gummy ship, or whatever your method of travel is between the worlds. And I've always really liked that about them, because it takes something that is otherwise fairly boring in a speedrunning context and turns it into part of the routing.
Yeah.
So we actually do, what, like 3-4 gummy menus in this? It's more than you would think, probably. Yeah, it's 4, I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to be messing with the gummy ship a lot to just speed up these sections. Like the fact that we can actually speed them up is nice, as opposed to like Kingdom Hearts 2, where maybe they're more visually interesting, they're more fun casually, but you can't speed them up for speedrunning on any difficulty. So they're just kind of a bummer. Except for when you can use
Good
the bathroom breaks. Yeah.
Nice show. Shabor coming up. We're going to do 3 hits without a finisher and do a full combo with a finisher.
Nice. Sabor is really frustrating because it is a very low to the ground target like Shadows, and also can do a bunch of different types of attacks, some of which will jump away, some of which will involve hitting you out of to interrupt your attacks, or parrying your attacks so they don't end up doing damage. So Sabor can be very frustrating. And then Tarzan used to get used in this world a fair amount, and we would mess with his abilities in the menu because he has some like critical pluses that we could put on, things like that. But because of the PS4 port onwards of this game, the 60 FPS ports, they also significantly reduced the loading times, making it easier to warp around between locations. And when you do that, it changes your party back to the default party. So redoing party menus constantly for the little bit that like Tarzan was doing doesn't end up making it worth it. Slide collection back there, pretty good. Shows off how like platforming in this game can be a bit more specific than you might think initially. Trying to always make sure that you're collecting slides in an animation that you can skip the text box before you regain control of Sora, that kind of thing.
All right, now I'm going to shave warp to the jungle area.
Yeah, so right here, you'll notice Tarzan was in the party, and now he won't be.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you would have to do a menu every single time you do that, and you warp twice, I think, in this world, so not worth it.
Just drop down here for the cutscene.
I'm still sad Hippo Hops are no longer in the run, even if they were a big pain.
You should play JJ.
No, thank you.
Or Plat.
So a lot of people get lost in Deep Jungle, kind of rightfully so, because there's a lot of trips between the camp, the tent, and the treehouse here, and you have to hit some other triggers along the way, and there are ways to get to those locations without hitting those triggers. So it's like really easy to just meander around and get lost and not know where the next story trigger is. Even once you've been running this game, like it's really easy to get confused and think you're on the second trip up to the treehouse when you're really on the first trip or something. But once you've done it hundreds and hundreds of times, it really gets locked in. And now Power Wilds are another type of Heartless, another mob fight that we have to deal with here. And of course, the last one decided to hide behind the boxes and slow things down. The kind of big thing about every mob fight in this game, anything that is just fighting regular Heartless, you want to group them up, because if they spread out, it's going to be so much harder to take them out quickly. If they're grouped up, you can use the same spell to hit multiple enemies, whether that's Blizzard like it is here, or later some spells like Gravity. Nice. Caught all of those before they ran. Power Wilds take one spell and a hit, or 2 spells. And MP usage is going to be very important here as well. So Violent's trying to, if he knows he can chase one down with a physical hit without really losing much time over using a Blizzard, he might try to save that bit of MP. And it's really cool platforming here, just clever use of the tree slope. Gets you into just a better configuration of them, right? A better approach angle. So Donald hit a fire on that one, so Violin knew that he could go use a regular swing, and he was out of MP anyways. Throwing an Ether after being fully out of MP because it refills 3, and that's all we have right now. And now he can hopefully take out almost all of these with some Blizzards. Yeah. A couple stragglers to clean up. Power Wild's probably candidate for 2nd or 3rd worst enemy.
Yeah.
It's like Shadows, Invisibles, and Power Wilds are the 3 big ones.
Angel Stars are not that great.
That's true. They're not as bad on beginner though, at least.
Yeah. Nice.
Cool. Not too bad, all things considered. Like, when your first Power Wilds fight is one of the worst ones out of the bunch, like, that's not too bad.
And we also got another MP from that level up. And the way MP works in this game is the more MP you have, the stronger your magic will be.
Yeah, there's no individual magic stat. It is your maximum MP is effectively your magic stat. Now heading into Sabor 2, gonna open with some fires because magic is pretty strong, and then once out of MP, just gonna wail on Sabor a little bit, and as long, yeah, there you go, as long as you could chase Sabor down before they jump back into the trees, back into the bamboo, that's pretty much a good fight.
And now we actually can't save warp because there's something blocking that side of the entrance to the fight we're supposed to go to. I'm going to climb up here. There's a little vine minigame that I'm going to activate, and then I can quit out of it to get warp to the next area.
Violin actually
Frame
pressed
perfect
pause
on.
on the yeah on the first frame available. We could tell from the timer. And you got 2 white mushroom spawns, which is kind of funny. Saved a tiny bit of time on loading.
And here you have to do 15 hits, no matter what your stats are. It's always just 15 hits.
And now coming up next is the Clayton fight. This fight is traditionally one that I think a lot of people remember dying on over and over again, having some trouble because you don't have access to the cure spell yet. On beginner, for the longest time, you weren't really worried about dying at all. It was still just about managing the enemy AI and doing the fight quickly. Now that you don't use the defense ups, it honestly is possible again. I've had trouble with it when relearning this run. But Violin is significantly more experienced than me. It's going to take a specific approach here in order to stun the boss twice, then have its reveal animation happen a little bit faster because of the way that it landed there. Having it jump back to the entrance, he's mashing triangle so that Donald and Goofy are also attacking Clayton, and because he trapped Stealth Sneak up against the invisible wall of the loading zone, and Clayton is there as well, Clayton couldn't get like thrown around really, so it's a really great way to do it, and that was a fantastic fight. I still die to that fight now that I'm trying without defense ups.
And this section is pretty notorious for its platforming.
Hardest boss in the game.
Oh.
Yeah, the camera here is really wonky because there isn't a lot of room. And this last jump at the end can be very frustrating, but thankfully 2 ledge grabs is pretty good. A lot better than missing the jump and falling all the way to the bottom and having to start over with a brand new camera angle. It's terrible.
I've had so many runs die there.
Yeah. I still have a split for it that called hardest boss of the game.
All right, and from this world we get Red Trinity, which is required for story progression in 2 places. Well, technically 3. Yeah, because the waterway.
Yeah.
And we also get the Jungle King Keyblade, which gives us some more strength and some bigger reach, which will be useful in the next one.
I'm blanking on what the other 2 are now. So the waterway makes sense, but
Opposite Armor and Hollow Bastion.
Opposite Armor, right? Oh, Hollow Bastions.
For the emblem
Oh,
piece.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
And here you actually don't want to kill too many enemies because you'll get rewarded with a cosmetic item if you get too many points.
Does that actually lose time?
Yeah, because you have to do some extra inputs in the gummy menu.
Huh. I don't think I've ever paid attention. Oh, I've never paid attention to that because I never have a gun on in this game.
Makes sense.
So this is kind of the big slow chunk of the early game of this run. It's always unfortunate that they don't give you the ability to warp back to past worlds you visited until right after all of this.
Yeah.
So Violin just has to fly all the way back to Wonderland and then all the way back to Traverse Town. So in the meantime, how's everyone enjoying PAX? Yeah? Woo! Y'all need to get out more. It seemed like you got to do some more stuff down on the show floor. Try out the speedrunning gauntlet a bit more. You got to get those cheers up.
So what is the speedrunning gauntlet?
Oh yeah, okay. Because I think today's the first day you got here, right?
Yeah.
So we have a whole bunch of stations set up to our right, which is 4 classic video games with just little segments of them, little small goals. Like Sonic 2, I think, is just like beat the first stage or something like that. I haven't actually looked at our goals today. Super Mario World is beat Yoshi's Island 4 for the that stage, and the program over there will keep track of how fast you do it, and let you reset at the hit of a button. It'll just reset the timer and put you back at the starting position with a 3-second countdown.
That's cool.
And you have 10 minutes to try it out. I promise you, even if you're like, I can't speedrun, I've never done it, I'm not good at games or something, when you sit down and you just spend 10 minutes on a 20-second chunk of a level, you'll be surprised how quickly you improve, how much faster you get. And if you want to give it a try, you absolutely should. It's free. And later in the day, we'll be doing a full gauntlet challenge, which involves all 4 games back-to-back up here on stage, and anybody who tries it gets a GDQ lanyard, pins while we have them available as well. Even if you walk up, die 4 times, and fail, like that's we still give everybody a lanyard and stuff. So highly recommend trying that out because
that's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, they are so fun. You're like everybody who has done speedrunning and walks up to it is like, why do we not have this more? It's so great. Yeah, I believe the games for today are Super Mario World, F-Zero. I don't remember the other 2 at the moment. So Sonic 2, I think, is one of them. And then whatever the last one is. Bomberman, is that it? Somebody said Super Bomberman 2. Okay, yeah.
Now we have to do more story progression stuff. Going to the waterway here to talk to Leon. He gives us the Earth Shine, what is it, Spirit Gem? Summon Gem. Which gives us access to Simba, one of the best summons in the game. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Okay. Please despawn.
See, okay, good. So once again, red menu matters. You can't use a Trinity while you're in combat. So Violin was trying to just take out the 2 yellow operas with blizzards and then despawn the next wave of enemies, but because one of the yellow operas escaped the blizzards,
my spacing was off.
Yeah, like it was just slightly out of range. It meant that like the blue operas were the blue rhapsodies were in the way, so he had to kind of take out a few of them to try to help things. Thankfully, Donald actually did something and took out one of the other yellow opera that kept running away. The weird thing so Japanese saves 45 seconds in this run because of the text. You can't skip the text-based cutscenes in KH1, unfortunately, and as a result, the shorter text in Japanese speeds things up. However, there are some gameplay changes that lose time, because Japanese on just text alone actually saves something more like 1.5 minutes over English text. But English has a way to save time in Traverse Town by doing one of the very few glitches in this game. And also, you spawn in some more favorable locations in a few spots in English. So it's weird how many like small gameplay differences there are between the 2 versions. Oh, didn't get to try for the firewall falling, yeah.
These rocks move in random intervals, like random directions.
That's like the only one I go for now too. Like you used to be able to dodge roll between all the rocks. I mean, you still presumably probably can.
I don't think you can on 60 FPS.
But yeah, 60 FPS is the big problem. It makes it so, yeah, your physics are updating twice as often and you fall in the water. Yeah, everything that Violin has done in this visit so far, except for breaking open the entrance to the waterway, English would have actually done at the beginning of the run before going to Wonderland, including this cutscene, because there's just a weird glitch where you can walk through a wall the first time you see Trinity in the specific spot where the waterway is, and it ends up saving time. Japanese can't do it, but it's still faster from all the text that the time you save on the text.
It does give English a bit better pacing compared to JP.
Yes, it does. It shortens this visit, moves some of it to the front of the run, which helps. And on top of that, it's nice to like. It was a nice discovery as a way to be like people who don't want to have to learn how to play in Japanese can still run in English and not lose as much time as they used to.
Right. Save warping back to Sid. We're gonna talk to him and sell some stuff. The only thing we're gonna keep is the elixir and the white fang, which we got from Sabor, which increases our strength.
Yeah, so you don't really have to care too much about what you're seeing disappear while Violin is selling. I believe you sell way more than you actually need for the money just to get the things out of the inventory and not clutter up your menuing, right?
You only need 1250. We end up having like 1800.
Oh, it's 18. I thought it was like 1600.
Oh, it is 16.
Ah. That's what happens when I learned this, like, a few weeks ago or whatever. And then back over to Merlin's, because now that we have acquired a book from Sid, we have to turn it into Merlin. We have to do this for story progression, but also we're going to get access to the Fairy Godmother from this, so that you get Simba out of the summon gem that we got from Leon. And Simba is a very useful summon. If summon animations were skippable in this game, the summons would be even more useful, and we would probably use a lot of them in a lot of different spots. But even with these long, like 17-second summon animations, you'll still see use out of 2 summons in this game.
All right, so right there I put on White Fang over EXP necklace, which you start with on beginner every time. And then I gave it to Goofy so that we can still continue getting more EXP while he's in our party.
I tried moving that menu to there when I was relearning this recently, instead of when you get Aladdin, because you don't mess with Aladdin anymore.
Yeah.
And I kept forgetting to do it, so I had to move it back to Aladdin, because it doesn't really. I think it affects like the one fight.
It affects saving Aladdin.
Saving Aladdin, yeah.
Oh, also, I was gonna say, even if you didn't have Earthshine, the game is still programmed to give you Simba at that cutscene.
Wait, is it?
Fun fact.
I didn't know that. Like if you manually somehow remove it from your inventory or something, or make the story.
It's just the game expects you,
happen.
because of how story flags work, the game expects you to have Earthshine already at that point.
Now we're finally getting out of here. There is one more gummy mission. Well, actually, there is still one more shop real quick, but this is a very fast one. Violin is going to press like 3 inputs to buy a Haste G and a Fyra G, and those are 2 gummy ship pieces. The Haste G is the more expensive one, and that will accelerate. It's called a boost gummy. Basically, you hold down a button, and it makes you boost every time a bar fills up. And the Fyra G is just a better engine, which means your base speed is faster. So you're going to see Violin warp here, because even though it doesn't look like it on the world map, Wonderland is closer to the warp destination, the warp hole. And you're going to see him put on the Fyra G, put on the Haste G, have the ugliest looking gummy ship ever. And the Fire G engine that was already on there is now no longer doing anything. The game, even though you can equip like a bunch of engines, it just cares about what your highest value one is.
Yeah.
And now the nice thing is the next like 6 gummy missions or something, or at least a lot of them, you can just hold 2 buttons and stay in the center of the screen, and it will get you exactly where you need to go on beginner. So yeah, this last gummy mission is kind of like that. That is the slow section from when you beat Waterfall Caverns to until you get to like Agrabah. It's kind of a bit of a slower chunk of the run. I think for a lot of runners, if you're not feeling your early game, you're going to reset around like that Clayton point, then rather than have to go through all of that and then end up resetting an Agrabah anyways.
Sure.
But from here on out, we have like pretty good action pacing for a while until like much later where there's one more slowdown, and at that point it's kind of more of a welcome respite.
Good music.
Yeah, good music for sure. If there's one consistency across running Kingdom Hearts games, it's that you're not going to be bored by the music.
Right. All right, Agrabah. This is the longest world besides Hollow Bastion.
Yeah. I would have thought Halloween Town was still longer than this world. But that is good to know. It does have like 3 boss fights.
Yeah.
4 boss fights. So in this section, the game expects you to fight all these Heartless that Jafar summons. Violin isn't going to because he doesn't care about saving the princess, apparently.
He's fine.
But no, the main reason you don't is because the only reason you need to fight them is in order to activate a switch to go into a separate room, which we used to have to do, but we still didn't have to fight them. Now, because save warping is so fast, we can just save warp later back to Aladdin's house. Like the exit that Violin just walked out of will be blocked later, but there's going to be a different way to get in there. So first, though, we have to be introduced to Aladdin. We have to save him from 2 waves of bandits. And as you've seen so far in this run, a kind of shotgun spread spell of magic is going to be very useful for hitting a wide group of enemies. And that fight went really well. Like,
that was really good.
That went really, really well. If the bandits the additional bandits will spawn based on like when previous bandits die, so you really want just all of them to die at the same time, just as quickly as possible. And they can run around, they can interrupt your spells, they can really slow things down. We used to use Simba there, and honestly, as a beginner strat, like it's still a good idea. But because of those summon animations taking a long time, it just is unfortunately slower than trying to deal with the randomness. And there's the save warp I was talking about before. This is always a tricky spot for camera angles, I would say. Like, I was even just looking at Violin's hand as he was like already manipulating the camera before the next loading zone happened.
I got lucky there that the bandit came to me. Normally you have to use some fires there because he's still far away from you.
Yeah, that room, it's really important not to mess up the platforming because if you fall down to the bottom, you'll spawn more enemies that will cause you to have a red menu so you can't interact with the switch at the top.
Alright, and this is Pod Centipede. This is a very consistent fight on beginner because the way it works is if you deal enough damage, he'll start walking to different rooms and breaking through stuff. And on beginner, we do a lot of damage, so he just starts walking almost immediately. We can just combo him.
The one thing is, if this fight does get out of hand, it starts being scary again because of not using those defense ups at the beginning of the run.
Yeah.
You can die in just a few hits pretty easily. And then it's very important at the end of the fight to roll into that next room because it will actually spawn you in this room, saving you just a little bit of movement. And we go straight into another boss fight here. You get 2 back-to-back 2 different times in this world. This is the Tiger Head, or the Cave of Wonders fight. Do you do the behind the eye slap?
The new strat? No.
Okay. No, I meant.
Oh,
well, I meant like an early one for safety, but yeah. So, Violin is basically just trying to keep his position and spacing such that he's going to be able to consistently hit the eye with single hits, and now has knocked out one eye, which actually makes the boss more aggressive, but he has enough time, hopefully. Okay, those bandits were being a little scary. Yeah. But there's just enough time while the boss is already committed to that animation of like sticking its head in the ground to finish off the second eye on beginner before it raises back up. If it raises back up, though, it would start shaking its head around. It'd be a real big pain.
Yeah. Also swung on that tiny platform, just because swimming is slower than jumping. So we like to skip as much swimming as possible.
I've never seen that. I didn't know you could do it out of the hopping out animation. So had to hit that pillar in order to unblock a door later on. Now, are you going to jump on the sprayer thing, or are you going to go for the full send jump? Aw. Disappointed.
What, do you just jump across?
You do a jump swing, yeah.
Oh.
It's terrifying.
That sounds
time.
risky.
It's extremely risky, but I do it anyways because I'm a fool.
Oh, you can explain this. This is a hard fight.
Yeah, okay, so Jafar is a fight where basically Jafar's going to be moving around the arena, except hopefully he won't. That blizzard that Violin used, this positioning's a little weird, but it looks okay, good. That blizzard was to manipulate that magic shield to come out, so that way Violin could stun him again and then try to deal enough damage in order to keep the boss here, and did a great job getting 1 second. I'm clapping for that one. That was a great fight. That was super, super awesome. Like, if he didn't deal enough damage there, if there was just a few more swings that missed, then Jafar would have started moving. He started to move right at the end
Yeah,
there.
he nearly got away.
Yeah, and if he gets away, it's like you got to chase him down with fires, which don't have the longest range, or you got to, like, manipulate him to move back to the center platform again and start it all over. It sucks. That 1 cycle is honestly one of the kind of, like, early challenges of learning this category. And now Violin just dealing as much damage with blizzards as he can while he waits for Iago to come over. The physical swings are going to do better for him, but he couldn't reach Iago at the start, and those blizzards were dealing damage to Genie Jafar. They have a shared health bar. Parried the boulder as well, and that was extremely
really
fast.
I show lock-on switch to Jafar just so I can continue the combo in that direction and then end up behind Iago when he started moving.
Yeah, I noticed the lockout switch, but I thought it was about parrying the boulder. That's cool. It's like about your positioning.
It's for both.
Yeah. And now this section is... This is one of the few sections in the game where they take you from a boss fight and throw you directly into another event. The game doesn't like... They're really good about like wanting to make sure that when you beat a boss, you can save. Like basically you don't have to fight that boss again, except for where it's a bit more intentional. So you can actually, as a result, die in this section, this carpet escape, and still progress the game. And it ends up being faster to do so. So Violin was hitting every single boulder that he possibly could, and every single piece of terrain to die on that fire pillar. On Night Route, you used to be able to die slightly sooner because you didn't have as much HP, but now that the run uses Dawn Route, like it has for years, you have to die like just a little bit later.
Yeah, that section is actually the hardest on beginner because of how long it takes to die.
Yeah, on Proud you can actually die from just the rocks, I think, right before you get.
Or even see the lava.
Yeah. Got a few things there from Aladdin. 3 Wishes is a Keyblade that I think you do end up putting on, right? And the Genie Summon, which you'll actually never use on beginner. He's
Thank
just
goodness.
too random, and like I mentioned earlier, summon animations take a long time, so if you're gonna use a summon, it better be saving you a lot of time. It better be doing a lot for you. You'll see why Simba is so powerful later.
Genie's also just very weak on anything but Proud. You actually use a glitch on Proud to make summons do a lot more damage than they're intended to. But without EXP Zero, it's just never worth it for Genie or Mushu. And then poor Bambi's always stuck in 100 Acre Wood. Never seen it.
Yeah, Bambi's never seen anything other than JJ and maybe level 1.
Oh, and Tinkerbell is never used anywhere.
Yeah. Tinkerbell could still be like an
great
in your
casual
pocket safety strat though for like early JJ runners or something, you know. All right, and approaching Monstro here. Monstro, I believe, is the fastest world except for maybe Wonderland.
I think Monstro is still
It's
faster.
still faster? Okay.
Fun fact, though, you actually used to be able to miss Monstro in the original KH1. He would just not show up sometimes. But in Final Mix, they changed it so that he always shows up no matter what.
Yeah. Which is a good, consistent change, but it is, because it was frustrating if you ran PS2.
Yeah.
We're going to warp back to Monstro later, and on PS2, Monstro could just not show up when you warp back, and it would save you time.
Yeah.
And so it sucked, really, hoping you would get that every time. It is very reminiscent of a different thing that we'll talk about later. Yeah, Monstro, I've always liked Monstro as a world in the
I do
speedrun.
too.
It's like really fun. It's just, it's super quick. It has some fun platforming to it. It's got boss fights that can be a little frustrating, but are not like too bad. Like a bad fight on them is not going to lose you a ton of time.
Yeah, it's fun on beginner, but when we when we're talking about other difficulties, that can change.
That's fair, yeah. But for regular any percent, it's super fun.
It's a cool little skip coming up.
Yeah. Skip I found. Woohoo. Yeah, so this coming up here in a moment is Chamber 3 skip. You're going to see Violin swing as he falls to land in this portal and jump and just barely make that ledge grab. And that saves you about, back on PS3 it was like 8 seconds, so it's probably like 6 now or something, I don't know.
I thought I was going to miss that.
Oh, I thought you had it. It looked good to me the whole way. But yeah, I've made 2 contributions to this video game for the most part, and that's one of them. And that's at least the one that everybody has to go for. nobody.
So you're telling me if I miss the jump, I can blame you for it?
Nope.
Wow.
If you miss the other one, maybe the one that you probably won't do after
the one in Halloween Town.
After Limit Break.
Oh, no.
So this boss is going. If everything goes well, okay. Unfortunately, if everything went well, it would have looked like Violin's just doing a bunch of air combos and the boss dies. The trick is once the boss isn't constantly getting staggered, it will pretty much never get staggered again. Like it can, but it mostly won't. So that fight is all about just trying to do your air combos right at kind of the opening, stomach mouth of the boss. Common phrase in Kingdom Hearts, the stomach mouth. You didn't know this is a horror game? But yeah, you want to do those air combos as low to the ground as possible. Because it just means you can keep doing more of them faster. And then trying to hope that your party members don't cause the boss to stagger, or that you don't fail to jump on one of your combos, which is extremely easy to do, because then you will make it so the boss will have enough time to prevent itself from staggering.
I also put on high jump and 3 wishes. Which 3 wishes, does that give you more strength? I think it does.
I believe so, yeah. It's a shorter Keyblade, but it has, I think, like 1 more strength. And now we go to fight Parasite Cage again. This is actually the same strategy, effectively. Violin had to be extremely fast to get a stagger there before the boss's opening attack. And now, unfortunately, because Donald jumped so high, and I think maybe one of your combos was a little low, the boss decides to open up. And opening up is good because you can deal a lot of damage, but if you were to use finishers here, it actually would kind of wake back up faster, and then it would be hard to stagger. So that was a pretty good fight. You don't mind the boss kind of getting knocked down there as long as it's late enough that you're not going to have to deal with more attacks at the end.
Right. And then from that fight, we also got the stop spell, which is very good in later parts of the run.
Yeah. Yeah, the stop and gravity are like the 2 strongest spells in this game, except for maybe Cure if you want to count it, honestly. It is really cool that every spell in this game is extremely viable and valuable. You're not going to see all of them in a beginner any percent run, but in a JJ run, I believe everything makes an appearance. Yeah, I think everything would. And in some other categories, it's like you might go to Olympus Coliseum and get Thunder and have that for a lot of your run. Level 1 does that I believe, right?
I feel like in the right context, you could argue that any of the spells is the best spell in the game at a certain point.
Yeah, honestly, like you could at least make an argument for it. It's really nice. They did a good job of balancing their spells in this, around them all being useful.
Yeah.
Stop is gonna seem almost too strong in a few contexts, but even where Violin's gonna make it look extremely strong, it still has a lot of difficulty around mastering it and letting it be that strong. So gotta warp back to Monstro here, and because we know that Monstro's always gonna show up, Violin was able to save this little set of platforming until he had high jump and spawn close to this chest. And what that chest contained is another summon gem called Water Gleam. Water Gleam has the Dumbo summon in it, and Dumbo is completely optional in this game. You do not have to get him. Simba you have to get, Genie you have to get because it's just given to you. And I believe Tinkerbell you also have to get. Mushu. No, Mushu you don't have to, but you have to get some of the summons, even if we mostly only use Simba. So why would we go out of our way to get Dumbo? I talked earlier about how like summon animations are really long. Nobody probably remembers using Dumbo in this game. Like it's not considered a strong summon. And for that, I'll say hang around because Dumbo is going to be used to as an exploit in one world 3 different times, and it's super cool.
So here I'm going to do a strat here. Just jump against this gate to trigger the cutscene. So that's a newer strat.
Yeah, I didn't know about that.
Saves like a second. Then up here, there's a power boost. I think it's like 1 of 3 power-ups in the entire game. There's like 2 at the clock tower.
Yeah,
1 there.
yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, the PS2 version had a lot more power-ups in it, but you also needed a lot more strength in the PS2 version.
Oh, and the 8 power-ups at the beginning.
Oh, okay, well, yeah.
Alright, I'm also going to take Jack's Ethers and put on a bunch of abilities.
Yeah, notably like some MP haste, I believe, are in there to help gain MP back faster. I don't read Japanese, so I'm not going to know all of them.
So
Cheer was one of them, I think.
It's Hurricane Blast, Air Combo Plus. Yeah, those are the ones that I know.
I think Cheer and MP haste might be the other 2.
I think so.
Or something. Or maybe I'm thinking of a download menu later.
I just put on the abilities. I don't really question what they are.
That's the thing is when people, see speedrunners run a game in Japanese, they'll be wondering, man, that seems so tough if you have to learn an entire new language just to be able to like speedrun this game at the top level. No, you don't. I mean, how much Japanese can you read, Violet?
Very
Any?
little.
Very little. Yeah, what happens is we just know either the positions of specific things in menus, or if the position can be variable, we'll have certain symbols that we look for to know, like, oh, that's an elixir, or that is a potion I need to get out of here, or something, get out of my inventory.
Yeah.
Like, stuff like that. So even though I have a vague idea of what Violin is putting on, Violin has a better idea, but apparently still a little vague of what he's putting on.
I did.
You knew at one point.
Yeah, in the past I knew what those were,
but now you just know they need to go on, and otherwise your run will get messed up. So this room could potentially have a couple different ways of handling it. We got the more fun to showcase one, which is these tombstone hops. So there's 2 more spawns on the ground, and then this third one right near the coffin there that Violin was avoiding spawning like enemies by standing up on the tombstones. 716. I was so tempted to just say the wrong numbers.
Scan.
Oh, it was scan in that menu?
Scan is one of them.
Okay, so maybe the MP haste is on
What's
Donald.
the last one?
I saw MP in one of them, which I think is cheer, because...
No, Sora gets cheer in 100 Acre Wood.
Oh, okay. What is that MP? Whatever. Doesn't matter too much. It'll only just keep bothering us for the next half an hour or so. But yeah, the one thing about Halloween Town is it's kind of like Deep Jungle, where you make a lot of treks to and from the same locations. They are different, but because there aren't a lot of kind of shortcut routes in this world, it ends up you walk through the same rooms a bunch.
Oh, I also put on Ray of Light, which
Yes.
gives us an extra MP. And because we have 1 extra MP, I have to do less blizzards during the Heartless fights to kill them.
And it also will help in the upcoming boss fight as well.
Yeah. We are sacrificing a little bit of strength, though.
Mm-hmm. So you have to use fire on this elevator. So Violin got unlucky here, and unfortunately is going to lose 3 MP as a result of it. You still actually got the jumps though, so that's nice. So you want to see these enemies spawn in this room when you first load in, but because Violin's menu was still blue and like he didn't hear enemies spawn right away, he knew he got a different Heartless spawn called Black Fungus. And the Black Fungus enemies are extremely bulky and end up just losing you like 20 seconds for having to go navigate back through the rooms. And honestly, the MP is almost the more important factor because you want to use a lot of blizzards in the upcoming fight and you don't have a save point to refill your MP on. So Violin is going to jump up this tower. You normally would go through the front door, which we have not done in this game in a very, very long time. Did you even run this game like when we used to go in the front door?
No.
Yeah, I think I only barely did. And
I actually forgot to use Ether during the Ghost minigame, so I'm going to do a different strat here.
Okay. Okay, so you're going for stops instead. So normally you would use a bunch of blizzards here to try to hopefully hit all of the enemies. Because he didn't have as much MP from not using that ether, he went with stop first, so that way he can just deal some physical hits to a couple of the enemies. This fight is also one that, like, if you run yourself out of MP, it can be pretty easy to end up getting killed by the kids, like, moving around. And this room sucks. There's a big chandelier that interrupts a lot of your attacks. There's, like, a couch that is easy to, like, land on and then not be able to do good attacks from. Common theme in this game is that couches suck. It's this room and in Hookship, there's another one in Neverland.
My favorite one is the little coat hangers that Locke can just jump off of the wall.
Oh, yeah.
You just stand on those.
Oh, jeez. And then now that that fight is done and we're back to a fight that's going to involve a single target and actually a maximum number of hits per phase, Violin switched back from Ray of Light, giving them more MP, to Raven's Claw, which has more strength. So there are 2 Heartless to fight at the beginning of this boss fight. He manipulated them both to come down by hitting them with a spell, Blizzard, and now he wants to flip the switch that Oogie is on, ideally without either of his party members jumping in the same section with him. If he can deal these hits quickly enough, then Goofy hopefully won't jump up, and he didn't, so that's good. Oogie will only let you hit him 10 times for every damaging phase like that. Ooh, nice Dice Reflect. And your party members count towards those 10 hits and they deal significantly less damage to you. So this should be a really fast fight. That was great. That was a super good fight.
That Dice Reflect is very difficult.
Yeah, so the way that Oogie throws the dice is very random, and reflecting them with any pattern, even a fairly favorable one, I'd say you got like a fairly favorable pattern on that one, is still like extremely tough because they also have a damaging like hurt box. So if you swing and you're spacing slightly off and you're too close, they'll damage you, so you won't end up deflecting them, and then they bounce all over the place as dice do, and you have to chase them down. You only have a limited amount of time. And if you don't reflect the dice, then it means Oogie's going to do some kind of attack that's going to waste a lot of time.
This fight's pretty straightforward, just 5 hits on most of the orbs. 4 hits on that one, because my last finisher carried a fireball.
Fairly straightforward.
Okay.
No, you had to say something.
Commentators first. All right.
So now that he's defeated 3 of the orbs, the manner here gets a bit more aggressive.
No.
It doesn't really matter on beginner too much, other than that the platforms here can move if you take too long, which can be a little bit scary. But thankfully, we do enough damage where it really doesn't matter. But if you do this run on standard, proud, or level 1, this fight can be a menace because all the enemies are going to deal so much more damage to you, and you are taking a lot longer to defeat every single one of those purple orbs, so you have to sit there where they can attack you a lot longer. So that you can actually do a weird thing where you like damage a whole bunch of them but don't actually finish off 3 of them, and then come down and finish off each of them with like 1 hit, so that way the boss doesn't get aggressive until later.
Yeah.
Done with Halloween Town now, though.
I show one benefit to running on PC is we actually allow a mod that makes the next world appear consistently. Because normally, there would be a 30% chance of you just straight up passing the world, which loses 46 seconds. And on top of that, you can miss it multiple times in a row, which is such a horrible feeling.
Yeah.
But since it adds no value to the speedrun, this mod doesn't speed up the run.
No.
In any way, it just gets rid of that annoying.
Yeah, because running this game for a very long time, you could have the best run of your life, but no run was actually a run until you got through Hook Ship, because there was just a 30% chance you could lose 40 to 55 seconds, depending on which version, you know, what year you're playing it in, or more, and it's just completely out of your control. So, yeah, allowing this mod was a great idea. I wish I had brought sunglasses so you could put them on for your do your normal bit. But yeah, and you can see that the game. Like the mod it puts text up on the screen, so that way there's no like fooling.
And that exclamation point next to the 100, it appeared early, which means I was intended to miss Hook Ship right now.
Oh really? I didn't know that detail. That's cool. I like that they did that. Yeah, so right there, that fade out wouldn't have happened if we weren't using the mod, and it would have flown us all the way to Atlantica, and then you'd have to turn around and try to fly back, because while Atlantica is actually a pretty cool world in the speedrun, the all-world speedrun, and it's a very consistent world, it's also, unfortunately, a very slow world. It's like 14 minutes or something. It's like the longest world. And you can potentially do a longer world if it's going to give you a spell that's going to save you so much time later that it makes up for it. Like Halloween Town gives you Gravity, which is an extremely useful spell. Atlantica just gives you Thunder, and we don't need Thunder for anything. So, yeah, it's unfortunate.
All right, and this world, I would say, is definitely one of the most difficult.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, Neverland is difficult not just from the boss fights, which are very hard, but also all the platforming that, like, Violin is doing right now. Violin has skipped 3 ledge grabs already by using either a blizzard at the right time, or jumping in the right spot, or swinging at the right time. There's 3 different ledge grabs that would slow you down. Unfortunately, took 2 jumps at the last one there, but not a big deal. And you have to do all of the longest or one of the longest menus of the run after the Anti-Sora fight. And the Anti-Sora fight itself is in a room that sucks. And the boss fight, like, if it was just in a big open room, it would probably be a lot like more fun of a fight, because we could just focus on the fight. But because this fight can be very cool and very fast, but because of the way that like the terrain is, it can also be very frustrating. So Violence can deal a lot of damage at the beginning by stopping the boss over and over until the boss gets down below like roughly a certain amount of health, or he just runs out of MP. And now the boss will be in kind of a phase where he can blow up and start moving, unless he just lets you stop him again. Okay, never mind.
Very
you
good fight.
You can just have a fully stopped fight. That was great.
And the fast fade.
Nice, yeah. So now Violent's going to do a really big menu here. Most notably, changing up his equipment a little bit to have, I believe, Ravelight and Raven's Claw. Going to be messing with the abilities of some of his party members and himself, and messing with the AI of Peter Pan and Goofy. He wants Peter Pan who currently has 2 ethers, I believe, to use those ethers on Sora as quickly as possible in the upcoming boss fight. And he wants Goofy to be set to use support actions as frequently as possible, because Goofy is going to have an ability soon called MP Gift, where Goofy can donate his MP in order to give Sora more. He donates 2, so Sora gets 3. And that makes Goofy the best party member in this game by far, because that is so useful, being able to just take Goofy where his MP was a useless resource, really. Like, we don't care about him doing almost anything except for in the final boss, and have that become a way to refill Sora's resources is fantastic. And now we get our first usage of Simba here. You can see we had that long animation of summoning him, but there are 3 waves to deal with, 3 waves of Heartless, and he's going to take out every enemy but 1. So it ends up being worth it. And then this final enemy can be taken out either with gravities or with just swinging. The Pumpkinhead Keyblade was put on mostly for its longer reach as well, to make it easier to keep attacking the enemies here. And now the stop strategy we just saw is going to get used again, and it's going to be really great on Hook, as long as he doesn't go flying away. Okay, Peter was a little slow to throw that ether, but this time he got more MP quickly. Is he gonna get...
I can't really see well.
Yeah. So the boss might be dead. There it is. Okay, cool. Whew.
I was worried there because Peter Pan gave one of his ethers to Goofy.
Yeah, I saw that. I got really spooked, and that's why my commentary kind of sucked during it, because I was just like waiting for... basically, if you aren't able to stop Hook as soon as he's about to be unstopped, as soon as he's about to recover, then because you've used a finisher on him, he's going to go flying out into the water, which is going to make him bounce back up, waste a ton of time, and then also go into a flurry of attacks potentially. So every fight that you're going to see Violin stop something and it just stays stopped the entire fight, those fights can get so unruly the second you falter, basically. It is extremely frustrating. It makes it tough to learn those fights, but also makes those strats extra cool. In fact, one of them later on is the fight that got me into speedrunning.
We also got Guard from a Level Up and Ars Arcanum from Hook, which is a limit that does a lot of damage based on your strength.
Also got access to Glide and the Keyblade Fairy Harp. Fairy Harp gives you 2 MP extra, I believe, and also has good strength. So Violin, put on Fairy Harp, Glide, Ars Arcanum, and Guard. And that menu is one of the few menus that has not changed in 8 years. And then putting on the Flare G that Violin just grabbed out of the chest before leaving Neverland. That Flare G is just a faster engine, just like the Fyra G we got earlier. It is the last engine swap we'll be doing. There is another engine called the Holy G, but it's actually, I believe, just as fast as the Flare G. And even if it was faster, it takes too long to go out of your way and get. That Flare G just is right there, so it's really handy. There will be one more Gummy Ship menu later, though.
Very careful of that blue trinity.
Yeah, don't want to waste time trying to hit triangle to leave the world and then suddenly you're doing a blue trinity. And so now Violin's going to go take on the boss called Opposite Armor. The game expects you to do this boss fight earlier. When we were here for Traverse Town 2, running around getting Simba, delivering the book to Merlin, all that kind of good stuff, that's pretty much when the game normally would think that you're going to do this boss fight, because they kind of tell you, hey, go up to the bell tower, ring it. Wow, I thought
really
one of them got away. that was really good. But there's no reason you have to do Opposite Armor back then. So instead, you do it later where you're going to be well over the damage cap and have some awesome abilities like Ars Arcanum and enough MP to use them. And all that Opposite Armor gives you is Arrow, which is a good spell, but not as necessary in Beginner. It's only going to get used at the very end of the game. And it certainly isn't helpful for speeding up any of the worlds we've visited since our last visit to Traverse Town. It would only be for safety for any of those worlds.
I also used a fire earlier to set up my orange MP bar to be high enough to do 2 Ars Arcanums during this fight without having to use any.
So the first little mini phase here is with guard armor, and you just have to deplete the HP of 1 piece for it to instantly fall. Now he's going to do a guard, Ars Arcanum to completely break one of the feet hands, and then now he's going to lock onto one of the hand feet. Try to take that out, and then probably guard again, go for another Ars Arcanum. And now it'll depend a bit on what the boss decides to do. It's flying away because it hates us. And thankfully he was able to avoid any kind of transformation animation from the boss. That was really solid. The big thing is, like, if opposite armor decides to transform into a different, you know, shit. Basically, opposite armor watched a whole lot of, like, Power Rangers as a kid, or, you know, Voltron or whatever. And, yeah, if it wants to transform, it will become invulnerable. Like, you cannot break the pieces. You can even still deal damage to some of them, but they will not break. And you don't want that to happen. It just wastes a lot of time. That like,
yeah, the battle
music cue for a second really threw me off. I thought your game was about to crash.
It's a PC port exclusive.
Yeah, that sounds...
That one music note.
All right, so off we go with a new destination. First, gonna warp back to Neverland, so that way we can take the gummy route that is right next to it and head over to Hollow Bastion.
You know there's a tournament happening somewhere?
I've heard tale of it. It is really funny though. Like, most people would have gone to Olympus Coliseum early on in the game, and you keep saying, "Oh, there's a tournament going on at Olympus Coliseum or whatever." But because we've never been there, Chip and Dale just say, "There's a tournament happening somewhere." I don't know. It's on the international or intergalactic bulletin board, I guess.
No, they just feel it with their hearts. Down.
Yeah.
There's a tournament happening somewhere.
They can feel the call to battle.
So right here, you actually don't want to boost during this transition because you're actually not moving at all.
Yeah, those little like transitions hide loading for the gummy missions, or at least that's the thought. And yeah, as a result, you want to wait until they're done transitioning into the new route to be able to boost again. We're almost over to Hollow Bastion. Hollow Bastion is another long world, but also a really great world. I think it's a lot of people's favorites. The first visit is, like, I'd say frustratingly difficult at times, but also way more fun than the second visit, which is mostly a climb back to the top. You unfortunately do have a little bit of a slow period here from, like, when you beat Hook until when you get up to, say, Riku 1, where there isn't as much action going on, but there's still a lot of stuff to focus on, a lot of stuff to pay attention to. The first being the platforming here in this area, the Rising Waters or something. I don't remember the name of it. Rising Falls.
Rising Falls.
Yeah. You want to catch there's a platform moving up and down that Violet wants to catch a cycle on to try to make sure that he can get up to the higher platform as soon as possible, avoiding a ledge grab, and doing that while dealing with the camera angle that's given to you at the start where you can't see where you're going at all can be a little tough. So he's going to make it by pretty much a mile here, but that is a lot harder than it looks. And then he just rolls off here because he just needs to hit a cutscene trigger before the game warps him to a new spot. We have now lost our party members, our Keyblade, and are left with a ferocious beast and a wooden sword. And now have to try to deal with catching more cycles. This one you're going to use a ledge grab on, though. And then gliding up to avoid a ledge grab on that next one. Now you're going to see Violin roll backwards in this next room instead of continuing forward because the gate is locked. And as he rolled off, he specifically menued his magic sub-menu to the spell called Gravity. Gravity is similar to Demi or Quarter from Final Fantasy games or a lot of JRPGs, where it deals percentage damage based on the whatever the target's current HP is, current health. So if an enemy is at full health, it is going to deal a huge chunk of damage to them. And even though the wooden sword deals no damage in Final Mix, you can still use spells on it, and those spells still scale off of your maximum MP. Because he doesn't have Fairy Harp equipped right now, because he's a wooden sword, it will deal less damage than it would if he had the Keyblade, but it's still going to deal way, way more damage than trying to, attack Heartless with a wooden sword.
Yeah. And then Beast does a good amount of damage himself as well with his limits.
Yeah, because that's the thing about Gravity is it does a lot of damage when the boss is at high health, but once it's at low health, it's not going to do nearly as much. So you ideally want to use one Gravity, and Beast kills the boss immediately. Sometimes you use two. It's really up to runner preference and whether Beast is cooperating or not. So the enemy is the defender, and it's in this little hallway here, so we'll see what I was talking about. Gravity is not customized, so I had to do it from the menu. Use triangle to call Beast to action, and Beast took out the defender.
Did you know you can freeze the bubbles?
I did know you could freeze the bubbles, yes. I don't think many people did, though. Yeah, Violin also does some KH1 randomizers every now and then, which is where something like freezing bubbles to open various chests that are hard to get to is significantly more relevant.
Yeah.
And then do you touch the save point or no?
No.
You don't bother? Okay.
We have enough for 2 Ars Arcanums.
Okay.
And if Goofy does his job, that's all we need. Normally he doesn't do his job. So.
I was going to say, back in the day, I used to use an elixir in this upcoming fight because I would just do 4 Ars Arcanums and not rely on Goofy. So Violin sitting there mashing triangle on the switch, but it would not activate because there was still a red menu, which is why he ran all the way into the corner and then, just sat there for a second so that all of the dark balls would despawn. Once they despawn, the menu could turn blue again and he could activate the switch. And now we're heading into the Riku 1 boss fight. Riku, the way Riku works is that every 3 times he is staggered consecutively, he will retaliate with an unmanipulatable attack in this fight. Like he will do one of the attacks that are available to him. What Violin wants to see happen is for Goofy to use Tornado, or at least just stay near the boss, to keep parrying him when he does the retaliations, which just happened there a couple times. So now he wants to do 2 hits again, ideally have Goofy start to spin as he starts up another Ars Arcanum, and that was a pretty solid fight. That was great.
Oh, that's good.
There's a lot of different ways to handle that boss fight, too, that have been, just have evolved over the years. Different runners find different strats that they find more consistent for that fight. That one is a lot about not losing time as opposed to trying to end it quickly, almost, in a way. You just don't want it to get out of hand if you can avoid it.
All right, do I go for Liquid Glide?
No. No, you don't. This run has been too good. You're not doing Liquid Glide. What are you if you didn't go for Hobbs Jump to Electric Boogaloo, you're you're not doing Liquid Glide in this. Unless you're feeling confident.
There's a silly trick in this upcoming section that you can do. It saves a few seconds, but if you fail it, you lose 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it.
And it's like dependent on you just jumping and gliding at a fairly blind angle and just praying that you hit the correct angle.
But praying is fun, Hobbs.
I mean, hey, if you're feeling confident, you can go for it. But if you are rolling back up those stairs, I'm going to be shaking my head in shame. I've gone for Liquid Glide before. I understand. I understand the temptation. So this is the section where the game is kind of like, hey, here's all these powers you've acquired throughout the game. You can light candles, you can use Red Trinity, you can push things because you're strong, I guess. And you can break pots with your physical attacks. And you can use Thunder to... Whoa. What the heck was that? That was weird. You went for Liquid Glide. Oh, jeez. No, you're way down there. So,
All right, shake your head, Hob.
yeah. So now he has to climb all the way back up because he tried to glide in during the cutscene, because once the cutscene starts, if you're already gliding, it will hold that glide for you. He was trying to glide to the center platform, where you would normally use thunder to make those platforms start moving up and down and like straighten out. But because we have glide and there's no invisible barrier around them, we don't care about the platforms. We just ignore them. So if there was an invisible barrier around that wall until you use thunder, we would have to do Olympus Coliseum.
Yeah.
Or Atlantica, one of the two. So thank God there isn't. Olympus Coliseum wouldn't be like the longest visit, but it would add to, or it would change your gummy missions to make them longer, which
Yeah, it would add a few minutes to the run.
Yeah. All right, and we're getting pretty close to the next boss fight, which is Maleficent. And along the way, we're actually going to do a really, really cool skip. So I mentioned earlier that Violin picked up Water Gleam in order to get Dumbo. But first, I guess, yeah, we should talk about this first, which is stopping that enemy, dealing some damage to it, and hoping that it'll despawn. There we go.
Oh, one of my fires missed. Oh. Yep, this is what I was worried about.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Where is it? Okay. Just stay blue.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
Because one of my fires missed there, the wyvern didn't die. So.
Yeah. You can you could choose to either kill the wyvern there or try to despawn it.
Killing it is actually faster.
Yeah.
Because it makes the menu blue faster.
Right. You need the blue menu in order to open that chest, which has a Haste 2G, which is just a better boost gummy. Or and you need it for the Switch to activate this.
Seeing 4 of these goofy mouths is so funny.
That is like the biggest one up on there. But yeah, we were talking about Dumbo earlier as he takes out a few of these wizards, and hopefully Don and Goofy take out one of them, which they did. Dumbo is exclusively used for platforming in this run. The reason Dumbo is so good is because there is a section of Hollow Bastion where you would have to run around a couple rooms, you'd have to do a fight, activate a switch, and glide around this one large area in order to just get up to a ledge that you can see from below. However, when you go on Dumbo, you can rise up into the air, and when you dismiss Dumbo, Sora does this little flip up into the air, and you gain control back of Sora just early enough where he can actually grab a ledge while he's doing that little flip animation. Before that, we grabbed 2 cottages and a Mega Elixir out of that Blue Trinity, which are extremely helpful. It's just the highest value Trinity in the game, basically. And now we have the Dumbo skip coming in this next section. The scary thing is you need to do it as fast as possible so that the enemies don't hit you when you are dismissing Dumbo, because that will cause you to fail the ledge grab. Or if you're grabbing it, like, you can let go. So let's see how this goes. He's got to center the camera behind himself, dismiss Dumbo after rising him all the way up to the air. There was a blizzard from that wizard trying to ruin your day, but he got it, and that right there just saved like 30 seconds or something. It's incredible, and we're going to do 2 more of those.
All right, Maleficent's pretty fun. It's just air combos and R's. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
Not too difficult. But you want to do an early hit as soon as you land on this platform, just to stop her from moving.
Yeah, so this fight is all about not using a finisher, because Maleficent has a whole bunch of attacks she can do, and she can go invulnerable as she moves to another part of the room. But if all goes well, the fight ends that quickly, which is great. If you use a finisher on her, she will decide, oh, she'll get stunned basically and go, I'm going to move to a different part of the room now. And that's where the fight becomes what you maybe remember it being, where she could summon meteors and all this other stuff. But coming up, we have Dragon Maleficent. This fight got me into speedrunning, 8 years ago, 9 years ago at this point. It is super cool. everyone remembers this fight as there being fire everywhere. Maybe you let your party members deal a bunch of the damage. You probably died a whole bunch to it. But we have access to the stop spell. So Violin's going to do a hit at the beginning, wait for her head to come down, and then use stop, and then a specific number of hits. He's doing a full combo followed by 2 hits, and he's doing exactly that many hits so that he keeps building enough MP. If you're looking at that orange bar on the MP bar, it's constantly giving him just enough MP to use another stop. Now, he actually let Maleficent recover for a moment there because she would have recovered otherwise, and beautifully done. That boss fight is just, it's so, like, fun to pull off. Like, when everything goes right, you're just like, oh, that is just so satisfying.
So, there was, for the longest time, we would delay one of our combos to let Maleficent break out. But Majoris last week found a new strat where instead of just delaying your combo, you do a full combo and then 3 hits to stop. Just to do a little bit of extra damage.
Makes sense. And now we have Riku 2 coming up next. This is what is really fun about Hollow Bastion. You have a little bit of a slow start, but then you have this boss rush of really like tough bosses or really satisfying strats. Riku 2 has the same kind of auto retaliate mechanic that Riku 1 has, but now instead of after 3 hits, it's after 4 hits. And once he's powered up, it is always a consistent type of attack he will use. And consistency in boss patterns means something that we can potentially exploit. He's going to start the fight by using some Ars Arcanums, mostly because he kind of just wants to push Riku with far enough in his health bar to where he'll power up like he is right now. So now every 4th hit will cause Riku to do that little spin around ballerina move. If he every 4th stagger, I should say.
If he wants to stagger.
Okay, there we go. So now he's got him in the loop. He ideally is going to just constantly stagger him with this 4-hit combo until he can kill him with Ars Arcanum. Very nice.
He can just randomly break out of your R's there and
yeah, I was worried with how early you did that one. The big thing about that is it's like, okay, well, what's the big deal? You hit him 4 times and then he does this move. You just got to hit him 4 times again. The reason it's such a big deal, the reason it's so particular, is because after he does that spin around move, there is just a fraction of a moment in time where you can hit him and stagger him again, as opposed to hitting him. If you hit him too early or too late, so that you're not hitting him in that exact, just a few frames, just that little bit of a window, he will end up just using what we call a desperation move or a DM, where he'll turn the screen all dark, he'll be invulnerable, and he'll do this really long animation and a pretty dangerous attack. It wastes a ton of time, it sucks, and he can just keep doing it like a bunch of times if you're unable to get that loop going. So the strats have evolved over time. It used to be, oh, you always did the combos on the ground because it was much easier to time when to hit him. Then it became, oh, well, we can do like the timing hit on the ground and then do an air combo because it's a little bit faster. Or it's like, well, now we're good enough at just timing things, we'll just do a timing hit in the air and then, start up a new combo. It's like, well, maybe we'll just do one full combo and have the first hit be timing. And now Violin does, well, let me do an extra swing early so that my second hit is the one that times it. And it's just evolved over and over to squeeze just another second or so every time out of that boss fight.
It's evolved so much that the first hit I do of the combo now ends up being too fast, so I have to delay that hit.
Jeez. Yeah, it's unbelievable the level of skill that's been brought to this game over time. Like, I would say a lot of the strats themselves, the core concepts of them, actually haven't changed a ton in some of the most major boss fights of this game over time. But the execution of those strats, like the ways that people have found ways to squeeze extra seconds out of the same core strategy, has constantly changed over time.
Yeah, it's just a lot of small optimizations building up over time.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable to watch that progress. So now, thankfully, because Violin opened this wall before, you can just move right into the waterway. Whereas on English, this would actually be when you finally break open the waterway.
No, I almost don't want to skip this cutscene.
You could go for the glitch.
Can I show it off? We have time for that?
Yeah, I mean, you're doing pretty good.
All right,
yes.
so if you roll into Kyrie like this, Sora will start doing things completely on his own.
Yeah, so Violin, like, hold your hands. He's
I'm
not
not
touching the
doing anything.
controller. So the camera looking at nothing. There's Sora using sliding dash, a move we do not have. I don't know what he's doing over there.
Protecting Kyrie.
He's just chilling there in the background, ready to fight. It's every time it cuts back and there's just nobody there. It's always hilarious to me.
I'm not doing anything.
This is always the best part. He's talking about how he's just like falling through the darkness or something and just constantly looking around. That was a move called Blitz. Another move we do not have. Do not have equipped. Listen, Sora just has a hard time looking at Kairi right now, okay? What did he use there? He used
I don't know.
I want him to use Stun Impact. So this is a good showcase of how they used low-res models and high-res models in this game, because once it switches to the high-res model, it functions perfectly normally. And then it's going to switch back to the low-res model. And suddenly he's crouching on the ground again.
And his mouth is still moving here.
He's way back there.
And he's back.
Yeah, high-res model again.
And he's gone.
And he's gone.
All right.
But yeah, that's a fun cutscene. That is as simple as just dodge rolling at the right spot in the right time. Yeah. It's very weird.
It's actually faster to save warp from here. You could just go to the second district normally. This is like a second faster.
Gotta talk to Sid one more time, and then we are done with Traverse Town for the rest of the run. We are close to getting into the end game. I mean, this is kind of the end game, depending on how you split it up. There are 2 more gummy missions left in the run. Our penultimate one here is a little bit of a longer one, but has a neat trick to it. There's also 1 more gummy menu that needs to happen to put on the Haste 2G that we got earlier. Got to update PAX, the gummy ship, one more time. So this one will just make the boost even faster. It's unbelievable that all these times that we have, all the time we spend to do these gummy missions is still saved back by the individual pieces we get. Like, it makes sense for the first 2, but the Flare G and the Haste 2G save enough time each on their own to still be worth it. And then this gummy mission is actually going to be able to be ended early, and it's specifically something to do with the fact that, like, Hollow Bastion was our last destination, or it was the last world, we flew to. That allows us to do this, because I remember there were times where you could accidentally mess it up if you were doing other categories that, like, went to various worlds. And this was actually found accidentally by our friend Spike Vegeta back in the PS2 days, because he died in the right spot. He just accidentally took a death because he, I don't know, wasn't paying enough attention or something, and was able to warp back to Hollow Bastion. And ever since then, it's been a, actually minute 20 time saver or something. Like, it's a lot.
Didn't he also find the Cave of Wonders strat by dying on accident?
He made it possible to die on beginner. I don't think he found that one, but yeah.
He's very good at dying.
Yeah, he realized, he was like, wait a minute, I know what I'm good at here. I can make this happen. But yeah, so we skip the back half of that, or the back third or so of that gummy mission and go straight back to Hollow Bastion. Do have to climb all the way back up though, but this time Dumbo's going to help us out even more because we used to have to go back through the library in the front entrance, and if you went through the library, you have to watch this unskippable cutscene with Beast and Belle, and you get potentially, if you want, access to Divine Rose, but we've found that Divine Rose is not actually worth it for the beginner run, and especially not when you have to watch a cutscene to do it. Violent's doing the other large menu of the run, changing some of Beast's abilities to just make him a bit more consistent, and also messing with pretty much every character's abilities in that menu, I think. You do things like put on Leaf Bracer on Donald, I think.
Leaf Bracer on Sora.
Oh, on Sora.
I believe it's Second Wind and Leaf Bracer on Donald.
Okay.
Putting on Goofy's bottom 3 abilities, which are the most important one there is MP Gift and Cheer.
Gift, yeah. And Cheer. So now he's going to roll forward twice, take a step, roll backwards, so that he spawns just one enemy there. You have to be in combat in order to use a summon in this game, and that's why he had to go make sure he spawned an enemy. As a result, he could summon Dumbo, make Dumbo rise up in the air, grab this ledge, and then use this to completely bypass going inside the building and going around to this switch. And because he only spawned the one wizard, it despawned once he got far enough away and had a blue menu to activate that switch as soon as he got there. We used to have to do completely different strats on both of the visits through that section to despawn certain enemies or completely take them out or avoid certain spawns. It was a major pain, and Dumbo has made that a lot easier and way faster. And now there are going to be a different set of enemies on this elevator than the last time, and a significantly worse set of enemies in a way, because you kind of just want Beast to use his roar attack and kill everything like he did. It took him a second to do so, but hey, I mean, you take those.
Yeah, we took off his lunge and only put on his roar.
Yeah, but even then, he can still just decide to keep swiping at things instead of roaring.
And the air soldiers can knock him out of his roar.
Yeah. But now Violent's going to head up and do use Dumbo again in the same place he did before. It's a different set of enemies, but the strat is the same. The concept is the same. I've always found that the first and third Dumbo skips are the hardest out of the 3, but all of them are very consistent if you are well practiced at them.
Also, to explain the cheer abilities that we put on Donald and Goofy, what that does is increases the summon gauge, which lets us use our summons for longer, and you can charge them up more. And for Simba, which we're going to use later, he deals more damage the longer you can charge him.
Yeah, those are very critical for a few of the strats coming up.
And Oathkeeper also has summon boost on it, which adds to that summon gauge.
And it gives you extra MP. I don't remember. Yep. I think it's less than Fairy Harp, or at least like.
Yeah,
I think it's 1 MP, right?
I think it's less, but it gives you more.
But it gives you more strength. Yeah, so it's a very worthy trade-off. There were times where we would get Oblivion. There were times where we would get Divine Rose, and we would use, one of those as our Strength Keyblade, and then Oathkeeper as like our Magic Keyblade. It turns out that we were hitting damage caps, and it's just better to use Oathkeeper from this point onward. So we're coming up on the first of 3 fights with a behemoth. In this fight, this boss is, well, it's considered a boss. It is coded as a boss, which means gravity will not deal the same kind of percentage damage as it would to a normal Heartless. So as a result, the fastest way to deal with this boss is to get up on its back, attack its horn whenever it's vulnerable, and use Ars Arcanum to just deal a flurry of hits very quickly. I'm surprised it didn't get knocked out of that. And then hope it doesn't jump, basically, so you can keep knocking it down and dealing more damage. You want Goofy to constantly be giving you MP with his MP gift, and that's a pretty solid fight. Pretty good. We're going to be seeing that boss 2 more times, but the next 2 times, it's going to be an Arch Behemoth, which is a regular Heartless version. It's not considered a boss. And as a result, the strategy is going to change completely for using that for fighting that boss.
Yeah. Also, in honor of Biscuit047, he has a famous thing he always says. In a little bit. I cannot skip this cutscene because this cutscene is an unskippable cutscene that I cannot skip because it is unskippable.
Yep. This is kind of your one big bathroom break in the run if you needed one. Although now it's like people go through this run so fast. It's not as required. For some reason, just in every HD port of this game, they have just not made these cutscenes here skippable. So you just have to watch them. I don't know why.
There is a code to make this cutscene skippable. It's as simple as cutscene skip equals true.
Right, like I don't. It's weird.
They forgot to turn on a switch.
But it's weird that they made the intro skippable in the PC version and the Xbox version, and didn't like make these skippable. But it does kind of work out as this like big sigh of relief to kind of like ready yourself for the end game, because there's gonna be one more very fast gummy mission, and then it's the final world, which is aptly named the end of the world. Now the princesses do give you Faraga here, which I think is the only spell we get all the way up to the max level.
Yeah.
And that makes it very useful. Faraga is still used all the way to the end of the run. Like even Blizzard is still like good at this late in the game. Like I don't think you're gonna use it. But there were some strats that involved Blizzard at certain times, like on Dark Balls and stuff.
Get the old strat for like Standard and Proud. You would use Blizzard on the Dark Ball core.
Yeah.
But then we found out Gravity's just better.
The one nice thing about this gummy mission is you can tell that Squaresoft back in the day absolutely knew that Disney was one day going to buy Star Wars. Because you just start having to go through all the clearly Star Wars inspired gummy ships.
I'm so excited for Star Wars Engage 4. It's going to be amazing.
We'll see. Yeah, off to the end of the world. Did you put on the Omega Arts?
No, I didn't.
Oof. I'm glad I thought about it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, because I was like, oh, I should explain the menu he did. I don't think he did the menu. Yeah, so Omega Arts is an accessory we got from the Behemoth, and it is just a really, really solid accessory. Does good strength and magic. Now, these Invisibles are over already, which meant that it was a really good fight. Invisibles are the probably second worst enemy in the entire game behind Shadows, because they have their own sort of desperation move where they can do a long attack where they're invulnerable most of the time, and it deals a lot of damage to you if you don't dodge it. And they can pretty much just decide to do that as soon as they spawn it. They could decide to do it whenever. But you ideally want to try to catch them with gravities so that way they are squished to the ground and you can defeat them before they have a chance to. Now, Angel Stars are also very frustrating because they can duplicate themselves.
Oh, you have one.
You okay?
You have one HP.
Yeah. Angel Stars can actually duplicate themselves, and they can deal a lot of damage, and they can also go invulnerable. So any enemy that can go invulnerable is pretty much a candidate for one of the worst in the run for regular Heartless. Like Shadows when they go underground, Invisibles when they stab their sword into the ground, and Angel Stars when they like close their wings up. Hopefully we just never see any of those enemies do that. Violin used a cottage, one of the ones we picked up from the Blue Trinity earlier, which refills your party's MP and HP. And now you're going to see the power of gravity. So look at the health bar in the top left. It's just going down in massive chunks with every gravity because it deals percentage of current HP damage up to, I believe, a maximum limit.
Oh, I got double hit.
Yeah, and your jump is being frustrating. Yeah, okay, so hopefully he's able to kill the behemoth here before it rises back up, but because of so much damage missing, okay. Nice.
That was scary.
Yeah, that was scary. You don't want to see the behemoth have to, like, raise its head back up, and then you have to get on its back again because the horn's invulnerable. Yeah, that boss is always such a good showcase of why gravity is so good.
Yeah.
Even though the bosses don't get like squished to the ground like Invisibles and Angel Stars and other regular enemies do, which is another great property of that spell. But just the sheer damage is good. Oh, do you not do?
Not until after the first fight.
Oh, okay, cool.
There's a menu that I do after. So the way these portals work here is it forces you to beat the fight in these portals. So the portals that are blue, you have to enter. You're forced to enter. Those are the worlds that you didn't seal the keyhole for. If you were to do an all worlds run, all of these portals would be pink, except for 100 Acre Woods, which is always green. You always have to enter that one.
And Hollow Bastion, which is always red.
And Hollow Bastion.
Yeah. So here is another great showcase of why Simba can be so powerful in the right hands. We have a lot of maximum MP, which increases the summon gauge. We have we have several summon boosts from party member abilities and from the Keyblade we're using, which also increases the maximum gauge for Simba. All of these things, of course, you don't show the enemies.
They're all dying, I promise.
Yeah, that every time Violin's maxing out the gauge here, he's wiping out an entire wave of extremely powerful Heartless. And that's not the last time we'll be seeing Simba in this run either. He's going to be used in for an even more overpowered set of fights. So now we actually are going to go to Atlantica in this run for a brief moment because we haven't been to this world, haven't sealed the keyhole. Violin switched to a kind of magic-focused build for a moment in order to give himself a little bit more MP, which is making his fires do more damage. It's making his gravities do a little more damage. Uh-oh. Ooh, did that gravity miss? What the heck? Basically, your Keyblade swings underwater suck. They're just really slow. And so it's significantly better, significantly easier to take out the enemies by using magic. Unfortunately, they decided to kind of roam about a bit there and slow the fight down. Normally, that's a fairly consistent fight until like maybe the last couple enemies. But that's okay. One of the gravities missed, and that threw everything off.
That's all right.
Grabbing a Mega Elixir from this chest here, refilling MP at the save point, and then moving into Hollow Bastion's portal, where you have to deal with more Invisibles. So hopefully none of them will DM on Violin. He also is locking on, which you normally do a lot of the time, but it's kind of important because the enemies can knock you out of this portal if you're not locked on. Okay, I think you got them all. Oh.
Okay,
nice.
Got trolled a bit there.
Yeah, it was a bit on the slower side, but none of them went invulnerable, which meant that they didn't waste like 15 seconds. Nice. He also opened the chest in there, which had an elixir in it, and now is going to be heading into the Chernobog boss fight. If you've seen a Proud mode run of this game, you might expect us to use Mushu here, but that's actually only powerful because of a glitch exclusive to Proud mode. Instead, we have to go wail on this boss the normal way, and this is one of the big advantages of choosing the staff way back at the beginning of the run. Like on literally minute 1 of this entire run affects this boss fight. Choosing the staff gives you the ability Leaf Bracer by this point in the game, which means that whenever you are using the Cure spell, you are unable to be damaged. Which is very good when this boss decides to put up a big firewall around itself. You can just cure through it instead of having to run away and then come back, so that way you're able to get back into your swings faster.
This is really good now.
Yeah, Violin got very good patterns here, so he got almost the entire boss down before getting knocked back. You normally expect to be like, yeah, that was great. Definitely worth the claps. You normally expect to have like 80% of that health bar left when you get knocked back, and you're just trying to take him out before his next attack finishes. But like, that was just a really good pattern.
Alright, I put on Super Glide right there, which you get from beating Chernobog. It lets you glide significantly faster. So now it's faster than Dodge Roll, finally.
Yeah, most of the run you use Dodge Roll, but it's Super Glide is finally used right at the end here. Now you have one more Arch Behemoth fight. Once again, gravities are going to do massive amounts of damage to start things off, and then once his HP gets low enough where he starts moving around enough that the gravities might miss, then you just start using Ars Arcanum to deal a flurry of rapid hits. Hope that Goofy continues to use MP Gift on you like he did, and finish him off before he even knocks his head down. Violin also threw a Mega Elixir that he had equipped earlier from the Blue Trinity, like it just got auto-equipped. And that Mega Elixir replaced a cottage we used to do in the menu that just refills all the party's health and MP, so that way he can go through this set of 7 Heartless waves back to back. We call this Final Rest, and he starts off with a Dark Ball wave, followed by a wave of Invisibles. The Dark Balls, fire can take care of them pretty well. Ooh, this is potentially really good. One of them DM'd. Okay. So there's 2 of them DM'd. Okay. So Violin has to be managing a lot of factors right now. He needs to keep himself at 3 MP or more. He needs to keep Donald and Goofy both alive, and he needs to take out the enemies while he's near this wall. The reason he needs all of those things together is so he can summon Simba far enough away from the enemies that they can't hit him, and you require both party members alive and 3 MP in order to use this specific summon.
2 MP.
2 MP? Oh, it's 2 MP. I thought it was 3. So because of all those factors, he had to pay very close attention to everything while trying not to die to the Invisibles. Turn the camera for him.
Yeah, I'm hearing that there's like a...
Yeah, I saw that. Or I heard that.
Weird click.
Do you want to turn the camera so you can see what's happening?
Oh, things are dying. Sorry.
Yeah, so there's 5 more like waves after those first 2 of the most powerful Heartless in the game, basically, outside of some Final Mix exclusive stuff. And every single wave is just completely getting wiped out by a full charge from Simba. That is why we said early on Simba is so powerful. Like, if you mess up summoning Simba there and you can't end up doing it, like you accidentally dismiss him or something, and you have to fight those out, not only are you very likely to die, it's going to take forever to do.
I almost rearranged my abilities, and I can't read Japanese, so that would have been really bad.
Yeah. I forgot you could rearrange abilities in this game. So the last couple things he put on, I think, was like an MP Haste for Sora and something else.
There's an Air Combo Plus, and yeah, MP Haste.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was Air Combo Plus or not.
And then
also,
I put on Raven's Claw.
Yeah, Raven's Claw for more strength instead of Ray of Light for the MP.
Gave Goofy my Omega Arch. Or
the Ray of Light.
Ray of Light.
Yeah, so he gave Goofy more an accessory for more MP. Now we have Ansem 1, the first of 4 fights with this jerk. So ideally what he wants to do is keep Ansem 1 in this top left corner of the arena, because this is where if Ansem can't go much higher in this part of it, and the ground will always be like pretty close to him, which means you can always use Ars Arcanum on him, and you can guarantee that you can like hit him with air combos. The way to manipulate him, okay, nice, you got him back in the corner. The way to manipulate the boss is he will try to jump away from you at specific points in his attacks and his combos, and so you want to make sure you are. You might be okay.
That's fine. We got hit.
He's jumping away. Yeah. So this is where things get rough. Oh, why is he not just attacking?
I don't know.
He should have been using some attacks since Goofy got Goofy got like mini Norded. So he should have been just doing some attacks there that he acted very weirdly. Normally Donald is not still alive at this point. But hey, I mean, it still worked out. Not a bad fight. Not a bad fight. And gonna do the last menu of the game here, which is to put on Goofy Tornado, give Sora all of the elixirs and mega elixirs that have not been used yet in this game, in this run, and then do you use a cottage?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Not anymore. Because we build up MP here.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Oh, I still do the R strats, so that's why I use the cottage. So Violin just dealing a lot of damage to Darkseid here while its hands and face are down, and then he's going to try to make sure that he can defeat this boss just
Oh.
before it raised its hands up.
I dropped like 2 or 3 combos there. That was scary.
So that quick kill saves a bunch of time over having to wait. And then we go thrust straight into Ansem 2, an extremely difficult and scary boss fight, one that can lose you a lot of time, because if he dies here, he has to fight Darkside 3 again. There's a DM, a desperation move that Ansem can use here, where he will, just become invulnerable for a while, and he can start doing that once the yellow HP bar has begun to deplete. So once you can see the green.
Oh no.
You can probably skip it this way though. So Violin was trying to set up a specific sequence of attacks to avoid getting DM'd. He still hasn't been DM'd yet, but now he has to deal with the Guardian, and he might get DM'd right out of this move. Yeah. So this is the move he was trying to skip, and you'll see how long this takes, because he can't deal any damage at this point. Unfortunately, Ansem didn't stagger when he expected him to. If you had died because of trying to swag out, I would have given you so much crap. So he also would like to use some Ars Arcanums here and there in this fight, but unfortunately his MP is pretty low at this point. Yeah, that's a good option play.
Oh my god.
Nice. So he's trying to provoke Ansem to use that attack specifically, so that way he doesn't get DM'd again. And we're through the fight. A little rough, but that's okay.
I survived.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
It's very easy to die, especially because at this point in the run, without the 8 defense ups that were given at the beginning of the game, and honestly, even if you had used them,
You take like double damage.
yeah, you basically take standard difficulties level of damage. So we come into Ansem 3. Again, third of 4 times we're going to be fighting him. And now this is where Arrow finally gets its time to shine. Arrow is a defensive magic that will protect you against attacks by reducing the amount of damage they'll deal, and is mostly used here just so you can keep wailing on the boss without having to stress about these lasers and how much damage they're going to deal. But it doesn't last forever, so he does have to pay attention to re-upping it whenever he needs, and curing once he gets low enough where another hit would still kill him. He's also not using finishers in this fight because he's currently flying, which means that he would have to sit through the entire animation of the finisher. And because we're actually at the damage cap for these bosses, that finisher will not deal any more damage than a regular swing would. So, solid Ansem 3 fight. Now he's going to land and try to dodge roll at a specific time here to skip, basically to like fade out sooner and skip a thing. Yeah, there we go. That little scene just faded to black so he didn't have to skip a cutscene. Now we get 3 rooms, these like dark rooms with escalating levels of difficult Heartless. We start with Shadows, worst enemy in the game, as we've already discussed. And then, wait, did you throw that much in Ansem 2?
What happened to my items? Did I equip them on Goofy? I might have put them on Goofy.
Oh, that would suck.
Oh no.
Yeah, because I was confused too. I saw you put them on.
Yeah, that's not good.
So, yeah, Violin is expecting to have like 4 items right now, which would all be elixirs and mega elixirs. If they're on Goofy, then that means we're at the whim of the AI. And anybody who's played any game with AI in it knows that being at the whim of the AI is not great. That was terrifying.
Yeah.
If Violin had been hit by a laser there, he would have died. So he did get a Mega Ether drop from the artillery, so he used that to have a little bit of MP at the start. He is playing really dangerously right now. Goofy is not... It couldn't have been Donald. Goofy's not using any items, which he should have done by now if they were equipped on him, I think.
He has support actions on, not MP actions.
Yeah, they're still on, but not set, not configured.
That was still good,
Yeah.
given what I had to deal with.
You get another Mega Ether
Gonna
drop,
pick this
so that's good. 2 of them. Where is the...
Hello?
Is there one alive? Oh, no, jeez.
That took forever.
Yeah, it took a lot longer to load than it should have. Goofy did at least use MP Gift. And because of the Mega Ether drop, Violin was able to give both himself and Goofy some more MP, which will hopefully help on this face fight. So the idea here is you want Goofy alive to use Tornado and to give you MP Gift. You want yourself alive because otherwise you're dead. And you want to be constantly dealing damage to this boss without using finishers for the same reasons as before, unless you know your finisher is going to get like cut off by getting hit by something. So you can see he's using Cure with Leaf Bracer to kind of survive certain attacks or just power through them. Not going to bother rezzing Goofy until the end of the fight. Are you even? Yeah, not even going to bother.
I don't.
Because you don't have a Mega Elixir, so yeah. So he's just going to continue hitting the boss in order to get more of his MP back with the orange bar mechanic.
I'm going to play it safe here since I don't have magic. Or don't have any magic items.
Okay, so normally, rather than using Stop here, you would just use Gravities and then Ars Arcanum and pray that you got all the Invisibles. He didn't get all the Invisibles, sadly. One of them ran away, but it hasn't DM'd yet. Ooh, nice. Okay, so still a DM-less fight. Like, that fight can end basically instantly if you have the MP you care about.
It is a Donald. He just gave me a Mega Elixir.
No way. He doesn't have that many item
I gave
slots,
Donald... Well, when you level up a lot, you get item slots.
Yeah, I guess.
I gave all of my stuff to Donald.
Wow. Okay, well, that's bad. That's really bad. Because Donald likes to die. So you can't... It turns out you can't throw items to your party members when you're dead. So hopefully he doesn't die. Maybe if he throws a Mega Elixir early enough, he'll revive himself. I don't know. So this is the final boss, so we should get pretty ready on time. Basically, going to be using Arrow to stay alive, going to try to point the lasers away from the party members. Do you always do this, or is this just because of Donald?
I didn't do it correctly, but you're supposed to command them to attack Handsome faster.
Okay, yeah. He wants Goofy using Tornado a bunch because it actually deals pretty decent damage to this boss, at least, you know, in relative to the party members. And now he's just constantly flying forward, trying to get a little bit more damage in when he can. Normally, you would throw a Mega Elixir here to revive your party members and give yourself full HP and MP going into this end section.
Hey,
the boss
look
is
who
not
died.
draining his health. Get ready on time. Oh,
Time. Those final fights went surprisingly well, despite not having any items.
Yeah. Like, we equipped like 4 or 5 items just to throw them after almost every fight, right?
Yeah.
Like to just keep refilling MP. And yeah, that was, we spent what, like a lot of time on the cutscene and still right at the estimate. Like, that's awesome.
212, that's not bad.
No, yeah,
With
that
the
was,
cutscene.
I almost told you not to do the cutscene because I thought the run was doing that well, but it's like, yeah, it's
But
fun.
then I went for Liquid Glide.
Yeah, that's
Gave
true.
Donald,
You ruined it.
But yeah, now we have our next showcase that I'm doing. It's the hardest super boss in the Kingdom Hearts series, Blindfolded, and some other restrictions. That'll be up very soon.
So I think we'll go to a quick break and we'll get that set up. Don't go anywhere because Blindfolded boss showcase right here.
Whew. Well, I was on the edge of my seat at the end of that run with the no items and everything like that. I was a little bit stressed, but we got there. I also quite enjoyed that very funny cutscene of Sora just doing pretty much whatever he wants, which you know, same, I guess, you know. But I hope everyone enjoyed Kingdom Hearts Final Mix 90% Beginner by Violin. That was an incredible run. We have one last thing to showcase for today, which was actually teased right at the end of that run, the Kingdom Hearts 3 Blindfolded Yozora Showcase. We're going to get to that right after one last little break, so feel free to stretch and use any trinities you might have in your own home and use the bathroom, blah, blah, blah. And we will see you on the other side of this break. All right, welcome back to the GDQ at PAX East showcase we had. If you were just tuning in, we're about to wrap up, but we have been showcasing runs all day that were featured as a part of our PAX East 2023 on the speedrun stage, which was really, really cool, filled with a lot of really cool runs. We just wrapped up Kingdom Hearts Final Mix Any Percent by Violin, but we're going to keep the train rolling with one last little showcase. Just want to remind everyone before we do so, though, that tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, we will have the rest of the PAX East VODs. So if you're enjoying this broadcast, make sure you tune in tomorrow for some more. We're going to have a bunch more runs of a lot of different fun, cool, and yeah, just generally awesome speedruns. Additionally, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick Hotfix content. So please consider subscribing if you're enjoying the daily speedrunning content. We really appreciate it. But yes, without further ado, we have one last Kingdom Hearts-based showcase to show you, which is the blindfolded Yozora Showcase. It is incredible. It is one of the biggest feats in gaming I've ever seen. So please enjoy as Violin really shows us how it's done.
Hello, we are back. I'm Violin, this is Jay Hobbs, and this is the Kingdom Hearts 3 Blindfolded Yozora Showcase. I will be fighting the hardest boss in the series, completely blindfolded. But if that wasn't enough for you, I'm going to be doing this with Kingdom Key only. I do have some accessories on to give me second chance and withstand combo, which prevents me from dying. It lets me take one combo.
Yeah.
But then after that, I will die. And then I have Rune Ring on, which gives me an extra cast of magic, which is very helpful. And if that's not enough for you, I'm also using all 13 pro codes, which significantly limits what I can do. Puts me at level 1 stats, 0 defense. My HP and MP will be decreasing over time. I can't use shot locks. I can't heal myself with any cures or items. No links, form changes, attractions, team attacks. Kupo coins will not revive me, and I can only put on 30 abilities. As for my abilities, I have aerial recovery, block, counter kick, which is the counter I'm using. It has a lot of iframes and lasts for a while. Quick slash, flash step, aerial swoop, aerial dive. Those are all distance closing abilities. That'll let me combo him from a distance and still land attacks on him. Last charge is a very powerful finisher. And I have high jump, double flight, which is a double jump, dodge roll, 3 air slides, and glide, and 0 EXP. And those are, oh, and Combo Master lets you extend your combo even if you miss attacks. And
yeah, 0 XP. Did you even say level 1 that it was on?
I'm at level 1. Yes.
I don't remember if you did or not.
And I'm going to put on my blindfold now. So.
Okay, so once he takes his headset off and puts the blindfold on, Violin will hopefully not be able to hear me too well because he's got to focus on the sound cues. That's all he'll have to work with from the boss. I'm going to be honest, folks. I don't know this boss that well, but I'm going to do my best to let you know what's going on and react to what's happening.
Can you verify that you can't see through it?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so Violin wants me to make sure that I can verify that I cannot see through this. This must be some very thick cloth because, yeah, I can't see anything through it. You want to, like, give me a number of fingers or something? 7. I got nothing. I got nothing. You cannot see through that.
7, you got it right.
Was it? Oh, jeez. All right, the blindfold is going on. Yeah, I'm gonna try not to talk like super loud so that way you all can still hear me, but Violin hopefully won't hear me sitting right next to me. So he can just focus on the sound cues from the boss. So hardest boss in the entire Kingdom Hearts series is Yozora here. I haven't even fought this guy. It's extremely tough. There are a lot of different patterns, a lot of different phases to the fight. And we can get ready on the time. And
am I on yes right now?
You are on no.
Oh. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Woo! Give it up, folks. Okay, off we go. So I'm going to mostly do a lot of reacting here to what's happening. And immediately, you can see how tough this is. Into the fight we go. Gets hit with the red laser. This time he was able to attack it, or sorry, guard it at the right time. He's having to do lots of different guards and dodge rolls to time things up. He's asking for a little bit more game audio in his headset because he's really got to focus on this and only the sounds coming from the game. It's all he's got to work with here. Charge attacks like this, he has to just listen for the right audio cue to know when the timing is. I think he was trying to attack the boss there to interrupt the attack, but unfortunately wasn't able to, so had to dodge instead once he realized his hit didn't land. Using Thunder there to knock the boss out of his attack before he continued onwards with it. There are a few things you can do in this fight in order to kind of help with not being able to see here. So Combo Master is very helpful because you are going to auto-target the boss, and he can also lock onto the boss to make sure that he is going to be continuing to close the gap, close the distance to the boss in the correct direction. Because if he wasn't targeting the boss and he just started swinging, he'd be attacking the air. So Combo Master is one of the ways that he can close the distance here and deal a lot of damage. Another of the things he can try to do here is just memorize every single sequence of sounds at the beginning of a pattern and know what the timing is for each of his dodge rolls. He can do things like throwing up a guard or doing an extra dodge roll somewhere that's unnecessary in order to help himself with the timing. And unfortunately, really tough attack there. So he's going to have to try this one again. Different opening this time. Ooh, yeah, he gets this big DM-style attack to start things off. I heard an "oh no" exclaimed by Violin, because this is a real tough one to deal with. I believe the blue lasers cannot be blocked, which is why he had to air slide each of them. Only the red lasers can. He's facing the wrong way, but thankfully he's able to guard against the boss with the auto target to help turn himself around. I don't know how he is dodging these attacks without being able to see them. Note, his MP and HP are constantly decreasing because of those pro codes, and he pretty much just has that one MP bar to work with. It will take a long time to recharge naturally. I have never seen this attack. What the hell is going on? But he managed to dodge it. So note, he has not been able to deal any damage in this entire attack, so that's probably a big reason why he said "oh no" at the beginning. And he gets hit into a combo here. He can survive just one of those, but he can't cure. So unfortunately, another blue laser is going to spell his demise, but hopefully we won't see that same attack this time. This kind of thing is so tough to perform in a live setting like this, not to mention one where you're not at your usual home setup, you know, with your creature comforts. We don't have sound isolation headphones here, so even the crowd noise in the background can be making it a bit difficult to hear specific moves.
No chance.
Really has to rely on his practice and training of this and his intuition on what moves the boss is using, which attacks.
Nice try. Shall we?
Oh. Dodging this red triangle attack and then knowing that there's a follow-up each time that he has to guard with good timing. And again, there are a lot of his attacks here that he is not trying to land on the boss, but he's just trying to use to continue closing the gap towards the boss, because he's not going to be able to guarantee what his spacing is at any point. We can see that he's a mile away from the boss, and if he swings, he's not going to land it. He has no idea where he is in relation to the arena, in relation to the boss, anything like that, until his hit connects, and then he'll know where he is.
Got this. You're done. Got this.
Oof, a few dodges on the orb patterns there.
This'll do it. Let's go.
I believe that sword attack was one of the attacks to catch him in one of the previous attempts here. Good to see a dodge on that one.
I don't think so.
Now, his finisher, I believe, deals damage based on your magic stat and is also just a really solid, strong one that they added with one of the updates to this game, so really great one to see make it into the combo here. We've got maybe a fifth of the health bar down at this point. This boss has so much HP.
It's on.
Okay, once again, the same triangle pattern. Got to be ready for those attacks coming out right after. Uses Thunder to interrupt it halfway. Last time he accidentally used a Blizzard, wasn't able to hit the boss with it, and had to react to the attack resuming. The boss is now armored.
Got this.
And this, I believe, would steal any items you have if he were to get hit by that. He's not able to have any items because of the pro codes, but if he had a Kupo coin, even though he can't use it, it won't do anything for him. The boss would still steal it and then have one revival. Thankfully, wasn't hit by that. Boss still escaping him just momentarily, but he is able to continue attacking. Now, bosses in the Kingdom Hearts series will not let you constantly attack them forever. They have this concept that we refer to as revenge value, where effectively, once you have hit them with enough attacks of certain types, they will hit a point of retaliation automatically, where they will either break out or they will start a new attack right away. Thankfully, with this boss, Violin is able to just keep attacking until he hears it dodge away and know that he's safe to prepare for the next attack. Roughly 40%, maybe even more like a third of the health bar gone at this point. Listens to a teleport. We get a kind of counter kick style attack now. Anytime you see Sora glow red like that means that Violin had absolutely perfect timing on his guard.
What a pain. Shall we?
Okay, we get the triangles again. He no longer has any MP, so this Thunder is going to put him into the MP charge, which means if he sees that attack again, he will not be able to interrupt it early like he has the last couple times. Here's the armor attack again. He can hear that scanning noise. Thankfully, these games, or these fights, are very well designed from a sound design perspective, where he can really be trying to identify each individual attack, one from the other.
Gotcha. Nope. There. No chance. There. Nope. No chance.
I believe the voice lines are mostly consistent in this fight as well, as another aid for him. Half of the boss's health is gone now. This is as much an endurance test as it is just a memorization challenge. And even if you have everything memorized, you have to be able to kind of access that memory quickly and then know exactly what your execution is and perform it on the fly. Now we're seeing the big dome attack. So this is going to waste a lot of time and be very dangerous, be something that he has to worry about. We saw the boss open with this one of the times, but it is more common that he'll do this later in the fight like he is here. He was using some MP there, basically trying to use some kind of spell to test if he had MP left or not. So he knows he's still an MP charge because of the sound cue he was hearing from the game. MP charge being that pink bar in the bottom right corner, meaning he cannot use any spells until he recovers that. But he's not going to know when his MP comes back. He'll have to test that at some point and only know if he hears a spell happen. These dodge rolls now in specific directions. It looks like he's going in a box to try to keep baiting the enemies to charge at a location that he used to be at. Once again, cannot block the blue lasers, has to dodge those, but can block the red ones. Using counter kick to close the distance after a guard into a full combo. I am unsure if the boss is going to change the arena again or not. Here it is, new attack. That glass shattering effect can kind of muddy the sound effects sometimes and make it hard to hear. Thankfully, his timing is really solid. He does have MP again, but he has not used a spell yet, so he doesn't know for sure that his MP has come back, even if he has a good feeling that it might have. Every guard here is scary. If he's a little too early, he'll get hit and can withstand one combo, but probably can't get back into the rhythm of things. Oof. Counter kick barely hitting the boss there, giving him a moment. A moment to deal some damage.
I don't think so.
New attack here. Just has to listen for every time the boss teleports and remember exactly what's coming next. There are some attacks too where the boss can vary up its timing on when it decides. Right here, when he's warping like this over and over again, he can decide to attack early or late there. Thankfully, that even though the counter kick missed on this punish opportunity, he was still able to use Combo Master and the aerial dive to close the gap and deal some damage back to the boss. We now have the red spheres again, has to dodge each of these. We're down to the last third of the health bar for the boss here. And I believe after he does that DM that he did earlier, all of his attack patterns change, and now they are enhanced with these blue attacks like he just had to dodge there. Or this one here. A lot of these attacks are the same kinds of attacks that we've been seeing earlier, but he now can no longer rely on just guarding at the right times. He also has to mix in some dodge rolls. His MP has slipped all the way down to 1, which is the lowest it will decline from the pro code, so that he is always still able to use at least one spell. But that has purely just been due to the pro code. I don't believe he's used a single spell since it recharged.
It's on.
Here's where we'll see if he decides to go for a Thunder to attack to cancel. He does. Because of the extra cast, or maybe he had just enough extra MP, he will still have one more spell available if he decides to use one. Got to dodge the scanning laser here again. This attack, while not the scariest for him to deal with, does waste time and just, continues adding on to the endurance challenge here. Four health bars remain. Well, 3 2/3 now. You can see every empty guard is terrifying, but he has to be prepared in case the boss decides to attack early, in case he decides to end those teleportations a bit sooner, since it is a very timing attack. Same with there, he had to continue running backwards and just wait to dodge roll until he heard the right sound cue, because he didn't know exactly when the boss would decide to finally stop teleporting and start attacking.
What a pain.
The big thing is too, because Violin can't see any of the health bars, he has no idea how close or how far away he is from the end of the fight.
Nice try. You lost. Now.
Counter kick hitting a little bit earlier this time, meaning he can get the full combo in. Boss jumping away at the start of that next one. Gets hit.
There. Shall we?
Okay. That Thunder is his last spell usage, likely of the entire fight. We're on to the final health bar.
What a pain.
One more scan.
Got this.
Sitting here at 1 HP, second chance and withstand combo will not save him. Any hit is instant death. But ladies and gentlemen, he's done it. Oh my God. Absolutely incredible. Amazing job, Violin.
Yes.
I believe we got to get you unmuted, make sure that the crowd can hear you.
What do you mean?
Violin, how do you feel about that one?
That was the longest 16 minutes of my life.
Yeah, those first couple attempts were so rude to you too, and it seemed like you just kind of had to lock in, and then once you did,
and then him DMing at the start too.
Yeah, yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, the DM does end up changing up his combos after that point, right? So that, like, there are new blue lasers.
Like the entire second phase would, or the entire fight would be in second phase at that point.
Yeah, so that last one, and then coming down to the wire, taking one hit.
Yeah.
Very close to the end, but obviously
that
you don't.
had my heart pounding.
Yeah, you don't know how close it is to the end. I love the little moments of you like testing MP to see if you were still in MP MP
Is it not?
refill. I'm forgetting the name right now. MP charge
MP
or not? Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent job. That was incredible to see.
Thank you.
A lot of people were watching that one. Absolutely loved it. You had people stopping to see what's going on blindfolded. Any big last shout outs or anything, Violin, as before we send you
I
off
mean,
here?
I do challenge content all the time. If you guys want to check me out on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/violin. I do a lot of speedruns, a lot of challenges like this, and other stuff. And follow J-Hobbs as well, jhobbs296 on Twitch. He does a lot of Kingdom Hearts speedruns and randomizers as well. So.
Yeah, thank you all. Enjoy PAX
Thank you
East.
guys
I hope.
all so much.
Let's give it one more round of applause for that blindfolded showcase and the excellent KH1 run.
And stick around for the speedrun gauntlet.
Yeah, yeah. So right.
All right. Wow. I mean, anyone else just as absolutely blown away? I mean, I saw that in person too, but like even watching it back, it just brought me back to when I was watching it and just, you know, heart thumping, especially at the end there, one hit away, one health bar left. Whew, whew, that was an impressive, incredible feat of gaming by Violin, and I'm glad he was able to come on by PAX East and show that to us because it was incredible. Well, for everybody out there, that's going to wrap it up, our PAX East 2023 coverage for today. But don't worry, we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, with some more runs from our PAX East 2023, specifically the runs that were featured on Saturday and Sunday. So if you enjoyed this content, please come on by tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. We will get started with our coverage. So. Don't forget as well that we have some other Hotfix content coming up at the beginning of this week, starting on Monday, I believe, which is going to be Bargain Bin, followed by Tree Fort. So we have some excellent Hotfix content coming for you this week. Please be sure to come and check it out. With that being said, I think it's time we wrap up. My name is Konception. I will see you all again tomorrow for this excellent PAX East coverage. I hope everyone has a wonderful Saturday night, morning, Sunday morning, whatever it is in your time zone. Time zones are weird. We will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, everyone.